Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は197日目です。It is day 197. We have some grammar reviews today, so let's get to the grammar reviews first before we hop back into our topics. Okay. 引きは、worrisome or super kind? 優しい人よ。彼に世話。ね世話になった人もいるし。That's she for the reasons, but conjunctive. Right? Let's get at it. Hitomo. Quite a few. Okay, so that's a person's name, right? Very nice person or kind person. People receive, receiving. Wait. Oh, they're offers. One is kind of tough. Not the. Wow. Favors? And then. Wait. So this is the and. Help. I guess. That's interesting. I'm not sure how to interpret this. This does say there are quite a few people that receive favors from him. So this is from, right? This is him. Who is receiving the favor? Oh. Wait. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's... Okay. Receiving... Huh. This order is tough to understand. Haven't done your polls yet, but you also don't know and don't have resources because you've been spending them on your current team. Oh, yeah. Okay, so... This will help quite a few people. Quite a few. So that means it's negative. It's not... How to do this? Like, quite a few, so it's not little, right? How to do quite a few? It's like... 少なくない。
ヒッキーはとても優しい人よ。彼に世話になった人もいるし、助けられた人も少なくない。
Nice. Okay, hang on. Can I click on these? Oh, I can. Alright, here we go. So this is the ninaru, right? To become... Right, so I got that and passed. So they interpret it as received favors. Maybe to become helped. Yeah, to become, or this is favor. This is like caring, to become caring. So to be taken care of as receive favors. That's so interesting. So like, and then this whole thing is being used to modify hito. So people who have received favors from him, ni being the target where the favor is being received. That is interesting. And then obviously mo, double mo for also, and then irushi. Iru receive, and then are being received, and then she, or is irushi something? No, can't click on that. Be like that, but gotta collect them all, you know? Fair enough. You were on P5X for 6 hours today, just going through story to the event. That's fair enough. We'll get there in time. このビルは、出口が、no, what is that middle thing? What in the world? Well, it's a place. So, none something show. Show. Can I click on this? I don't think I've ever seen cop before. Like that. Show. Interesting. What is the character? Counter for article. N1. Interesting. Is this written in kana? No. Interesting. Okay. It's a place, so regardless, it's a place. Many. Interesting. Many aru node, so many are so node so emphasizing here とても安全です as many as so is that considered a counter then? As many as like up to? Like no more than? Like しかない emphatic. Maybe like at least? Like what? This would mean at least. We are looking for a grammar point attached to a number and counter. Yeah, I know. That does attach to a counter. Don't even at me right now, but it's more emphasized that the amount is surprising. Oh.
このビルは出口が何箇所もあるので、とても安全です。
友達とのは彼女は approximately like I mean no approximately not so not after counter 28歳ぐらいかなroughly for the most part maybe like okay
友達との話彼女はだいたい28歳くらいかな
alright この3つ No この4つこの4つ among or within like の中で3つも嫌いなの right? And then the other one was what? 嫌 right? I remember
この4つの中で3つも嫌いなの
3つも嫌いなの明日ね の、明日から、旅行に行くから、風を、please don't. So like, が、なくて、ないで、ない
明日
でね。
から旅行に行くから風邪をひかないでね。
目目にゴミゴミ Oh, interesting. Dust. ゴミがいって、or 入って、何にも、Okay. 何にも、cannot see. So, it's their eyes, and it's talking about their ability. So, do we use... 미라네나요? No, it still uses miranai. Oh, miera... Oh no. It says potential. Use a different... I cannot see. Different structure? Maybe mirare... Am I using like ite or something? No, no progressive. I really thought it was just mirareru. So then it's just... What the... How do I negative... Right? So we're not talking about causative. Passive. E. Maybe like... Geranai? That's just not being visible though. And then I thought maybe we take the potential, or maybe convert it into... If I convert it into a potential, it would be what I typed first. Different grammar structure. Maybe like... No, I can't add a particle. I don't really know what they're looking for. They really wanted 見えない。
目にゴミが入って何も見えないよ。
I don't understand anymore. Yeah, I don't really understand anymore. So it is still 見える. Huh. I mean, that is the potential form of miru. I genuinely do not know when to use, oh yeah, mirareru. Like, when in a... Because this says, mieru means something is visible. And then... Oh, well, you know... Does this identify what is visible? Anything. I guess anything is the visibility, I suppose. And then I used mirare nai, right? Yeah. What was the first one? As we gotta pay attention to how this is phrased here. Okay. What is that? Umarete kara ever. Ongoing. Zutto この村に住んでいます。
生まれてからずっとこの村に住んでいます。
寝る前にwhat? ブラックコーヒーをbecause I drank? Oh, using the verb as a conjunctive. 寝らないんだ。飲んで。
寝る前にブラックコーヒーを飲んで寝られないんだ。
Ganga exist? Oh wait. A light, tene. Ganga is node. What is that last thing? Go yukuri. Is that an honorific with yukuri? Please take your time. Or please take your time. Can I click on this? Oh no, I can't. Oh no. That's a mimetic phrase. Yukuri. Slowly, unhurried. Oh. Okay. Yep. Mimetic it is. Ganga あります? Wait, is time different? A very polite. I don't understand how this can be. This must be a special, like a special thing. So it's probably not just aru and iru, right? Like it would do like arimasu. How about a grammar point that's a bit more polite? Bit more polite than arimasu. でございます. Oops, just not. It just ございます.
時間がございますので、ごゆっくり。
ございますので、ごゆっくり。ゲームを楽しんでいたのにやめる。was forced to stop. Passive, positive, passive. やめられたれた。God. I started. This is gonna be bad. Okay. Let's think about this for a moment. So, right. It's a ichidan. So I would use saserare. Oh yeah. So yame saserare rareta.
ゲームを楽しんでいたのにやめさせられた。
やめさせられた。I can't do the sa double sa and the double like rare is strong harder than sase. So やめさせられた。100円のthank you for lend. So thankful plus lend. また後で pay back 返すねthank you. So like she, or is it just she, or no, 貸してくれてありがと
う。100円を貸してくれてありがとう。また後で返すね。
Oh, hey, we did the 11. Alright, back to the most enjoyable week I've had so far. Topics time. Except yesterday we kind of went into a digression about video games and whatnot and talk about motivation and stuff. Let's try to read through lesson 2. I don't think I'm going to get through the topics in time. We'll hit it fairly hard tomorrow, I suppose. Let's see. Getting into action. Be able to talk about actions and doing things, right? So now we learn about ichidan, godan, verbs, and the direct object marker. Very quaint. In this topic, we're going to get our first look at Japanese verbs and learn about two main types, do verbs and u verbs. Knowing the difference is important as it affects how they conjugate, change so other words can attach to them. We'll also learn how to use the object marker particle wo with verbs. It will tell us what is being acted upon in a sentence, right? テレビを見る。
テレビを見る。
テレビを見る。お茶を飲む。Okay. Fairly standard. Right, we're good on that. We know how to do verbs and object markers. Up until now, we haven't really discussed the order that words flow in a Japanese sentence. Now that we have a bit more about verbs and the most essential particles, let's take a closer look, right? Who and what. As a general rule, the subject will come before the object, right? As in not the subject of the sentence, but the subject. Wait. No, that's fine. That is the subject. So they're talking about the subject, as in the pedantic, the more colloquial use of the word subject, not the subject of the action, which is the object. Because it'll be pretty clear later. So the subject will come before the object and the verb always comes last, right? So subject, object, verb as opposed to subject, verb, object. Although this is the most neutral order, Japanese is actually quite flexible, so is English. So the idea is that analogously, when you understand the nuance and the context and the contextual nature of a language, oftentimes they are far more flexible than that, right? There's exceptions to the rule and rules to the exception, depending on your perspective on how you first learned it. The reason why I say, wait, what do you mean there are rules to the exception versus exception to the rules? Well, most rules and exceptions part from the perspective of the person. If the first thing you learn is an exception, then you can still learn a rule, not an exception. So like on the internet, for example, people can learn something that is rarer occurring than it is the majority. That's where often I would say the phrase, I have to remind people that online, sometimes you're looking at the exception, not the rule. Like, for example, being exposed to content creators. They are the exception, not the rule. It is the rule that there are a lot of people who make content, but the people you're watching are the exception to the rule because of the way internet arranges information. So when you're thinking about like studying, if you have a growing tumor in your stomach, there's a really great chance that you're reading about the exception, not the rule. Because you can convince yourself that you have cancer and you can rule out all of the potentially higher probabilistic things. So that's kind of what I mean. And saying that Japanese is actually flexible, that is in contrast to the idea that Japanese is rigid, not the idea that the comment that I made. Those are two separate comments, that English is also flexible. And what I'm trying to draw is a parallelism. When you understand a language sufficiently, oftentimes your brain can do the interpretation. Like, for example, when you're a native speaker, for example, and you are used to working in a business where foreigners will speak your language, you are more likely inclined to understand what they're trying to say, despite them not saying it in a very specific way. So quite flexible. Of course, they're talking about grammatical things. As long as the verb stays at the end, we can swap the other parts around to shift emphasis, right? And interesting enough, English, although not grammatically maybe acceptable, you can shuffle it around all you want. Largely because you kind of hear, well, at least I have heard examples of shuffling of subject, verb, and object. We were talking about Yoda yesterday. Shuffling of object, subject, and stuff due to the propensity of people who speak English who may not be Americans, I suppose, or something like that. My parents would say verbs and subjects in different orders, for example, when they're using English, and you understand the relationship between them. Anyways, did they give us an example? And then this is what I mean by they mean the subject of the sentence in the grammatical sense, and the object in the grammatical sense when it comes to the colloquial use. Now the thing is, it's not to be compared with this I would consider as the subject marked by the subject marker, right? So notice how there's a direct object marker. So that can be a little confusing because sometimes there can be a subject marker after an object marker, right? And that's what they were talking about. The subject, as a general rule, the subject will come before the object, and they're demonstrating that, well, sometimes the object comes before the subject. And then understand the nice thing about understanding what an object marker and a subject marker is, then the particles, usually it how I would think about it anyways from my standpoint, imoto ga. So imoto ga, I tend to listen for the ups and downs of additional particles attached to a phrase or a thing. So when someone is speaking in like plain, where they're really simplifying things, easy listening, they end on particles very often, and the particles can give you a very repetitious clue to what part of the sentence or what thing it is, which is what I really enjoy about what I like about kind of the pedanticness, honestly, of Japanese. And pedanticness usually seems like a negative thing, but in this case, for me, it's a positive thing. This is kind of like where while English is very explicit, Japanese is very explicit about their part of speech, or like their part of their sentence. So they have a particle system, English does not. Where English is excessively descriptive, Japanese is not. It's more contextual. And then Chinese dispenses with both. So relatively speaking, this is fairly refreshing. So when I'm listening to Japanese, I kind of code swap a lot. Where when I'm listening to anime, I'm listening for vocabulary or like whole things. However, when I'm easy listening, like when you're listening to a podcast who is an easy listener speaker, the natural places that they lump together are the particles. So like imoto ga ramen wo tsukuru. So it's, in my opinion, it's a great way to bridge smoothing in, because then you can imagine where the parts of a sentence are. At least that's how I went about it, until you get smoother at, and then connecting blocks together is, in my opinion, a smoother transition.
妹がラーメンを作る
Yeah, so 妹がラーメンを作る。
妹がラーメンを作る。
Right.
ラーメンを妹が作る。
ラーメンを妹が作る。Right. So this is grammatically possible, but this is grammatically possible, and it depends. It changes the emphasis basically, at least, or the emphasis is accented because it's at least in my opinion, this makes it so that if this is the neutral is the general rule. So you deliberately switch it up to put something in front. I think that's what I feel is emphasizing the ramen. Like you and I. Actually, is that a good example? That's not really a good example. I have to think about an English example. Anyways, framing the conversation. Another general rule is that wa will tend to come at the very beginning, right? When it is used. This is because it tells us the topic of the conversation, right? Framing the rest of what is to come. Sometimes it can be hard to conceptualize a whole statement unless we first know within what context it is beginning, which is very inherent of Chinese. Chinese, all the conditions come before, because there are no particles or conjugations that will tell you what the context, what the conceptualization or the condition of the conceptualization of the following phrases. We can take the object of a sentence, normally marked with wo, and rephrase it as the topic by using wa. This makes it feel like the main thing we want to talk about. Let's look at all the possible patterns with wa, ga, wo in one simple sentence. I used to do this on my own. So like when I since a Duolingo, for example, they give you most things as quickly as possible in the form of repetitious sentences, and you repeat those repetitious sentences verbatim, like rapidly over and over again. So the idea is every time a sentence is presented in a specific structure, I typically think about how I could reword the emphasis. So this was a kind of my own, I did this in the background as I'm thinking about the words. So it's great to see it here where they show you how you can rephrase, which typically then creates a different nuance of emphasis for each type. So like are you emphasizing that the topic is you or the food, right? In this case, they're doing you or the food. And then are you emphasizing the eating of the food or you eating, right? And I'm already doing this in English, but the English, there aren't any particles. So sometimes you could add adverbs or reorder the words in English to emphasize which one is more important. And typically, these are not even general rules in English because it really does depend on where you came from. Sometimes the most important thing comes first in English. Sometimes the most important thing comes last in English, depending on the origin of the person's culture. For myself, typically I would say if it's the subject or the topic, placing the subject topic that comes first, like first in order, would be more important than the thing that comes last. However, because of English's prosodic stress, the prosodically stressed thing is the emphasis of the importance. And honestly, it's kind of curious if Japanese does that or not. Like, what I mean is use prosodic stress for de-accenting and accenting. That's something that I don't hear too much, at least from my ears in Japanese, because they have a particle system. So, let's see. So
私は寿司を食べる
this is your standard order, right? 私は I, the subject, am eating the sushi, right? 寿司を食べる and you have to start somewhere. So this is the neutral one.
私が寿司を食べる
So now you're emphasizing the subject, which is you. Right? Answering the implicit question of who is eating, right? So ga marks the subject. So the focus is on the subject. So 私がsushiを食べる right? And then now
寿司は私が食べる
食べる So now the sushi is the topic. It is inferred or implied that you are eating when you say 食べる So you don't really have to say it, but I do not know about other foods, but as for sushi, I will eat, right? Yeah. Wa tells us about talking about sushi, but not the other foods. Exactly. So no other foods are being eaten, and it's inferred that you are eating it. So technically, this is not there. We can see from that although wa and ga are often compared, wa can be used much more generally than ga can, right? For myself, when speaking in English, you typically use prosodic stress. So like, I will eat the sushi. I'll eat the sushi. I will eat the sushi. And to me, that's kind of a way to imply the feeling of what wa and ga is like. Like, the emphasis is often on the information that someone wants to portray. So like the focus of it would be the prosodic stress in English. So I like blue things. I also like red things. Not I like red things and I like blue things. The things is already established. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't feel right. Like, why are you emphasizing things twice? It's like, that's kind of one of the things about English. So hear me out though. I don't think this is a normal thing anymore online. So it'll be interesting in the future to see if de-accenting using prosodic stress is going to be a thing anymore. Largely because everyone speaks with like upspeak, and their emphasis in prosodic stress is particularly very robotic. Maybe in English there will be the development of a particle system. Who knows? Like, they would add, maybe someone will deliberately add something at the end to indicate which ones they're focusing on. That'll be it. In the future, English just develops this like habitual additive end phrase. Like, for example, looks maxing, right? You could kind of say maxing. Maxing could, the mechanical addition of something to the end of a word causes it to be emphasized. That's mechanically possible because in English on NetSpeak, that's already happening, attaching things to the end of verse, like adding a suffix, or more or less like a suffix. I don't know what it's called, but just adding a suffix to something. Now, there can be, in the future, English could develop something where there's a pattern of people adding a generalized suffix to the end of any particular word to emphasize it, maybe a noun or an adjective. So like, I don't know what it could be, but maybe like is, like I is sushi, like eating sushi, right? I is eating sushi. It could be replaced with anyone's, like I am, and then it's just am everywhere. Like anytime am is placed to the next of the noun or the syllable, like the object or the subject, it is inferring that is the syllable. So then no one has to emphasize it anymore. You could just say, I am sushi is being eaten, right? Just so am would just mark it, so you wouldn't need to stress it anymore, right? That could be a thing. I think because of the way Japanese is with the particle system, there's less prosodic stress, so you don't have to like stress watashi, right? Watashi wa sushi o taberu. Watashi wa sushi o taberu, right? Or watashi ga sushi o taberu. No need for like stressing the particular part of the sentence, largely because the ga, I feel like it's often redundant per se, redundant with the ga and the wo. And a little deep cut, I think one of the things that draws people, their ears to Japanese, like the ones that self-select themselves, like, oh, I really like the way Japanese sounds, I think it's because there's a lack of prosodic stress, like a de-emphasizing. There's less de-accenting in Japanese, so everything sounds really smooth, consistent. And then occasionally you get the really animated emotional prosodic stress, like nani, right? Like nani, that type of thing. So sure, maybe that's how I feel like that there's a coincidence or a correlation between those who, when they speak in English, it's incredibly lacking prosodic stress, and those coincidentally right now correlate with, they probably like Japanese. Meanwhile, when I think about like Chinese, that's not the case. Like Chinese is all over the place. In fact, sometimes I don't even know what's considered prosodic stress in Chinese, then it's simply being Chinese, being a tonal language, right? So that's something to keep in mind. I think English is getting closer and closer to Japanese when it comes to the lack of de-accenting. So when someone talks, it always sounds like, I will eat sushi. I am the one who eat the sushi. I do not know about other foods, but as for sushi, I will eat it. I will eat sushi. I am the one who will eat the sushi. I do not know about other foods, but as for sushi, I will eat it. So I chose what to emphasize in the sentence due to stress accent, or it overlaps with prosodic stress. So in order to make yourself sound less monotone, you don't necessarily have to raise your volume. You could also pause and extend because of stress accent, right? So I do not know about other foods, but as for sushi, I will eat it. As opposed to, I do not know about foods, but as for sushi, I will eat it. Like, there is a difference between them. So your neutral is to read it as flat as possible, which is kind of the whole Japanese thing. Like, read Japanese as flat as possible so that you gain a neutral appreciation for everything. So, 私は寿司を食べる. I will eat sushi. Or you can start sounding like an American trying to speak, or like an American English, or like an English speaker trying to speak Japanese, and you're like, 私はsushiを食べる. That's what happens when you start adding the standard like prosodicness of English, or at least my opinion, the prosodicness of English when you're speaking. So when I read people's texts, like, I don't read it like I'll use Coffer's thing, like just going through the story before I do the events. Just going through the story before I do the events. Just going through the story before I do the events. So I'm implying like pauses and stresses and whatnot based on what I think he's saying. Right? So, don't know. Maybe Japanese has these nuances and I can't appreciate them yet. So a grain of salt. Last but not least, as we briefly mentioned before, the verb will come last in Japanese sentences. We are given all the other context first, time, place, subject, object, and then finally told what happens at the very end. Is that true for... Nope. Chinese is a mixed bag. In general, things that come early in a sentence will be given information or details about things that come later, with the most important thing coming at the end, right? And this is where I would contrast oftentimes, or like there are enough times where the most important things come first in English. Again, still varies with the culture that is using the English. However, there is significant enough that it is not a general rule that the most important thing comes at the end, the most important thing comes first. Yeah.
明日は父が冷たいビールを買う。
So, 明日は, so the topic of the sentence is tomorrow, right? And the focus of the subject that's doing is the father, 父. And then 冷たい is the adjective that modifies ビール. And then it is the 冷たいビールを that is being purchased out, right? So technically the main point in the topic of tomorrow is the father buying the beer. Okay, let's look at this. Ooh, is this a date? Date this? ね?
拓也、僕はラーメンを食べます。君は？さくら、ラーメン、いいですね。私はバターラーメンを食べます。拓也、バターは美味しいですよね。僕もそれを食べます。さくら、お酒は飲みますか？拓也、水がいいです。さくら、今日は土曜日です。私はワインを飲みます。拓也、ワイン、バターラーメン、いいですね。
That's such a weird reasoning. But Sakura said, 今日は土曜日です。Right? 土曜日です。私はワインを読みます。It's Saturday, or or it's the weekend, right? You could say 今日は or maybe like 週末ですね。私はワインを読みます。Like it's the weekend, 週末, right? She's just saying it's Saturday, so I'll have wine. So we have two Takuya and Sakura, right? Sakura and Sakura. So boku wa, he's saying concerning me, so I'm the topic. Like boku wa, Takuya is saying that I'm having ramen, right? Ramen. You, kimi wa, and using kimi means that they're kind of close, right? They're close peeps. And then she's like, ramen, sounds good. Ii desu ne. That sounds good, or it is good. Asking for confirmation, right? That's from our topic from before, where that is good, right? Or sounds good. And then she said for her, so watashi wa, right? Watashi wa, and boku versus watashi, there is a gender separation, or presumably a gender separation between the two when you're using it. So watashi is the neutral I, and boku is very presumably there's a slight masculine bent to it. Anyways, and then she said butter ramen. I have no idea what butter ramen is, but it sounds delicious. She's gonna have that. And they both are talking in tene, which is interesting. So despite him using kimiwa, maybe it's a more of a male to a female interaction, but then they use the tene, which is tabemasu, as opposed to taberu, right? So that's interesting. So they may or may not be close. It's just kind of tossed in the air. Or they're being polite to each other as a form of endearment. There's just so many ways to interpret the use of combining like things like kimiwa versus tabemasu. And then we have Bata, he's Takuya reinforces, because we know ne, right? Like, oh yeah, ramen butter is good, right? Like it's the ne, yone, so like, right? Like for sure, or like looking even stronger emphasis that it is very good, right? And then boku mo means me also, right? Me also, that I will have that. Or sore, we went over sore, which is the nominal demonstrative. So I'll eat that too, right? I'll eat that. And then Sakura asks, are you gonna drink anything? And really drink alcohol? Are you gonna drink alcohol? They're gonna say, will you drink alcohol? But it would mean, are you going to have a drink in English? Like if I were to like English colloquialize it, when I read osake wo yomimasu ka wa yomimasu ka, to me in this situation, I would interpret it as, are you going to have a drink? As opposed to, are you going to drink alcohol? Are you going to have a drink? And then obviously Takuya, being responsible, says mizu ga ii desu, as in water is fine, or water is good. And then she argues that 今日は土曜日です. Like today is Saturday. So 私はワインを読みます, right? I will drink wine. And then Takuya is like, oh, he's being a gentleman. It's not what that's saying, but I'm like I'm filling in the blanks of what the scene would be like. He's like, oh wait, she does drink. And then he's gonna say wine, not bata ramen, ii desu ne. So he's just saying, wine, butter ramen, that's good. The thing is, or how lovely, right? He didn't say he was going to drink wine too, which is funny. That's what made me laugh. I'm like, are you gonna join her or not? It's like, nah. I'll leave it ambiguous. I might just stick with my water. You know, he's being responsible. Think about it this way. Who's oh, actually, if we're thinking about the Japanese setting, they're probably walking. So that's fine. But if they were driving, I'm like, yeah, like if I were to contextualize it to, I don't know, the suburbias of Americana, the guy is like, I'll drink water because he's the DD, he's the designated driver. That would be kind of a lovely thing. You don't have to, in my opinion, this is how I read things. I just wanted to share. But when something is, you know, some people can say, oh man, this is really boring. Like, dang, studying this fundamentals is really boring. And this comes up quite often with study material and learning material and textbook material. They're very dry, right? They're objectively concise and really focused and efficient. Now here I have a deep cut about this. Lots of people that I've met love efficiency. Often when it means they can free up time to do something else. And that something else provides, gives imagination. So anytime someone's like studying something, they would study for efficiency so that they can save free time, do something else that gives them their imagination. So like, oh man, I gotta get through this lesson. I gotta get through this lesson so I can play a video game. And they are dependent that that video game be entertaining for them. No other way, right? So what this is telling me is this is a behavioral correlation that I tackle on a daily basis. It deals with the idea of consistency. It ties back to consistency. And this line of thinking actually goes against consistency. So when you're efficient, you're looking for the driest. One of the consequences of efficiency is you are looking for the driest way to do something, right? Then if it's lumped together with free time to do something else that gives imagination, that is the driest way you can experience your own hobbies. So this cycle I often tackle in a very complex way. When someone says like, oh, you know, I don't get it, things get boring very quickly, or I don't see the point in most things, because you technically spend most of your time only caring about the most efficient things, the most objective things. So when you turn your hobby into the most efficient thing, which is constantly being exposed to the driest way to do something, and you continue to reinforce your reward system based on the driest way to get that, aka like doom scrolling, like dopamine, cheap dopamine, right? This is a great Gen Z buzzword, dopamine. Generally speaking, what I'm doing now is demonstrating that it doesn't really matter. It matters a lot less whether it's dry or not, because I'm a thinking person, so I can use my imagination to make this memorable or to make this interesting to me. Now, you might not need that skill. Some people are like, why waste time using your imagination when someone can give you your imagination, or something can give you imagination? Well, when you are bored and you keep complaining about there's no point in doing things or repeating things or practicing things that you must maintain, then it is also a consequence of you saying there's no point in using your imagination or using your creative liberties, because it would not happen. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the pyramid. This is creation. Certainly when you memorize something, right? When you memorize something, you hope that the person doesn't say, oh, now we can compare. Right? Comparison analysis. Oh, now we can contextualize. And then what is the last step? You combine all those things to create. Someone who's stuck here, or someone who could possibly be here, often is efficiency prone. Not a bad thing or a good thing. It's efficiency prone because these things require high volume time. Your actions have low value but it has low value but also low time. So like the overall is that the time is probably 1-to-1. When you create something, it's usually like 10-to-1. So what I mean is, like, you spend more time doing a task, and that task involves more things versus a single task, right? And you can continue to zoom into the task. But for myself, boring things, you can choose to be reliant completely on the boring thing, or you can continuously push yourself to be more creative. Like for myself, this topic, you could sit here and spend 30 seconds saying, this is my impression of someone who is N3. They believe they're N3. Like they passed the N4 and like N5 and N4 exam, and they are telling themselves, oh yeah, oh they introduced topics, Bunpro added topics, and they're like, huh, well, it's a shame that Bunpro only cover N5 concepts. I already know all that stuff. There's no reason to ever go over it again. Like there's no reason that I would find more value or test or constructively change the context or even embellish the context as I go over it. So there's no reason to maintain those things. So what does that tell me when someone says, oh, I already passed N5, right? I'm N3, so dang, N5, N4, that's for beginners. That's for people who are bad at, or like lesser than me, and they would say something like, oh, these are too simple. And I agree with them. When you want to, if your goal is to get to N1 as fast as possible, sure, efficiency. Right, efficiency. Now, what I'm talking about here is the people that have problems, the ones that think they have problems. I don't technically see a problem until they tell me it's a problem. Like, you can grind all the way from N5 to N1 and just say you're happy. So that's not the situation I'm talking about, where someone is doing something and they're happy about it. They understand that that's what's happening. One of the things about efficiency-driven things is it's objective. Well, objective doesn't guarantee you that you'll be happy about it. Like, when you're happy about something, that's subjective. So, now, hear me out. There are wonderful people out there, and I think they're more the exception than the rule, which is the first theme I said. where when someone starts something, they believe they can be objective long enough to get to their goal. I don't meet those people. I rarely meet those people because they're successful. They can objectively do most things and continue doing them. Yesterday, I was asked, how do you start and not stop and keep going, right? And keep going. So not stop, keep going. Start and then keep going. Unfortunately, the answer is by keep going. Now, what does that look like? There's no specific answer to that. For me, I stay happy. And how do I stay happy? By being subjective and creative. I can do this for days. I can talk about all the things that I know already in a different context to practice other skills that are layered on top of my maintenance of the skill. So I can do this forever and I'll be happy. I'm content. When someone is pride on efficiency and then they suddenly get to like N3 and they're like, dude, things just seem so boring. Like, I'm not moving fast enough to make it interesting. Or the thing you don't control, is not interesting anymore. That's where I hear it most of the time. It can happen at N5, it can happen at N4, it can happen at N3. Typically, when I came across, most people start having engagement problems or motivation problems at N4. So they pass N5, they recover from the honeymoon periods of passing the N5, and then they realize they have to start all over again with that feeling. That feeling keeps starting over again. Like, oh, okay, now we're in the next block. Time to start back in the beginning again, because N5 is different. N5 is viewed as separate from N4. And when I think about language progress, you can make it, I can hear compelling arguments for the counter. I'll present one narrative. The narrative that I typically use as a motivational tool. Others can argue differently, right? There are other ways to view this. For myself, when you finish N5, N4 is N5 plus N4, not N4. So whenever someone asks me, so how do you keep going? Well, you never stopped. If you're working on N4, you never stop learning Japanese. And you never stop working and using N5. So when you come back to these things, what am I doing? Someone asked me, so are you N3? And I'm like, well, conservatively, I'm N3. I know up to N3. So that means anytime I view this stuff, I can contextualize things from N5 to N3. So that means that when I'm reading these things, I'm also thinking, you know, I could add more to this. Imagine it. And if I can't, I'll use English, because English, I'm whatever it is, you know, native English speaker, however you like. I can use English to motivate myself to say, what else can I say here? What other things can I say here, right? Well, notice that this example lacks conditionals, right? Like, you could rephrase this as, because today, right? Like, 今日から right? Or 今日ので or maybe like 週末ので and then like, because it's the weekend, or for the reason that it is the weekend, I'm going to drink. That's one of the N4 concept, like grammar points that I need to know. So you can do that. Use your imagination. I had this conversation multiple times with Drama, when Drama was talking about how he was stuck between wanting to listen to N3 like podcasts and more interesting topics because the actual Japanese is more complex. He doesn't want to go back to listening to like the easy listening N5s and N4s because it's really drab, it's really dry. And my nonchalant comment was, well, just because they're not talking about it, you could think about it. So that's the kind of thing where when you're reading a book, right, are you bound by the book or are you having fourth wall thought? And not everyone likes that. Obviously it breaks people's quote unquote immersion, not the same type of immersion. We're not talking about like the method that people always keep referring to, like immersing in Japanese. We're talking about fourth wall breaking. Some people don't like that. They like watching movies and books and be taken away for an adventure. And I enjoy thinking about the impact of the book and the person writing the stories and whatnot. So I'm usually at a fourth wall. I'm typically the observer and fourth wall thing. So that might not appeal to everyone. For myself, when I'm reading this, I immerse myself in a participant in the story. So I am the observer. I immerse myself in what it could be, what it could possibly be, not immerse myself by having someone provide all the details for me. So if a product sucks, I see how to make it better for myself personally, right? Like if a game is not that great, what's literally there is not that great, I spend a lot of time talking about what I could do about that, or what I could change about that, or what I could make a comment about it. Hence the commentary, right? Games, a bad game is not valueless to me personally. It's not to say that the game isn't bad to a lot of people. Like, there's a difference between admitting and accepting that the game is bad, or knowing the game is bad and seeing what else you can add to it, or take away from it, or refine it. So I'm consistently a critical thinker and a problem solver. If someone tells me a game is bad, I will try to see how it's bad from their perspective and offer a counter example or an affirmation. The idea is it requires a fourth wall break. So is this stuff basic? Well, I can appreciate that what's there is basic, right, to anyone who knows all the grammar points. So if you're a person who's reading this to confirm how much you know, it's not going to do it, right? It's not going to tell you that you know N4 or N3. If you output N4 and N3 onto an N5 only topic, then you can produce to demonstrate that you know how to go beyond this. So in that way, it can provide a lot of practice. I think that's what I was trying to illustrate here. And I don't say this each and every day. I don't sit here and say, oh, hey guys, now I'm going to use my imagination to make this more exciting for me, or man, this is so basic, I'm gonna force myself to do this. For myself, it's a habit now. Like, I do it automatically. This very digression that I'm making is for the purpose of the things that I try to demonstrate. When someone asks me, how do you stay motivated? How do you stay consistently pushing forward even when you're teaching someone something you already know? Well, teaching someone is a very different skill than knowing it yourself. And in my opinion, one of the toughest skills that I practice, if someone wants to argue about it, is to get someone else interested in their own work. Like the successful people out there would be like, what do you mean that's a tough thing? If I work, I should be interested in it, right? Well, yes, ideally speaking. However, there are far more people who are not interested in the work that they have to do, and they have to figure out how to manage to become interested or to reinforce themselves to be interested long enough to reach their goal or a point of satisfaction that they have determined. And that includes learning Japanese, where at some point they lost motivation, they lose sight of the day-to-day, fixated on their goal, and have no form of maintenance for it. And oftentimes the thing that helped them, that I was able to maybe suggest to them, is to address how their efficiency, their hyper focus on efficiency, is making everything dull and unimportant to them, and constantly about some dry progression. So it's kind of like if you're going on a trip, right? And you need to get from point A to point B. If you're goal oriented, you could say, oh, let's just get from point A to point B, right? So that means that your discipline, right, and your objectivity is sufficient to surpass whatever this T is, this delta T or D, right? Distance or time, how long it takes to get there. And this goal has to be sufficient in reward to equate to the time and distance spent. That is objectivity. This is technically subjective after the fact. So the task is objectively viewed, the reward is subjectively felt at the end. Now, for me, I wouldn't take one or the other exclusively. I would combine the two. So, like, you could have someone who do this and end up here. What I am suggesting is doing something like this. It's a mix of the two. So you add scenic things along the way, right? Your imagination to get to point B. You're not going extreme and just letting yourself go out of control and never getting to point B, right? You can if you want. Sometimes I do this C path, because then it ends up that C ends up being greater than B. That can happen for sure if you're a creative type, right? C for creative. A B for business, by the way. So if you're only business, you go straight line. And if you can keep doing that for the rest of your life, that's awesome. The problem I see most of the time is that what happens is this is boring and uneventful and also too long. So they would travel, and it's like, oh man, there's nothing to do along the way. So they just stop here. And then what they would do then is to then try to travel to point C. From here on out, they would detour, just stop cold turkey, and try to get to C. They go, and then same problem repeats. So they never get to goal C. So now this is a fail, and then C is a fail, because now they're gonna go to D. And D is constantly out of reach, right? The next goal is constantly out of reach. This is the vicious pattern that I typically see. So it never feels like they ever win. They never accomplish their goals ever consistently. So anytime they start, they already have a fear of failing. So, like, I have all these plans, you know, like I have all these plans. Plans is you can see the goal, you can see the goal, you can see the goal. And like, are you doing them? Like, do them, start them, go. And then they would say, well, the bottleneck is that I'm objective. Like, I've already planned it. The bottleneck is that I planned it. Like, well, if you planned it, are you going to do it? And then the fear keeps coming back. It's like, well, I have lots of plans, but I don't want to start them because I fear that it's not going to be good enough. I'm like, yeah, because you planned it out like it has to be done in that specific way, and it's dry as all get out, right? So now it's not to me the solution that I typically use. You have to imagine actual examples, like specifics between the person and I, but generally speaking, it would be a mix. How do you keep perpetually going? Well, there are things like you're trying to get here. Maybe you do like you get to here and you fork, right? Then you can choose. You get to here, and you can fork. And the thing is, you're still going net this direction. Now you have choices. And with more redundancy, you have less, you can feel like you have less opportunities of failing yourself. And each of these forks are goals. And that's where the whole people say, like, make smaller goals on the way to a longer goal, right? Because once you pass this point, you have succeeded somehow. Like, you have some level of success. You have achieved something. So this is where, like, Bunpro comes in with SRS, or like Anki with FSRS and whatnot. There are specific milestones. You could even call these as badges, right? Badges, and then like badges that are tiered. So this could be like a tier legendary badge, and these are tier gold badges, and then this is like a tier S badge. So that's how the progression system, like gamification, helps string along motivation. So to tie this to yesterday's comment, me and Procall were kind of intensely in a discussion about Palworld, right? Palworld and Subnautica. And I was talking about how Palworld and Subnautica creates or designs, at least in my opinion, in retrospect, their source of motivation. This is what I mean. So not looking at what prevents the person from progressing, which is what Procall focuses on quite often. Procall is someone, in my opinion, that I've come to know through conversation, that they think about all the blocks that can stop a person from doing something, which is very habitual state for the individuals that I interact with. The ones that find, I guess, maybe the things that I say a bit refreshing because it's often at odds with what they're saying. And it's not that I'm trying to change their mind, but it can be used to add to it, add to their imagination. I typically look at things that can keep someone going, not all the things that can stop the person. So, like, if you're playing a video game, are you thinking about it as a level cap being something that you must prevent, that is there to stop you? Or is that a level cap is a designation of your progress moving forward? So those are two different things. It's like half glass empty and half glass full. If someone keeps focusing on, like, the reason why I know this is I spend more time arguing going forward versus counter arguing slowing down. However, this would definitely be number one. This would be number two, and number three is stopping. So, and it's a no contest. Usually I'm presenting the case of going forward because most people are talking about stopping. a few people talk about slowing down, but generally not. It's usually the combination of going forward and slowing down versus stopping. And yesterday I got really into it the moment that when I was presenting motivation, Procol framed the motivation in a form of prevention. That is the opposite of motivation. It's stopping, it's fearing, like it's how to demotivate someone. So obstacles can be seen as how do we demotivate people versus motivate them, right? If number goes up, it's usually left uncapped. Like you're trying to make it seem like there's no cap or potential to the number going up. That is a motivating design. When you add a level cap and things that prevent you from the number going up, that's demotivating. Now, demotivating can be rewarding to overcome. So overcoming adversity can be very rewarding. Those are two different things, right? Two different things. I definitely appreciate when people look at games, for example, as an obstacle. And what I was emphasizing is, do you look at it exclusively as an obstacle? In my opinion, you don't have to exclusively look at it as an obstacle. You can also look at it as an opportunity. So when you combine these two, there are times when you're stuck on something, right? Like when you're stuck on an obstacle, opportunity takes over. What can I do? What can I try? That is one of the biggest, in my opinion, one of the most notable definers between me and the people that I have talked to. When they see an obstacle, they see it as exclusively something that is there to prevent them from succeeding. When I see an obstacle, I see it as both something that is going to prevent me from achieving my goal, and immediately I ask myself, what can I do about it? Because it's an opportunity to learn and get better. So despite the obstacle being there, I'm spending a lot of time developing skills to overcome this obstacle because it's an opportunity. So an opportunity is positive. An obstacle is negative. So the biggest defining feature about learning a language is that when you see a problem, if you have a problem understanding a concept, like in Japanese, for example, do you see it as exclusively an obstacle? If you do, then you have no reason to change up your methods. You have no reason to learn, critically think, improve your strategy, or look at other things, because you only see it as, oh, I have a method. And that method was supposed to solve everything. Or someone, something is supposed to provide me the method to overcome that obstacle. So when this fails, it is exclusively something that sucks. You can't do anything about it. And the easiest way to do it is to accept that you suck, that you can't overcome this obstacle. My first thought is, whenever I hit an obstacle, I immediately think of it as an opportunity. Okay, so now what can I work on? What can I do? If this is boring, how can I make it exciting? Right? If I'm already N3 and this is N5, what can I do to make it feel engaging as N3? Obstacles, however inconvenient or trivial they are, is also opportunities to flex or do something. And I mean not like flexing, showing off, more like flexing, becoming flexible, right? When you know something already really well and you know more than it, it creates flexibility. And flexibility creates opportunity. Like, for example, all the businessmen who see that people get obstructed by obstacles, what do? They sell you something. They sell you the opportunities that they see. There's a demand for this. People suck at overcoming an obstacle, but they see opportunity. They figured out how to overcome that obstacle, and opportunity strikes more than once, honestly. People who think of opportunities tend to capitalize on opportunity. I know, boy, another American talking about capitalization and opportunistic behavior. It's fair enough. It goes hand in hand, right? It goes hand in hand. Those who see opportunity are also those who are opportunists, right? That's the whole idea of looking at opportunities. So whenever I see someone having problems, I run towards it. It's not that I see it as an opportunity to make money, but it is an opportunity for me to help someone. So when someone says, yeah, I'm tired of my language learning journey, tell me a little bit about it. Let's go find more opportunities. Let's go point out and pick out opportunities. You tell me this is boring, I'll tell you a story to make it more interesting. And then hopefully from telling the person the story, I'm demonstrating how if you have to eat for the 100th time, it doesn't have to mean the same thing. If you're eating the same bread 100 times, it doesn't have to be the same event. Or like, there's so many things you can empower yourself to change. So I just wanted to remind people that when I'm reading through this topic, I get excited to read over textbooks, research, because of all the things I've just said. The last 15 to 20 minutes, I'm trying to illustrate how do you do something for a very long time if it's the same thing, or if it's exhaustingly mundane or boring because you already know it. The unfortunate or hard to understand answer is I don't do the same thing. I rarely ever do the same thing. When you get smarter, quote unquote smarter, I don't mean more intelligent, like higher IQ or suddenly your brain grows bigger or something. I'm talking about when you get smarter, as in more experienced, learn more. When you actually learn and comprehend more over time, things no longer look the same. It rarely ever looks the same. Because you actually learned it. You actually learned, comprehended the material. So when you go back to anything, it's never going to be the same ever again. If you didn't learn anything and memorize a bunch of things, then it will be the same boring garbage over and over again. It's going to feel less and less substantial, less and less meaningful, because it really literally is the same thing. So, in my opinion, this is one of the greatest litmus tests to your learning and comprehension. If you want to test yourself and ask yourself, do you understand or have learned from your experiences? Like, truly learned about like how to appreciate things. And when you go back to something like this, you would have appreciation for it. You're like, that's where I started. Man, do I know so much more than this. In fact, I'm going to sit down and write this in N3. Like, do it. Because that is what you can do now. So when you look back on things, it ends up being retrospection. When you learn something in the future and you have grown and changed, intuitively a human being will look back and do something basic and know what they have learned. Learn the appreciation of how far they have gone and what they can do. The ones that memorize things, in my opinion, and compartmentalize, it will continue to be the same thing over and over again. It's to the point where there's a chance nostalgia can help, but it is not sufficient. It will still be dull and boring the second time around because nostalgia can only do so much. Nostalgia is fleeting, in my opinion. It's very tenuous and short. Like, go back to playing an old game, which is what I'm doing, by the way. I'm playing Persona 3 Portable, right? It's 20 years ago since I played Persona 3. And I go back, and the first thing I can hear a younger person, or maybe even older, a jaded, cynical adult who hasn't changed very much or hasn't grown very much. Hypothetically, I'm not tackling any particular person. If this happens to coincidentally sound like you, I apologize in advance. My intent is to encourage those people, like, you're more than that. You can do more than that. But it does suck when the things you thought you liked, and then you go back, they become boring, with the exception of nostalgia. And nostalgia is very fleeting. So, like, you play a game, let's just say you play a game when you're 18 years old, and now you're 40, like myself, pretty close to 40, and you go back to playing the game, and you're like, man, this game's garbage. Like, it's like PS2 graphics, and the stories are terrible. Like, they're like so out of touch with today's date and stuff. It's like, well, you're not 18 anymore. So the idea is, even when someone is angry and they can contextualize their current state and their knowledge, that's more than someone else who says, yeah, I'm not going to play that game. I already know what's in it. It's the same game. I'll never go back and play the game again. That is someone who hasn't grown or comprehended or grew, like, aged or matured into, like, later on. Because when you go back to something, it is very difficult to like suddenly unlearn 20 years of experience. Like, if I go back to an old game, I will have so much to say about it because I'm still learning now. Like, anytime I talk about P3, I constantly talk about it with today's environment, right? Today's video games, current live service games, Power World, Subnautica. It's so difficult to not think about other things now when I'm playing it. So I was 18 years old. There's not, in my opinion, it's unfathomable how much more experience and knowledge I have now in the 20 years between now and when I was 18. Well, technically 21 years now and when I was 18. So when I'm reading this, it's only been 2.5 years. Like, 2.5 years. When I was first learning this, all it can actually say is this. Maybe some English translation, and maybe now I can spend 5 hours talking about the intricacies of a simple phrase, right? And almost effortlessly, in my opinion, at least in English. Obviously, I can't say it. I can't do something that I haven't done, which is to explain all of this intricacies at the level I can explain English. However, I can do it in English now. I can talk about Kimi wa, right? And situations. So that to me is how you know you have learned and comprehended something. Because they're part of you now. It's associated with your memory. You can't read these sentences without thinking, oh, I could have said more. Do it. Show yourself that you can do it. It can be a positive thing. It can be a negative thing. If it's boredom, I think that, in my opinion, shows more of something else than actual level and comprehension. When it's boring, you're relying on complacency. So it's not that you still might have learned it, right? Learned the thing. I wouldn't go as far as saying comprehension. Comprehension to me, like, this is my qualifications. Other people have lower or different ways to quantify comprehension. For myself, comprehension is something that involves internalization. it becomes a part of you. It's something that you understand so well that it is effortless to do it. So like it is effortless for me to sit here and explain something I already know, and then explain something that I know beyond this, and explain and do something with it that is well beyond this. That is comprehension. Learning, you can still do learning without comprehension, for sure. For me, I'm a stickler. Learning to me involves memorization, analysis, contextualization, and creation. And usually, what is creation? How does creation work for me? Teaching. Teaching is creation. You have to be able to creatively instruct someone else, either yourself, to remind yourself, or convince someone else that you understand, as in comprehend, a topic by integrating it with that other person. So when that person needs an analogy to understand a complex topic that you understand but they don't understand, that would be a level of comprehension. It would demonstrate that you actually comprehend the concepts. Now, that doesn't mean you could be wrong and right, or differing and alternative. Then you go back to the board and see it as an opportunity to learn more, right? When you were misinformed or misunderstood something, miscomprehension is still an attempt to comprehend it. And when someone corrects you or challenges you, you see it as an opportunity, not an obstacle. And that's where all this comes back full circle. Anyways, thought I share why it's such a big deal to read with intent and creativity. It makes things less boring over time. All right, so I won't be doing that. But sorry, that was a weird transition. Make and use the polite and negative form of verbs, right? So we're doing the polite negative form of verbs, which is basically to use tenego, right? Mas, the mas form, and to conjugate or change the form of the ru and u verbs. So you can say something politely in a negative sense, right? Okay, let's go. In this topic, we're going to learn how to take auxiliary verbs. Yeah, they're usually called auxiliary. So auxiliary verbs and attach them to regular verbs. That's how they're phrasing it. Interesting. Mas is an auxiliary, and mas is like nai, and or mas is like, oh man, actually I'm not quite sure what qualifies as an auxiliary word outside of mas. I'll have to keep it in mind. I wanted to say des would be an auxiliary thing. I'll keep in mind about that. Okay, auxiliary verbs are dependent words. Oh, that's all they want to call it. Okay, dependent words. But an auxiliary verb, is iru an auxiliary verb? Probably, right? Or could be. Is arus, like aru, iru, suru, iku, skeru? I think they can function as auxiliary verbs. It's something like their meaning can be dependent on, we'll see. It's a dependent word, right? Are dependent words that cannot be used unless attached to some. Oh, okay. Well, those aren't good. Suru can be used alone. So, okay. So they're qualifying that anything that can't stand alone. Interesting. I'll have to see if I can make a list of those currently. That group with regular words to change their meaning or nuance. Yeah, this part I understand. That's why I picked like iku, aru, suru, tsukeru, because there are phrases that are so commonly attached. Maybe that's like a an exception, like a nuance. There are phrases like that involve hiku, right? Hiku, tsukeru, ukeru, suru, aru, iku, au, even, where the phrases are so commonly associated with something else that they can't mean the thing without it being attached to something else. And it's not quite that they have to attach specifically to another verb or another form, but it can be like a particle that's constantly, like maybe like kaze o hiku, right, to catch a cold. Iku in that hiku in that sense is so refined to the idea of kaze, or like hairu, right, to go into something. Maybe I think obviously they're being more rigid, stringent here. We'll see in the future. I've been trying to get used to these grammar terminology for some time now. In this lesson, we will focus on mas and nai. Mas allows us to convey verbs politely, right? Tenego, the mas form. While nai will allow us to say that something is not happening, right? So when you combine mas and nai, you can say that something is not happening politely. Or different ways. Masen would be the nai desu. We will also see the polite negative form, yeah, masen, and the semi-polite negative form, nai desu.
私はピアノを弾きます。
Yeah. So hiku, so hiku is they immediately use hiku. For example, hiku, it means play, but it actually really means play a string instrument. So you could kind of say it's a pseudo auxiliary verb, so to speak.
友人はゴミを拾わない。
Hirowanai, to pick up something. Okay. So this is just the negative form, right? So we got polite, negative, and then we have semi-polite with des.
黒板が見えないです。
Right. 黒板。
改札が開きません。
Oh, they describe it as a ticket barrier as opposed to like a ticket booth. Kaisatsu. Kaisatsu ga... Oh, because... No. Yeah, okay. I guess ticket barrier. Fair enough. Negative polite. Semi-polite. So these are self-explanatory. Although we've just seen the conjugation rules for how to attach mas, right? Masen and nai. Let's take a closer look at the mechanics behind this. It is simpler than it seems. Usually it's simpler, hence using it. Oh, they have tables. I do like tables. 1 and 5 row. Oh, now I get to understand what they mean by row. Oh, because it is flipped. So because of where I started, right? I actually have this as up here. So this is in this row. This is represented as row and this is represented as columns. Like, so at the flip side, now I understand what they mean by row and column, because they're viewing it as the inverse, the opposite side. Should I start viewing it this way? Do I like it this way or the other way? It's okay. First, let's remind ourselves how verbs conjugate. In Japanese, ru verbs are called one row, right? Ichidan verbs. They're called one row. Interesting. Does that change my interpretation of columns? And then U verbs are called viral, like godan verbs. This is due to how their conjugation behaves on a standard kana. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. Either it would mean 5 columns, 5 columns, or one column, and dan is a section, so it can be a row or a column. At least personally, like this simply says one grouping, and a grouping could be interpreted as a row or a column, right? They're groupings, so one group versus 5 groups, or section. It doesn't have to be interpreted as row. Okay, so ru verbs are called one row as their possible endings are locked into only one row. Yep, I see. Because that means that the stem of the ru will always end in an e or an e sound. So ru ichidan verbs have a stem ending in an e sound are called upper one row. Upper one row. Upper one row verbs. Jo ichidan or sa ichidan. Oh, kami, really? Kami ichidan. Like God. Oh, interesting. Kami ichidan. Okay. Maybe I should view it as a row now. This does affect the column and the row situation, because it's the upper row, upper one row would make it visible. No, kind of falls apart. And ichidan verbs that have a stem ending in an e are called lower one row. Oh, I see. I would view it, then it is more functional to view it as rows as opposed to columns, because then you know that the neutral, the center row, is the u column. So the upper one row, right, kami ichidan, is the e column, and I'm guessing if that's kami, is this a special read as well, or is it shita? Shimo. Interesting. Shimo ichidan, which is one below. So in this case, it is far more convenient to view it that way. I mean, I could change this up as well and just say hidari or something. Hidari and migi, so left and right columns. Left one column, right one column, which probably will end up taking a different read as well if they're using kami and shimo. What would be equivalent for hidari and migi? Or it could be as simple as using something like na or sa and what's right? I'll have to think about this. I think we'll use this convention then. So I should try to reframe everything in rows and columns, like flip my rows and columns. Okay. This is because they occupy one row of the kana table, and one being upper and one lower. We can clearly see this in the chart below. Okay. Fair enough. There are 2 blanks here. 3 blanks. So, right. Wait. Ri, re, mi, ime. That's kind of weird to look at it this. Okay, hold up. Okay, so these are the plane forms, right? And then they're talking about the endings of them. So things that end with e. Okay. Right. On the other hand, Godan verbs are called 5-row verbs as their possible conjugations cover all 5 rows of the kana table, which we can see below. Okay, hold on. And then they changed it to katakana, the table to katakana. Interesting. Right, and then they took one. Oh, okay. And then they're showing different verbs on each column. Yeah, because it go across all 5 rows. And they're showing the different godans. Oh yeah, because this is oo. Wait, wait. What? The column. What? Ka? Awa? Okay. Wait. So that means this is next to, right? So ra, ri, ru, re, do. Okay. And all of these are separate. No. My head hurts. Wait, so are these all different forms of the same, with the same character? Yeah. Well, these are all the stems. This table and this table are different, so I'm having a problem viewing it. So right, because the middle, right? The middle is the plane form. So now the middle is the plane form of the verb. So they chose separate verbs and a plane form. And then all the other ones are different conjugated forms of them. Like, for example, this row is the potential form. This row, is that attached to volitional? So yeah, all the other ones outside of the middle are different. Key. I guess this could be attached to the stem form. Like it can be attached to mas. Could be like attached to the negative form, or for negation. Okay. I sort that out in my head, anyways. So we end up with a series of possible forms to which auxiliary verbs can attach. right here. This one, they still added the thing, but yeah, this would be the form the auxiliary verbs attached to. For do verbs, we end up with a multi-purpose stem, right? And this would be a lower row, like a lower row Ichidan. What the heck is happening here? Oh, okay. It's contrasting this, okay. For U verbs, we end up with 5 possible conjugations corresponding to the columns and rows on the Kana table. In this case, we have possibilities for Hanasu. And now they're writing it as a column, as a row, which helps because we were viewing it as a row? No, we weren't. Oh no. Now they flipped it. Now they place the I, U, E, O as a row, or like from left to right, as opposed to okay, that's fine. That's just turning them. All right, fair enough. Yeah, right. So we have hana attached to sa, shi, su, right? So it's hanasu, and then these are the other stems or conjugated forms. Add a little something. Once we have the correct starting form, we simply glue whichever auxiliary verb we want to use onto the appropriate conjugation. For example, we know mas and nai, and the negative form of mas, and the negative form of masen. Yeah, this is great. I think I should start doing this, like doing this as I'm filling in the grammar points. I was having trouble with sorting this out, like how to organize this in my head. So I started already doing this for all the forms. And then like the causative, passive, volitional, potential, present progressive, conjunctive, to name a few, just to name a few, right? I wonder if they're gonna organize this for what I have been referring to as compound verbs, where you take a part of one verb and then add it to another verb to create a compound verb. I don't know what that's called yet, so it'll be interesting to see how they organize it. So now you take tabe, right? And then we know that taberu. And then we know that this is ichidan, and ichidans are one row below. Oh no, we already decided. This is the one row below, right? That creates the stem, the singular stem. And then we know that now if we sort them out based on the being like e, right, I, U, E, O. So now we know that u is the taberu, and then e is over here. What? Oh yeah. Because this is the e row, but tabe is the it's a one row stem, so there's no change in that. So then tabemasu, tabemasen. Why is it se? Oh, wait. Why is it se? I guess you just remember that part, right? Abenai, you're right, one row. And nai desu. So I was thinking maybe they were arranging this because this is the sa, right? The a, I, U, E, O, right? But I don't understand why they would highlight this, because this would be the E roll, not the E roll if it was sen or E, right? I guess you could juxtapose it to, like, juxtaposed next to this makes it more vivid here. So then hanashi, right? Hanashimasen. And then hanasanai and hanasanai desu. I like this. I like this with the exception of tabe, like the ichidan. The ichidan are a little bit difficult to appreciate without the godan next to them. Like, why in this particular order? Since this is unified, or like this is the one stem, it's hard to justify where they go, like the endings where they go. However, in retrospect, when you're placing it next to the godan verbs, it becomes the reason why they are in these columns, like, or in these rows, like these specific, or in these columns. Yes, in these columns, if you look at it as a whole table. Interesting. Drill. Learning verb conjugation feel a little tricky at first, but luckily Japanese conjugation is overall very predictable. It's true, it's very predictable. It can be picked up quickly with a little practice, yeah. In topics which cover conjugation rules, there will be a link to our conjugation game, yeah. Conjugation found. Eventually, I'll probably use this approach. I like this approach. This is a great way to organize things. And we'll apply a matrix approach. Not like Matrix the show, but a matrix approach. Like, you know, columns and rows. And then see if I can organize it while doing this task. That's definitely an interesting way to present a logistical way to sort out the data. I really like this presentation. Although I would say combining these to juxtapose each other is how I'm viewing it, because there's no actual reason to place these things in here, since this stem is singular, it's across the board. However, organizing it this way means that it will line up with how the a, I, U, E, O lineup is. Interesting. I like it. All right, this is probably the last topic. Oh man, this table is really interesting. This is a very appropriate context of why they chose to refer. It explains why they refer to the things as rows as opposed to columns. So that explains a very frequently occurring thing. This table is fantastic. It takes a bit to get used to. So I'll probably refer back to this table fairly often in the future. And I like this concept where you organize the, like, so basically, eventually when we go through the topics, maybe like when they release the N4, right, the N4 block, this will be then filled in with all of the other forms too. Like, for example, this column would be the potential form, right? I already started doing it when I was looking at this table up here. So like the potential form will be here, volitional will probably be here, two volitionals, volitional casual, volitional pene. Sa will probably take on causative. Probably this column is going to be passive. Okay. That gets my juices going right there. Organization, so good. All right, in the garden with mom. Let's read the. Let's listen to this.
娘。これは木？母。うん、桜の木ね。娘。桜の木は大きいね。花が咲く？母。そう、春、花が咲くよ。今日は咲かないよ。娘。今日は花が見えない？母。そうです。秋は花が見えません。春、花が開くよ。娘。早く綺麗な花が欲しいね。
Aw. Okay. These ones are really good. Oh, sorry. So the musume, right? Musume is the daughter, and then we have haha, for the mother. So musume says, これは木? Is that a tree? Or more like, yeah, I guess. Is this a tree? Oh, sorry, this, right? Is this a tree? The way she's pointing, it feels like it's still far away from her. Like oftentimes when I say kore, I'm thinking, I'm kind of imagining them like being right on top of it, or they're like holding on to it. But the girl is asking, is this a tree, right? And it's like, like yes, sakara no ki ne. So it's a cherry blossom tree, or what is to be the beginning of a cherry blossom tree, since it's very tiny right now. And then the musume, sakara no ki wa oki ne. That's saying that they're supposed to be big, right? Hana, like they're big. Sakara no ki, big trees. So hana ga saku, right? Are the flowers going to bloom, right? So cherry blossoms are big. Do flowers bloom, or do they, like, are the flowers going to bloom situation? And then the mother says, so yes, in hare, no, haru, in the spring, right? In the spring. So even though it doesn't say like in the spring literally, is spring implied is referring and talking about spring as the response. And then hanaga sakuyo, the flowers will bloom. So it didn't literally say in spring, although could say that if she wants, I suppose. Like haru ni saku ga sakuyo, right? Kyo wa sakanai yo. So right now they're not going to, or it won't bloom today, right? So right, in spring flowers bloom. So right, in is implied, despite not using the particle ni, or a time or when. Right, this is contextual. So it won't bloom today, right? With an addition of a lot of the use cases, so they blend in quite a lot of the previous topic stuff, especially ne, yo, to confirm or seek confirmation, right? And then what was this? This was, we had verbs, right? We had verbs. They're plain forms at the moment. Plain forms, and then they showed the negation, right? Is this the introduction for play? No, yes, they talked about nai in this one. So nai, adjective, topic marker. They go over no yet? I'm not sure they went over no yet. Okay. I don't see anything else that they added. Alright, and then musume, today, right? Today, I can't see flowers, right? I won't see flowers. Like flowers will not be visible, basically. Today, flowers will not be visible as a question form. So this is demonstrating the whole you can make it into a question without necessarily using ka, right? This would be part of the topic with ka, which is how she's asking questions with an upspeak without using the unknown marker ka. In fact, I don't think the girl used ka at any point, despite asking a question. So that's part of the ka thing. And soldes, I don't think not sure if this point was gone over yet. And then in the fall, right? So in the fall, you're not going to see, and she's using polite. She's softening using the polite form of something that is negative. So yeah, you're not going to be able to see flowers in the fall. And then she's doing the same thing again, haru. So concerning haru, or contextual haru, the flowers will bloom, right? Or open. But I interpret this as still bloom. It's another way to express that. Now, the interesting thing is they swapped it up for open. And I did have this problem before where instead of using saku, you can use hiraku for blooming as well. And they both, so same thing with Chinese. There are multiple ways to express blooming, and it's kind of, I guess, perhaps preferential or some sort of nuance that I'm not aware of that they would flip the two. However, in that context, opening can imply blooming as well. And then musume haiku, right? Haiku, I don't think we went over adverbials yet. No, we haven't yet. And then kirei na, we did go over na adjectives, and kirei is one of the exceptions. And I also talked at length about how kirei, I visualize kirei as in the kanji kirei. That's how I know it's a na adjective. However, kirei is used so often, it's often mimetically represented as kirei. So you have to also remember kirei na. That's one of the, it's not as, in the words of Bunpro writers, they would say it's so frequent that you'll remember it simply by reading Japanese, that kirei na sounds right. When you say something like kirei hana, that sounds a little off, like something is missing over time. So kirei na hana, right? So pretty hurry, basically, I want to see hoshi. I don't think we went through hoshi yet. So hoshi, and then ne, like different form of ne, and to hurry to I want to see soon, right? Hayaku. So this hayaku still requires a topic. I imagine it's coming up soon. We use adverbials, or converting like hayai into hayaku. Hayaku versus hayai. The relationship between that. I really enjoy how they're very much trying to cover the different representations of the same topic that they covered earlier. Now, the one that is missing is ka, which I'm genuinely curious how often ka comes up, if that's more of an adult thing, or because this is a kid, we have to contextualize that this is a younger person. So is it because the younger person would prefer instinctively to upspeak instead of using a unknown marker, or unknown marker is far more formal and maybe even literary, which also reflects in adulthood why there's a void of a ka marker in at every angle. That would be one of the topics that I would reflect on. And also, there's also the constant flexing of using soul versus soul-des. That's another thing. I'm not that will likely be a topic. Like, what are the degrees of soul and soul-des? And there isn't necessarily she could have said soul-des here, I think, because they kind of represent different degrees of agreement or acknowledgement. Because she went from soul-des. All of these are different, like, nuances of how to affirm, like, and that to me is this is a very important point to me, because when I'm talking to someone, I mean, I don't talk to like 4-year-olds or 5-year-olds per se. However, the difference between someone who's like, I'm 40, right, almost 40, and I'm talking to someone who's 20, I do pay quite a lot of attention to how I'm giving affirmation. That stuff really is important to me. So this stuff is hard to appreciate at the moment. I rarely use I sometimes use soul, and I most definitely use soul-des far more, largely because of the situation that I'm typically in. Anyways, I think that's gonna be our topics for today. I didn't realize how much I would be talking about these topics. So we'll just continue doing this from until day 200, the 200 tentative takes, and maybe leave the rest. I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up finding time going through this. I absolutely enjoy this. This feels like learning at my pace, like at my desire. I enjoy learning this way. Now, is it efficient? Not. I think if I had to take a guess on the current archetype, the vast majority of young people, like in high school, and maybe people who are anxious and they think that Japanese journey can be like brute force and mass volume in a year, this would be far too slow. The way I'm going about it, like when they say read 2 minutes, maybe I would spend 2 minutes if it was 2.5 years ago. Like when I first started by reading this topic, perhaps I would go through it quicker. I would probably say no. I would be fairly slow too. If I was 18 years old, I might have gone through it in 2 minutes. That's probably what I would say here. So, if it's 2 minutes to someone, then it's only 2 minutes worth of value to someone. For myself, it's obviously way more than 2 minutes. It's almost like 10 to 20 minutes a topic at this point, provided I just don't spiral into the actual thing. So anyways, I'm enjoying this. I don't want to do this habitually though, because I do want to keep going through vocabulary or like work on my vocabulary routine. For now though, we'll do this for the next 2 days, because there's the 98th and the 99th, and then I'll have a fairly good enough idea of what I'm going to say about the topic section. I really like this. This is pretty much how I learn things now. Like, it's far closer than the things I have done up to this point. Like, what I mean is, the literal things that Wanikani and Duolingo, for example, I don't have that much experience, right? Wanikani, Duolingo, and even things that people suggested, like Satori Reader, Anki decks. I looked at some of those Anki decks. Some people showed me some of the Anki decks. And what else? Easy listening podcasts. Their favorite podcaster, what gets thrown at my face a lot, Cure Dolly, right? Cure Dolly. Comprehensible Japanese, just to name a couple that I remember people sharing. Mikaku. No, it's not Mikaku. Is it? Yeah, Mikaku. Like sentence mining of some sort, playing Ace Attorney, that type of thing, and mining from the Ace Attorney. I would say this is a lot closer to where I would start. So how I would start is I would be blending a bunch of explicit instruction, creative pieces, so introduction, methodical, organization, and an anecdote at all times. Like building something this complex as the foundation of learning, not as for an adult, like for someone older who has lots of memory, and defining the stuff in that person's memory. So this is not a practical way to design an app, or it's not a practical way because the tools and resources will be pretty astronomical. You could argue AI could change that requirement, perhaps. The idea is you would start with a filter for the adults. So if you're trying to encourage older people to learn, not kids, right? That's a whole different story. Maybe like someone who's 30 or plus, who's is like a highly functional language in their native language already. And that's a really hard to filter. So you would have to create subsystems and tier systems to gauge first competence. For me personally, if I'm designing something, right? First you have to gauge competence, because everyone knows, oh, that I plus one situation, the constant I plus one. So how do you measure I, right? First you have to do that for your tool. Or you can decide everyone has the same I, which some tools do. Duolingo assumes that everyone has the same I before they start. Or they do the user-based I. User decides. In this case, it would be something like a platform like Anki. The user has to decide their I. So they will find their I. So they are liable for finding their I. Duolingo, for example, assume everyone is the same I. So you do that and then you skip. So it's kind of a slight combination of the two. However, the way they're designed initially is you're assumed to start in the same place. Meanwhile, Anki is completely user reliant, to give an example, obviously. So for this, you can use a dynamic filter system. And dynamic is a fancy word for, it's a complicated system that requires this, like a survey, an initial survey, and it's dynamic. You could try to use like agentic AI or something, or something that's personable. So then if it's something personal, like based on my system of evaluation, like I already talked about my qualifications for learning, comprehension, critical thinking skills, and problem solving skills, I would probably try to integrate some sort of questionnaire that I have found over my lifetime to gauge level of competence. And my competence measurement would be how good is the person's critical thinking skills. And when I mean good, I don't mean how performing it is, how regular it is, how habit forming it is. So if I can gauge someone's critical thinking skills, then you can kind of tailor a bit, filter the systems of how much you need, right? For example, someone who has low critical thinking skills, in my opinion, would likely find the anecdotes, like the example, they need to be relatable. If someone's critical thinking skills are habitual, then the anecdotes could be more complex. The idea is to get a gauge of, then you would have multiple tiers where how is the grammar being explained, how is it being organized, and how it's being presented in their examples. That would be like, that sounds overly complicated because it is, right? This would be the individualized approach. You would try to come up with a method where someone, when they engage in your tool, it would be individualized. And obviously now someone say like, well, AI can try to do that. AI can try to do that. It's like, yeah, I understand. That's one of the reasons why there's an AI push, where AI could try to covariantly gauge multiple levels of assessing competence, and at the same time produce things in response to corollary data, right? AKA the data set. The alternative is, in my opinion, something like this, where it's a combination of explicit instruction, organizational skills, and anecdotes. I already said this before, but when the younger you get, right, we'll pick something that we already learned or read. The organizational skills, I would say, if you look at this breakup, right, this is usually a child. This is usually a young adult right now. This is most adults. And this is learners. Or learners in a sense of creators. Adults still. So in both cases, this last part, these two are adult oriented. Where it's not that it's good or bad, because remember, we have pros and cons for this. When you only read the introduction, you save time. Time is down, and you get the gist, right? Then this introduces memory. It's memory prone, and time then goes up again a little bit, right? Time goes up. And then time still, like overall, total time goes up, right? However, this time investment also goes up. Memorization takes 1-to-1. So while you add this, total time still goes up. However, now you have a good ratio of time, because analyses, when you have details and organization of the data, it actually reduces the ratio of time per things remembered. It compresses the information. However, your total time is still going up, like to do all three of these things. It sounds obvious because if you read the introduction, you read the grammar, you read the details, you're spending more time. That's an objective way to look at it, for sure. Now the question is, the reason why I'm saying these things is, how often do you do this with everything? Like when you play a video game. This is what I mean by children do introduction. Young adults do the introduction and the explanation. And I'm talking about circa 2026 here. And then adults may be interested in the details, like the comparison and the context, like the organization of the details, right? And then practice is when you really want to create and manipulate and apply that information. So in a video game sense, when someone says a tutorial, if you're thinking about a tutorial, right? This is how I'm defining this stuff. When you're looking at a tutorial, how often does a child go beyond the introduction? They don't. They look at a general gist and then they play the game. Where are they going to get the rest of these things? By doing. Right? They default to doing. Young adults, they want the thing to be explained right now. And then confirm the doing. Adults would want to know the relationship between those things and the things they want before making an informed decision. Right? Those are like the higher propensity. I'm not saying adults don't have a propensity. It's a tiered system. So this way. So intro down here, grammar, details, practice. Right? So I'm not saying that adults don't do intros. I'm talking about typically the higher you go, the more quote-unquote complex the application is. So like closer and closer to creation, basically, to output, right? And that's how I'm organizing. So when you're playing a video game, where do you stop when it comes to educating yourself? Typically kids stop the moment they get a generalization, like an introduction. And then the young adults might be curious a bit about explaining how to win in a game. At most, explaining the things they don't know yet. So like what is the objective of the game? And then they stop because they could care less about the details. Right? I'm genuinely not saying it's a bad or a good thing. It's an honest thing. You ask yourself, if I had to watch someone, like watch a kid start a video game, like they stream, like there are kids who are 16 or sometimes even younger with a supervision, and they like release their content, and I would watch them play a video game, like if a puzzler or an action game, and I would look at their behavior. Sometimes they don't even get to introduction. They simply bypass it and then do, right? That's the whole, in my opinion, the incredibly misapplied or overrepresented way of looking at language, where you have an adult and say, how do you learn a language? Act like a kid again. Just immerse yourself and do. To me, I think that is a oversimplification, an incredibly oversimplification of how to get started. So if you want an adult to get started, just tell them immerse yourself. That's a way to get started. It's oversimplifying it, like, because you don't know how an adult is going to maintain that habit, organize the details, because they're not going to focus on. If you keep telling adult, just go immerse. What is the adult going to have problems with? Time management, contextualizing, why it's important to them. What is the bigger scheme in the organization of the things? How is this going to fit into my lifestyle, and how am I going to output and practice these things? All those things are going to come up on a daily basis. A kid doesn't think about that. A kid is like, I'm just going to do this. I have no point of reference. I don't need to concern myself on how much time I have, so on and so forth. Something is provided for me, right? Most of those things are actually provided for the kid by an adult, right? So when it comes to video games, it applies to that too. And being a kid is not a bad thing. Sometimes I would love to feel young again, so I would go in not knowing anything, right? That's the feeling between an adult and a kid, right? A kid just dives in, and to feel young again as an adult, you can release your inhibitions and unrestrain yourself and dive into something impulsively or spontaneously. That's how you start feeling young again, because it's as though you're a kid, right? So it's not bad or good. Adults can try to want to experience being a kid again by doing something spontaneous without having to read the introduction, learn the basics and foundations explicitly, find the details and nuance before even starting something, right? That's me 100%, like nearly 100% of the time if I'm not doing it for a social exercise. Like if I'm not doing a social experiment, I'm typically doing all of these things while I'm doing things. Learning how to apply something while I'm gathering the details and being explained to me about something and how I would summarize it in my own words. Anytime I read something, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of all those things. Now, you don't have to constantly do this. So most adults, when I mean most adults, is that they can get up to this level. It's not to say that they don't do the other thing. So you're doing all these things as you're going up. How young you are, this is what I mean by level of confidence. The things that you know well, right? The things that you comprehend, you're going to do all of these habitually. The things that you aren't competent in, they get lower as you're going. So, like, because it requires effort and interest and competence, comprehension. It requires understanding to want to do most of these tasks. So, to me, the topic section, if you're a young person, probably later in life, like when you're Japanese language learning, right? Should you start with topics? The answer is no. I would be apprehensive. It would require a more quote-unquote mature thinking process. And there are kids that mature faster, right? Like that's the whole idea about maturing. When you're a kid that is really youthful and you love experimenting and you like pick up a lot of hobbies and drop a lot of hobbies very quickly, you're youthful. You haven't matured yet. But youthfulness has a benefit. You're more likely to try different things. Adults with a far more matured sense of thinking, they are more refractory, right? They have higher barriers of entry because of details and contextualization. So all this stuff should fall into place when you're thinking about this stuff. So it's not bad to be a kid. It's not bad to be a young adult. And various skills will have varying levels of commitment. Typically, hobbies for adults are very revitalizing. They can be very kid-like. Like, I don't care. It's not as important to me. I can spend more money on this. I'm not hyper-analyzing how I'm storing this stuff. I'm going to go in and have fun, right? And then when you think of work, like jobs, then the adults become this. They would analyze everything, do informed decisions, cost risk analyses, and then run through hypotheticals and simulation in order to get a reasonable informed decision about something that is very serious. And the younger you are when you treat a skill, you don't do that yet, right? And if you're young, if you're a child, you don't do that for most things. You don't think about the consequences and contextualize the cost, risk, and the supply, demand, and higher perspective. So, where am I going with this? I think this is really excellent in expanding Bunpro's appeal. Like, I think for a large majority of people who are much older and they are still academically inclined, as in they still learn things throughout their life, this would be a starting point. So like if you had a questionnaire and say, are you in education, or what is your professional background or something, or like are you in a position that you are still consistently learning? Learning Japanese starting with topics would be a potential place. Like I would legitimately start to learn Japanese this way first, not cramming kanji or getting random vocabulary thrown at you because you're bootstrapping through memorization tools and stuff. That is far more appealing for someone who's much younger, who rarely find incentive in wanting to know details until they get the foundation down, etc. Right? So this is incredibly far more engaging for example, someone like me. Like presenting Japanese like this, which is what Duolingo was trying to do in a different way, in an engagement-centric way. So that's where you have pros and cons about Duolingo's approach, because Duolingo is like, oh, here are some sentences. You're going to use it in this context. You'll learn if it's unnatural or natural when you get feedback, when you apply it. And it is up to you to have the competence or the critical thinking skills when you're out about traveling to create that. They lowered the barrier of entry by making all of this stuff as a doing process, right? So it makes everyone into a child. They assume they're a child willing to do something. And hopefully that by doing that, they have an adult perspective on how to apply it. Which, unfortunately, this is a big hope. This is a really big hope. Generally speaking, if someone is already doing something, adults would require, in my opinion, nowadays, the modern way of thinking typically requires some sort of explainer with it. And that's where you get, where's my grammar explanation, Duolingo? Like, did you ever consider the nuances of native speech and colloquialism? Why are we learning must form before we learn the casual form or dictionary form, right? So adults, so Duolingo does this. Introduction, practice. Nothing in between. So what happens is, in my opinion, you have the child, low barrier to starting, which is predicated on habit formation. So you get someone doing quickly on a regular basis to establish habit. Habits are both effective for a child and an adult, right? Because again, pyramid. Habit is on the bottom. Habit is fundamental. So both children and adults can benefit from establishing a habit immediately. And then Duolingo cut out the middle and went straight to application. That's their design anyway. Like, not that they cut all of it out. It's not as girthy as, like, there's no, it's not tailored up point. So the frequency is, application is overrepresented. Like output, basically. Output is overrepresented, which is the creation standpoint. So it feels like a lot of times you're doing like 60% of this. You're like doing, 10% of this. Right? And then you're doing 30% of this. So in the middle is where all the criticism is about Duolingo. Like, where's my explanation? Where's organizing this? Where's my feedback? Right? Where's my feedback? Where's my context? Right? That's Duolingo's thing, where you're combining the essential low barrier of entry to establish a habit, and then the rest is application. And both application and habits feed into its retention and its its ubiquity, not necessarily its natural development of comprehension. This doesn't necessarily develop comprehension or encourage comprehension. Children will likely not develop comprehension. very well, and that's one of the criticisms of Duolingo. You can use Duolingo for 6 years and only memorize and nothing happens, right? You memorize and there's no comprehension. And then adults would have a struggling time leaping from the application to why they want to use it. So oftentimes you'll find an adult like, oh, I really like using Duolingo, but I also know I'm not learning very much, not comprehending very much. That's usually what an adult, in my opinion, someone who's older would say, like, I don't see the connection. Like, it doesn't seem like the things are connected. I know I can use it and I can do it very well, like mechanically very much, but I just don't see what's the point. Like, why is this rewarding? Why is this supposed to? Largely because the other infrastructure is not there. Now, you can still be someone who can fill in this gap, which is what I typically do. Whenever there's a gap, I fill it in. Remember today's topic is opportunity versus obstacle. So if you're a problem solver, which typically I do assume that most people who say they're adults, right? They're adult thinkers. They are problem solvers. They have the properties of critical thinking skills. So when someone sees a deficiency, they will fill it in. And what do adults typically do? They pick a grammar source, like a Genki textbook or something, and continue to use Duolingo while reading their Genki things. They can pick up Bunpro. And then this is what I mean by topics. This is where topics come in. Topics, Bunpro's grammar is a great, quote unquote, complement, not a supplement, a complement. So now we're talking about complementarity here. So what I give the benefit of doubt when someone says they are a competent learner, they're very experienced and educated, is the idea that they understand when they're using something, if there is a deficiency, they see it as an opportunity to overcome an obstacle. So usually when I talk to someone and they say, oh yeah, Duolingo does this for me and it doesn't do this for me. So that's why I'm using tool B, because I understand that what it does for me, I still want to keep. What it doesn't do for me, I have something else to replace it. Children, and I'm not talking about age here. I'm not talking about age. I'm talking about mental maturity in a skill. So not mental maturity like of the person, but of the skill they're working on. So if language learning is something new to you, your mental maturity is likely going to be low unless you have other skills that are transferable to that skill. So like someone who's in education, I use people who are educated as a point of reference, because if someone who's educated, they tend to stay in the state of being mental mature because most of their skills deal with learning. Now, outside of that, those are the exception, not the rule. Educators and educated are the exception, not the rule. Like, we're talking about people who focus on learning and acquiring skill, not people who refine and become specialists in a particular skill. They actually do stop learning on most things except for the thing that they have. So different situation, a learner versus a specialist. A specialist continue to refine something they have already learned very well and learn within that sphere. So not an expert, a learner. Someone who has something to learn consistently, right? And that's what I mean here. So if you're asking yourself like, man, I just want to do things and not worry and sweat the details later, see how much I learn on doing it, you're very youthful. very mentally immature yet. Maturity comes at a cost. Maturity comes with requirements, higher barriers of entry, restrictions, bottom lines, maximalization, maxing problems. Now, with all that said, this is wonderful. Like, Bunpro is trying to be in holistic. So Bunpro is going to try to appeal to as many things as possible. And sure enough, I think I should be saying this for the 200 review. I'm working on my section on this. I think the team really did do a excellent knockout approach on this. This does feel a gap, like a missing gap. And that gap is intermediate learning. This is a great intermediary. It's helping you organize the information, applying what, in my opinion, what this is applying is the scientific method. It might not look like the scientific method for those who are not familiar with what the principles are, but you have to look at existing data as an introduction. What is existing or pre-existing, or things that you must contextualize first. Look at the methodology, like the methodical, objective things that can be measured or seen. Analyze the details, organize all of the pertinent details, or in this case is the collection of results, right? The details are the collection of the results that are related to the grammar, and then put it into practice. Right, put it into practice. In fact, there's more. There's like, you still have, technically you still have results at the end and then conclusion, which is what I'm doing. So the parts that I'm doing is I'm taking all of this. This includes the methods, right, methodology, and the abstract and introduction, right? So here's the primer, and then what comes of it is what I'm describing, the results and conclusion. So it's a great way, in my opinion, to help or to encourage how to think and organize your thoughts. It may be far more, the standout here is it may be far more approachable for adults or older people, because it tackles the natural progress, at least in my opinion, the natural process that incentivize older, like more mature people to want to engage in this. Is this going to change in the future? I don't really know. I think the learning capacity and learning people, the way things are being learned nowadays have changed remarkably because of the internet. And it's really refreshing that this is school. I mean, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I actually genuinely think when something is absent for a very long time, it's considered refreshing, right? When you see something very often, it can become dull and cliche and trite, right? So in this case, this is back to the drawing board. This is fundamentally walking into a classroom. I enjoy this because that's the way I would do things. And when you read this, if you're reading and it's like, this is really dull and dry and I don't really care about it, and then you don't see that this is a way to organize data, organize information, and properly introduce a topic and support it, then that is your answer. That's what I mean by when someone tries to offer me advice and they try to educate me, they're not giving me any advice. They're not teaching me anything. They're sharing their opinion. And then when I ask them, why do you do this? And they're like, because it's the best. That's exactly what I mean. Or why do you do this? How do you do this? I'm like, I don't know. I just do it. Or I read it on a YouTube video, or like Yeah, ChatGPT said so. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Teaching someone through the comprehension of a topic is very obviously displayed in a different manner. So when someone comes by and say, hey, you want my advice? I'm like, well, are you going to teach me something? Advice would involve getting the person to comprehend what you're saying. Coming by and saying, trust me, bro, you don't want to do that. You're going to regret it later. That doesn't say anything, in my opinion, when it comes to instructional advice. It's an opinion. In fact, it's fear-mongering. It's the most typical strategy to convince someone to follow someone else's direction. It's gaslighting. When you immediately say, hey, you're going to regret this if you don't do this, that's gaslighting. It's gaslighting using FOMO. So when someone opens their mouth, in my opinion, the first question they would ask if they're trying to say, I have your best interest in mind. I'm only telling you this to save you some future grief. That's already gaslighting. So instead, you say, hey, how do you feel about the current technique that you're using? I'm kind of curious. What are your thoughts and the reasons why you're starting here? And with that context, you're able to then use what they have and suggest something else as constructive feedback. That would be an adult, in my opinion, or someone who's an educator, someone who is likely there to be helping people. So, not a bad thing or a good thing. The idea is there's a difference between being appropriate and inappropriately misrepresenting what you're trying to do, with all the good intentions in the world, obviously. Like, I'm not talking about the person's character here. Like, someone could be genuinely trying to help. However, the way, at least in my opinion, the way that they're expressing to me does not indicate what they're trying to say. Like, someone says, I have the best interest in mind. You should do this or else you're going to regret it. That's not my best interest in mind. You didn't even know what my interest is. You literally have no idea what my best interest is. You didn't even ask. In fact, you probably, like, if I had to be bold, it took you 15 seconds to look at the general gist of things, and you thought you learned the grammar, the details, and then you applied your advice without ever thinking about anything. That is a child, immature, right? Immature, and lack critical thinking. That doesn't mean the child isn't innocent, kind, and willing to help. A child can be innocent, kind, and caring, all of that stuff, while still being immature, lacking critical thinking skills, and being unhelpful. Right? They come with the territory. So I genuinely like watching children trying to, like, learn how to share and do things and discuss and eventually grow into whatever they want to be, right? That is really wonderful. It also means that I acknowledge that they lack critical thinking skills and they are often unhelpful to me, because they are innocent, willing to do things without thinking about it, right? These are hand in hand. Now, if you're wondering, well, can you be immature while having critical thinking skills at the same time? That's an interesting thought. I'm not entirely sure. Usually any one person can be multiple things. Like, you can be childish. You can be childish about video games, and then you can be mature about your work. So any one person at any given time can be many of these things. Now, there is a double standard here. If you are young and you are a child, that means you can't be an adult automatically. An adult can try to be a child again, or treat things childishly. An adult can choose sometimes to be immature, right? They can try because they have the experience to do so. A child doesn't have a choice. And that is usually where I would start talking about the concern about the internet, how young people start to learn things, right? They prefer not Bunpro. Like, I think Bunpro, like, hats off to the Bunpro devs. They really do try to encourage other different ways. Like, this is wonderful. Like, they are designing these things. They are trying to create multiple ways to engage and introduce someone of any age to consider different ways to learn something, right? That is like going to school. The intent of school was to throw you in many different scenarios so that a child can experiment and start to refine and hone their way of thinking. The internet doesn't do that, in my opinion. The internet picks the first thing you like. So, like, when you have a 13-year-old and they come on and the first thing they see is Roblox, then Roblox define them. That's my problem with early learning, self-imposed learning. When you self-study doesn't come until later. A substantial amount of self-study, self-discipline, learning what's best for you and whatnot, that comes much later. Like introspection, well, you don't have any foundations. So I want to give an example, anecdotally speaking. There are 5 people over the last couple months that they keep thinking that they know how to best study. They keep telling themselves they know what's best for themselves, and they're inexperienced. They're like, they barely graduated high school, and they already decided that there's only one way, a specific way. Dear me, it's like a repeat of the learning style stuff or teaching style stuff, which is a great myth. I am a very cautious person whenever I hear like an adult say that. I'm even more cautious when a young person says that. Like, if a 40-year-old says, oh yeah, this is the only way I'm going to learn how to become a mechanic, or this is the only way I'm okay with that. I mean, 40 years, if it took them 40 years to refine that topic, then that's fine, I guess, as long as they're not upset about it. A child, they would think there's no choice. So like, someone's like, I don't understand how to critically think. I'm just not born that way. Like, I'm not born to have critical thinking skills. Well, yeah, you have to be sensitive because it's gonna feel like that when you're 13 years old and you come on and the first thing you like and the internet just reinforces that one thing over and over again. Then yeah, of course the child's gonna grow up 18 years old, encountering multiple other things they have to solve, and their first thought is, let's turn everything into that. Case in point, a child learns better if you turn everything into a Roblox video. And now, if you're wondering, so what happens when the child is 18 years old and then they go to work and people say, well, we're not making Roblox videos of all of our content, and Roblox videos can't demonstrate to you how to deal with your grief and your motivational skills and whatnot. That's tough. Like, I'm not saying that there's no way out of it. I'm typically saying it's kind of disappointing that when the first obstacle that most people tell me is that they can't do something because they're so used to doing something else. And that's not them literally telling me. I asked them, what are you doing to learn right now? And it would be like, oh, I'm making a deck of this, and I'm making a deck of this, I'm making a deck of this, and I'm making a deck of this. Oh yeah, and I'm also taking that show and making a deck of it. And then I asked them, okay, so all the decks are different, right? Like, this deck has a different organizational skill than this deck, and then this deck must have some sort of like imagery thing and whatnot. Like the different sources, the decks have different profiles, right? And when I look at their deck, it's like same thing, same thing, same thing, same thing, same thing, and the context changed. So they took one skill that they had, one way to learn something, and they generalized it to everything else and think that the context is going to help them learn better. That's, to me, I think that is what happens when you spend so much time online self-studying with no other examples provided for you. Like no other person, you're not going to cross another person. So of course, in my opinion, most people are going to say immersion is the best strategy. And when I say immersion is the best strategy, their version of immersion, like whichever immersion they latched onto, however you identify, because guess what? Still up here. Immersion is the introduction. Did they learn the different methods? And then did they learn how to distinguish between the different forms of immersion? And then did they put those different forms into practice? No. And I know that because when they explain it to me, when they explain to me how do I learn Japanese, they give me an introduction and say, it's immersion, bro. CI immersion. That's the key. Okay, can you explain to me the method, the details, and how do you put it into practice? What were your results of it, and how did you come to a conclusion and then refine it and do it again? Can you explain that to me? Because it might work for other people, like if a child tells another child, again, not like a 5-year-old telling a 5-year-old, an immature person mentally, low competence, basically, right? Not a bad or good thing, simply in that skill that they have, low competence. Tell another low competence person how to study and how to learn, it works. When you have a child talking to an adult, it doesn't work. And it is a double standard. The adult can choose to trust the advice of a child, not the other way around. It's rarely the other way around. An adult can choose to refuse a child. This usually is obligatory, because when a child refuses another child, instead what they're going to do is they're going to get into a shouting match. They're going to get into a shouting match about, like, well, I'm right, you're wrong. This is the best, that's the best. As opposed to having an adult talk with an adult. And again, about the maturity of the skill, they would discuss the pros and cons, compare and contrast, and then consolidate or negotiate. So like, I take a little from you, you take a little from me, maybe I'll take more from you, and then you understand that I'm still doing some of my stuff and incorporating your stuff. That's when you reach a higher level of comprehension about a skill you're having. So this is, I'm kind of revealing, sort of, in a very introductory way, how I gauge people's investments. So what is this serving me? This model that I'm using is serving me on how invested someone is. I typically use this to figure or try to gauge, is it important to this person, right? the higher, the more mature the skill becomes, the more willingly they're going to discuss it. And because of that, I usually think it's the most important thing. So I double down on these things. Whenever I meet a stranger and they talk about something and they show me levels of introduction, the methodology, talking about their organization, like how do they approach it and whatnot, and then they tell me examples of what they have done, then this is a very, very important and maturated skill of their life. So it is very likely going to be something that must be very important and habitual. So when I'm interacting with this person, I make sure that I am more able to connect with those things, and that's where I use my conversational skills for. I double down on the thing that checks all these boxes. However, when someone says, yeah, I think these games are good, I'm not going to pay as much attention to that, largely because the investment's not there. Like if they just say, oh, this game is good, and not say anything else, when I ask a question, when someone says, oh, this game is the best, hey, can you explain to me what are some qualities of why this game's the best? If they are unable to explain anything like that, it kind of tells me where they are. Like they haven't done it long enough to even maybe have the chance of thinking about it deeply. So really fairly useful technique, at least how I'm doing it. And I would leverage this, because then if that person ever asked me for help, right? If someone ever asked me for help, I would contextualize, much like Bunpro can, if they want. I would contextualize in their matured skill. So if someone really loves sports and they start talking about sports and stuff, most of my analogies and my applications for conversion of comprehension would be in sports, or maybe even disc golf or whatever they bring up. Most of my analogies, metaphors, similes, and if I'm deficient, it's an opportunity to learn. So if someone really likes novels, I will ask them, what type of novels do you like? And then I would read some of those novels to understand the person, because the person explained a lot to me. And then if they need help, not everyone needs help, they just wanted to share, right? Or connect or understand something, I can be very helpful if I can contextualize everything and associate it with their memory. This is what produces, in my opinion, it is necessary to produce comprehension. You know, the thing that most people say, like, oh, I understand you now. I don't, or someone else would say to me, like, it always seems like I have no problems listening to you. And also, even though the things you're saying are really complicated, for whatever reason, the way you explain it, I can understand it. That's what this is. So I spend most of my time doing this, if I can. Obviously, I still have to sleep and eat, all that stuff. So anyways, I just thought I'd share why I'm doing Bunpro. Like, for example, why am I spending more time ranting during topics than I would when I'm doing SRS and like trying to memorize in the beginning? It's because I was a child. I was immature. Like, I haven't matured enough yet to say these things. Now I can talk about Japanese and my experiences. It's been 2.5 years, so over several thousands of hours. So, and if you're doing this, whatever I was describing earlier, for thousands of hours, you are likely to have endless, certainly enough to fill a 4-hour session. I mean, it's already brutal enough for people to expect that you summarize like 6,000 hours of things in 15 minutes. I can most certainly try to do it in a couple hours. That most of these statements I'm more or less building for day 200. I've become a lot more retrospective and hand wavy and generalizing when I'm getting ready to prepare for a review again. So day 200 is going to be a big day. All right, folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, share a story with me. I love collecting stories. That is the intended purpose of sharing my experience, along with monologuing and categorizing my current thoughts, because in the future I might look back and think about how much I have matured, right? Or maybe how much I became immature. Who knows? We'll find out. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back with HanziHero. Thank you. What do you mean right on time? I got HanziHero to do. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第550天，50天，550. Closing in on our 600 here. Halfway there. I'll show you coffers. Alright, let's get into it. Gotta get to our P5X thing.
猿猴
Yuan Ho. How do I do it? Oh, ape and monkeys. Yeah, Yuan Ho. Find them.
猿猴，会侠，
会侠 会 very less used form of intelligence. So 想 is crafty. Although I could say the reason is the word crafty. It could be like clever and whatnot. I think the idea is I did drop also the location here. I think I typed 写 instead. This one's pretty okay. It's a double meaning, which is good. Not the other giant.
会霞，万喜，
冠喜 double meaning as well. We double up, which is good.
万喜，
Wash up. That's fine. Okay. Wrong tone. I typed the wrong tone there.
猿猴，
I picked all the double meanings. Fine.
万喜， 会霞，
Double meanings are a great way to reinforce. However, the gold standard or like the ideal case is to combine two weak characters and they become strong. So then I get like bigger bang for my buck. Double meanings are pretty much the bottom line. It's the default. When you line two characters up that have a similar meaning, but they were used less often or something like that. So I'm getting like iterations on characters by seeing those words. And it's usually taking like a strong character attached to a weak character, and that weak character becomes stronger next to the analogous character. And then if they split up and get adjusted to another character, then it kind of fans out, right? Strong character next to weak character, then the weak character becomes strong, and then you can separate them, and those become two strong characters can be attached to other contexts. That's kind of the theory behind it. However, occasionally there's a weak character that has a weakness that is slightly not the weakness of another weak character, and when you bring them together, they fill in all the weaknesses, and that's like really big bang for your buck. All right, let's get into our characters. Should be like 30 to 40, and then I only got an update today. Okay. What is the regular P stand? Oh, Patrick.
P
Don't give me that. Don't give me that. This chariot. Whoa. There's so many components, though. What happened there?
脚，
Oh no. It's not that. Send help. Oh man. I'm gonna say. Dang it. Hang on. It's Sean or dress, right? Or clothing. Okay. And it's, yeah, it's added to. Eh? It's an utterance, and it kind of looks like. Dang you! It's home. It's a pivot from Gong. You think your hamster is going schizo? Oh no! You should take care of it. Reduce its stress. Yeah, it's Gong between Gong and Hong, and I lost the 50-50. Darn it. Okay, is there a word for this? What are we doing? Hoodwink? Yeah. Hong Pian.
Shang.
Oh no. I had it, and now I don't have it. Oh wait, I think I have it. Dang it! It's Shen. Just for Shen. It's a name. You either know it or don't. It's been awake more lately, and it's been making a mess with the food bowl. Just now, we saw why. It was rolling in the food bowl like a sand bath. Maybe they need a sand bath. Hey, sand bath's pretty good. You should give it a sand bath. Like a, what is it, a chinchilla, you know?
线
It's either 2 or 4. Heck!
赞 哄 圆
Oh, which one is it? Is it both? Your hamster is 2 years old though, so I don't know their schizo. Okay, fair enough. Sand bath. Sand bath sounds nice. Oh, it isn't. It's Chang or stagger. I think we can line it up with the other stagger. Right. It's Liang. Liang is not the other stagger that I'm thinking of. Is it? Oh, it is. Was it really Liang? I thought there was one other. Oh, I'm thinking of Waddle. Okay. Yeah. Qiao is leap. But it can't leap up. Why do I think of Shu? Or even Shi or Shi? Heck. Oh no, wait, it's Tool. And we have double slaughter, right? Where's the slaughter? Tool die. Dang it. This is a Tom and Jerry situation. I missed the Tom and Jerry situation.
汉
Eh?
绝
Like the cow? Okay. I wonder what picked out. Maybe ko ja to choose literary. Okay, I guess double pick out. Sure, right? It's literary still. Would be useful.
"亮
Heck, it's just oh no, what is bright and clear? Hold up. With Liang, which one is clear? Jing. Okay, it's not this one then. Oh, it's Liao. I'm thinking of Liao. Oh, not Not Liang. Okay. Alright, I got you. Why do I think it's Zhu?
菊
I mean G. Not Bao. Narrow. Okay. I have Chi Tzu. Chi Tzu doesn't. That's not great. Oh man. All right. Go find another G. Narrow. There are more narrows than this. Like Ja. Is it Ja or yeah. What? What? All right. Stick with it. I'm not sure about that one. That one's gonna be a tough one. It was to like flag someone for slaughter.
图
Ah! I'll rethink about that one. I'll rethink about that one. Okay. So, because of the sun, then
像
oh, this one is weird. Either ya or
呀
and was it like crush or crash? Okay.
忧
It is concern. Worry, sure. Oh no. I had this whole thing about like the picking the for is it Lee?
离
Is it a plow? Oh no, it's not a plow. It's fraction. Something about like the fraction of a cliff of a wall or something like that. A giant cliffside thing. Yellow. Dang it. I'll think about it. Okay, so I think this one's... Oh, it's not. Interesting. Why do I think this is
力
Shiver?
沈
That's either you know or you don't. So this is not... Okay, Jie is without the tree. So, what is it with the tree? It's like, yeah.
谢
Oh my god. Like machinery or something? I still think it's... Heck! Remains. Oh no. That is not good. Oh no, wait, that's fine. Oh no, not remains though. Remains is not fine. But the T is fine. Right? Because we're thinking about the shellfish. Isn't the shellfish... Okay, so I typed J because of... That's the principle. But G, there's a G here for accumulate. That's the only. Oh no, yeah, that's so it's a 50-50 on the. Oh, I could get a word for this. Remains. Maybe like ruins, like shin or shi. Maybe shi ji. Oh, I mean guji works too. Dang. Just straight up just do old as a instead. I was thinking ruins. Oh yeah, you got a P3 female protagonist Funko from that Sega pop-up and you didn't realize it was Kotone and not Yukari till after? That happened to me multiple times. Like, when they first introduced when Yukari was first introduced in the P3 collab, like when I was looking at the P3 collab and there was a couple scenes, I'm like, wait a minute. Is that Yukari or is that Kotone? Because I didn't know who Shiomi was at the time. Like I was reading about it. I was briefly reading about Shiomi. And because when Miku was teased, or the anniversary, right? Before the anniversary, everyone was speculating who the character was. And then I kept seeing this portrait. And I'm like, wait a minute. Yukari was already released. Why does this character look like Yukari? And then when I started P3P covers, the very first scene, it showed someone like using an evoker, and I'm like, wait, is that Yukari or is that Shiomi? And it had to be Yukari because you haven't gotten the evoker yet. So in the first scene, it looks like someone that looks very much. So it happened a couple of times. In fact, during combat, one time I skipped, like I skipped a turn. And I was like, wait a minute. And then I looked at I hit the skill list, right? And I look, wait a minute, these aren't my MC, these aren't Shiomi's skills. And I'm like, oh, I skipped Shiomi. I'm on Yukari. That happened to me a couple of times. Like, yo. It's because of their theme, like the color of their theme. If you remove their weapon and stuff, like Yukari can look like that. However, in P3R, the design of Yukari made it so that it's farther away from Shiomi. So in P3X, I mean not P3X, P5X, P5X, it's gonna be the first time Shiomi is going to be rendered to meet P3R. So it's going to be rendered like that. So I'm curious how they're going to change it up some more, because I earnestly think that Shiomi isn't that quite identifiable from Yukari outside of their weapon. So I am looking forward to seeing what they decided, like how they're going to animate and present her. Yeah. You also notice because she's holding a staff. Yeah, she's holding like a halberd, like a rod, like a polearm of some sort, as opposed to a bow. Yeah, totally understandable. Like when you're like glancing over, you're like, wait a minute, hold up, two different girls. I totally did that, without a doubt. Why do I think this is gotten?
Gan.
And now what do I think? Is it olive? And I needed to rethink this. It's not Tien. There's a change. It's probably Tien.
Tian.
And what type of... It's probably... Yeah, this one needs help. I actually think we can't find a vocabulary word for scrumptious. Yeah. Oh no, I did add that Mientian. Oh my gosh. It's because I redefined it as shy. Yeah, we're just gonna... Did we add shy? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Tian. Shy. Yeah. That's what we have. I don't know what's wrong. I gotta rethink that one. It's okay.
或尺
What is this? Like an English inch? Or is it an English... Oh no. It's an English something. English yard. No, it's a foot! Oh, sorry. Sorry, I don't like measurement words. We're gonna have to do that, a family tree in measurement words in the future. Loop. Oh no. I was 50-50ing the tone. I don't think this is fun. Is it? How does it work if it's a fun? No, it's not fun. Oh no, it is. It's obstruct. Or hinder. Fun.
房环
Materialism. Your face is a materialism. Oh no, what type of boat part is this? I think it's a...
仓 周
The heck? Oh no. It's woo, not goo. Me. Wait, hold up. Is there a different me? Wu Dung. What? Wu Bei. Oh, us as in like comrades? Oh, that's pretty good. I actually like that one. It's literary, but this is pretty good. I like this one. Our lifetimes together. Not the greatest, but Bay is pretty weak. You got a bunch of stuff from there, and you might even go back tomorrow because it's their last weekend. You've been there a few times since launch because they are new, because they have new stuff. Coffers, please. Too much. You're buying too much things. Holy pet, P5X just became an FPS? What do you mean? It just became an FPS. Oh, the summer thing. Yeah, the summer thing.
是
It also has a casual sim mode thing today. So it also became a mini, what we call it, mini merchant thing. Oh, the ant cave thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, the new palace. You're on the new palace? Oh, nice. That's really quick. What type of tree is this? Oh, no, wait. Is this persimmon? Okay. Okay.
鹅
That is not right. Is high, right? Lofty. Oh, we can combine this with like way or something. Way. Or may? Really? May? Really? Oh wait. There is way wait. Did we have way already? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, I already added way okay, this is fine.
五
I add anything to this? Oh no. Oh wait, I did. Wu Bei. Yeah, Wu Bei for literary. Let me see the screenshot anyways. Yeah, they did the thing about aiming, yeah. The puzzle solving aiming, yeah. I mean, they use, you know, they use firearms. But wouldn't. It was well within the scope.
鸡
Say what? Oh.
料
Is it put down or pick up? I think it's put down.
了
Oh no, it's not twist. It's T. T's could be like mock. So like, or shall. Maybe shall or shan. Shao or shang or rui. La. Liao sao? Really? Or flirt? Intriguing. Liao dong to provoke. Ooh, tease and move. Wow, there are a lot of these. These are pretty good. Let's go with... That's interesting. Sao. Disturb to flirt. Tease and disturb. Alright, sure. Sao is underused. Your team element got gimped in the second palace because Akashi was strong against nuke damage. Oh, yeah, true. But the element still carried you. Yeah. So it's not if that's not Chu, then how can it be anything else? Or the read. Oh. Go. Oh no. I think we're gonna, yeah, we need another word for this. So Chu is the principal. So you take, but then you're taking your words. And then Joe, I don't think Joe is just left field, right? Yeah. Let's go find another word. Let's go find a word for you. My precious. There are no dictionary words for this. Heck, I guess we're just gonna have to know it or we don't. Dang.
So
And what happened here? I thought that was incense, right? So wouldn't that make that either cha, chi, ji? Ta. Oh no, that is. Oh no, wait. Ta does work too, because of the incense, like the scrubbing, right? Scrubbing. Okay. Fair enough. Persimmon is either you know it or you don't. A blender and a boat? Why do I think it's Bao or Sao?
so
Boat? Okay. I can't think of anything else.
Mo 擦
What? Oh, gotta come back. Oh no, that's, I know what that.
治
What type of cheer is that? It like annals? Okay. We can combine the annals. There are two, like annotate and oh no, it's probably gonna be like book or something. We really interesting. There's Biao. Okay. Yao Zhi, that's interesting too. Annotate, mark and annotate. Sign, mark, symbol, logo. Blog. Oh, that's interesting. I actually kind of like this Biao situation. The blog is pretty good though. I kind of like blog. We have a transliterated word for blog. It's not Jiang or Jiang. Jiang, dang it. I lost it. I lost the tone.
Jiang,
The thick liquid is fine. It's for like a sauce. Sauce. Alright. Sauce. Alright. KK, let's go through this. Fresh. Right. Alright. Xiao mock 飞镖 darts 愣住 dumbfounded or ah they do dumbfounded, sure. Ooh, wash face, rinse mouth. Haijia, armor. Li, gorgeous. Ying Xian, admire. Wu Jing, fasten tightly around with a loop. Liandao, sickle, Ao Sang, rejected, Ao Yang, praise, Ma An, battle, A 什么 A May, blackberry, go hey, dark, Zhichuang, hemorrhoids, Xing Yi, pedagogy, Yanru, insert, Li, beaver, Ma Shu, mochi, Yao Jia, Qiao or Qiao Jia, Qiao, yeah, Qiao Jia to run away from home. Anxi, relation. Yingji, promotion. Yanshan, smoke. Shy Xiao, decaying. Bunker. Bumpy. Ting. Nope. Yes. Bing Hua. Apprehend. Oops. 窘况 窘况 predicament 惊悚 or 一喷 sneeze 卷起 permit 疙瘩 simple 淡薄 thin 休憩 rest 感觉coil around 语音 as the saying goes. Goes weak. 谬 error. Sunlan Azure. Dong Qing on love. On Shi. Make public. Wrong. Ray. That's kind of tough. Ray is tough. Verbose. Yin. Next year. Hi Jewel. Hear the boar. Oh Chang. Reward. Right. Dang it. It's Cho Chang. So I'm having a 50-50 on that too. Zhuzhou. Curse. Yan Luo. Fall down. 归起 Magnificent. Yo, what? Oh. Lychee. Under. Dungeon. Achilles tendon. Yuan Hole. Apes and monkeys. Guanxi. Wash up. Wait. 会什么？会侠 intelligence. All right. And there's a wrap. HanziHero. All right, folks. Gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero up for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, exchange ideas. Until next time. 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thanks for listening. I'll see you guys next time. I'm going to take a quick break, walk around, stretch a bit, and I'll be back for a P5X update. Thank you.
SEGA ATLUS P5X
ブラック
All right, folks. Welcome back. It has been some time. I think maybe one or two other instances where there was a 3-week period between patches, and obviously we're sobering up from arguably, in my opinion, one of the lowest points in P5X up to this moment, personally, obviously, and some other people, like there's quite a large number of people that agreed as well. Obviously that's ups and downs. We'll expect ups and downs. It's definitely a little bit unfortunate that it happened to be the first year anniversary of the global things. So we understand the whole Miku situation. I, for one, wanted to celebrate the anniversary personally with content. It was pretty much the opposite of that, right? It was a opportunity to plug a character, and then there was like this following up with that. They tried to do a quote-unquote an emergency announcement broadcast, which we did get some gems for, which teased that Xiaomi Kotone was in the development cycle, right? And honestly, they didn't show anything else, and I feel like that I don't know how it's going on, and I don't read too much into like the different localizations and what the reactions are. My personal reaction, I feel like they did the same thing again. Like they had an emergency broadcast to try to get people excited because they were what they read was that the criticisms were, oh, Miku for the global anniversary, which in my opinion is simply the second anniversary of the Chinese servers and Korean servers, take two. Like, to me, it constantly feel like this game is not celebrating, like the developers and the publishers are not celebrating the global side of things. It is consistently for the Chinese and Korean side of things. That's my personal take on it, because the things they release is often in the context of the current game, not the global side of things. And I don't think that's going to change, maybe financially and stuff, until they're both synchronized. So are they going to try to do that? It doesn't really strike me as they're going to. So double dipping is what's happening, in my opinion. And when they introduced Miku, one of the criticisms was, man, it would have been great if it was more so a Persona-verse character. I think this topic is very interesting to talk about, because on the one hand, people keep talking about like, oh man, Persona, this is Persona games, and then they would make fun. Like the meme is, how can you collaborate with yourself, right? Like, oh look, it's another not collaboration. Like P5 and P3 aren't collaborations because they are collaborating with themselves. So while there's that joke going around, you know, memeable joke, when suddenly there is a collaboration, which Miku technically is a collaboration, in the original sense of P4D, then you have the opposite. It's like, man, it would have been great if it was a Persona character. Is a Persona character, and the thing is, it's kind of both in a way. To me, I think the major point was there wasn't anything to do during the anniversary. Like the anniversary was missing, so like the content was missing. I did go through the content with what it was there, and to make a quick note, yeah, it was completely copywritten all over the place. So from now on, I said this during the anniversary, I'll find out how much of a copyright stuff is, and it's pretty much everything. So we basically will keep Miku as offstage, in an offstage mode. So not only that, it wasn't, in my opinion, for myself, it wasn't content creation friendly, right? It wasn't stream friendly. It lacked content, and it was Miku, which I already expressed my own personal preference. I know of the Vocaloid scene. I do not really, it's not my jam, right? So even the music in general was not my jam either. I mean, I can appreciate and listen to it and enjoy that other people enjoy it, but myself, ATLUS music, right? So with all that said, now we're sobering up from the anniversary. There is one thing I can show that was time oriented for the anniversary, and this is what my cake looks like. We locked it in, so here's our anniversary cake. I don't think you can zoom, but obviously I chose the green, brown, and gold stuff because that's my favorite color combination. And there is something I need to cover here. So in the cake there are other two scenes. So the Bessa thing, there was embedded scenes that you can't replay. You can only see it once. So it was some more shenanigans. The team helped assemble the cake one at a time, and then they wanted to eat it, but they couldn't. But the Bessa and the other shadows could eat it. And then you claim it as something you can put in your thieves den, right? So that's to wrap up the anniversary stuff. There wasn't very much beyond that. Alright, coffers, I'll add you back, butthead. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, I guess you can just find it with my player ID. This is the player ID. And just find me. Oh wait, can you even read that? Never mind, I'll just find your player ID, it's fine. The heck? How do I do this? Alright. So. Yeah, S57. It's probably more like S70 because I have all like the stamina drinks and stuff that we don't need anymore. Alright, so now fast forward 3 weeks, right? Sobering up from our lackluster, in my opinion, like one of the pretty much the worst month of P5X, in my opinion, one of the lowest months. Now we have the summer event. I actually was looking forward to chapter 5 too. So the summer event is not my, like, it's not. We come from the anniversary thing, so it's a low point. So the summer event is still at above the anniversary point. However, I'm more into the main story things. So it would I would have been a fan. I would have been a fan of having just like, this is my personal take. Other people worry about like currencies and gems and whatnot, making that argument. If they doubled the gems and reduced the patch and released the summer patch as a 1-week patch with both the banners, I'm okay with that, honestly. And then in the second half of the summer event, maybe overlap the castle, right? Like, hear me out. The castle is already there. Like the palace is already there. Like, this says 45%, so they already added the palace to the back. It's just inaccessible, right? Like, right, like if you click on this, right, the palace, it's already logged. Well, you can't see it, but it's already logged in there. So I'm looking forward to the palace, but for now, this whole month is pretty much dedicated to the remainder of the month is dedicated to the summer events, which we'll try to enjoy as much as we can. Of course, it's content, so not really complaining about that. All right, so let's go over the news. Right, we have the haunted beach shack, the cursed Shirosato beach. Shirosato? I don't know where the Shirosato beach is. Obviously, then we have let me remember. Beach flower, beach blossom. What is oh, beach flower Minami, right? Beach flower Minami, and also wave catcher puppet at some point. So in the second half, I suppose, in 2 weeks. So we're gonna be polling for her. I like utility characters, and she is also a strategist. And what I'm going to do in short, which we'll read over her stuff, I'm only going to pull her banner. She's gonna be an A0 4-star weapon. Without going into too much detail, because of the utility of her stuff, we're conserving, because I still haven't made up my mind whether I'm gonna pick up Wave Catcher Puppet or Ichigo afterwards, or attempt both if I'm lucky. But generally speaking, the way the currency happens, we're then skipping 2 or 3 banners into the next team cycle, because we picked Makoto, right? Makoto for the assassin, and that's what makes Ichigo less attractive, but her mechanics are very attractive. Wave Catcher, her mechanics are less attractive because of Mont, cross scale Mont for the resonance type. However, I'm lacking a sweeper. I haven't updated a sweeper since ever. JC was the closest thing to a sweeper, so I actually haven't ever picked up a sweeper ever since. Like, JC was the temporary sweeper, right? So that's kind of my dilemma right now. And it requires resources to do so. So right now we're going to pull an A0 and 4-star weapon for Beach Flower Minami, largely because I looked at it and that's what I'm going to do. Event ongoing. I will just let the event. Obviously, we have beach events, and they're a mix-up. They're no longer like a. I don't think they're not a remix of the last year's beach event, which is awesome because I really like that they keep on doing mini game is my blood, right? Like, pump more mini games into my bloodstream, please. Horizontal mini games. And then obviously we can't afford any of these things, so it looks like a nice swimsuit for Rico, the 5-star Rico, the Wind Tempest, like Tempest Wind Rico, just to make it clear, because we're there. I think there's another cosmetic, and it's for the 4-star Shun, so not the 5-star. That's, you know, eventually around the corner, right? Anyways, and then. Miriam's special, and then our Thieves Secrets, which is the standard stuff. So we're going back to business as usual, and a refresh of the plushies. We're going back to business as usual as opposed to starting the second year with a bang, right? So they're building up their reputation again, in my opinion. I think the silver lining here is the anniversary, in my opinion, kicked off the second year at the lowest point of P5X. I think the other lowest point of P5X was its launch. So I'm saying this with a smile and optimism on my face because I enjoyed everything else. Like, all the other things were really great outside of the gacha component, right? And I've already made my statement. We're gonna make this statement again about gacha. You pick and choose. When this is a completely free to play thing, I'm playing P3P at the current time. Xiaomi, we talked about Xiaomi and Kotone. to great extent during the P3P. I'm starting building my Persona Legacy project as we speak, as intended. So that's where the money and the time and the investment is going towards, right? This is to balance out the gacha component of things. My favorite mode now is Tartarus because it vindicates and it circumvents the gacha component, right? So very grateful for all those other things. Now gacha can take a hike, in my opinion. It's one of those things that marred the disillusionment of a great anniversary. I think the hyper fixation on making it a spending anniversary as opposed to a content oriented anniversary, I think that's what made it the worst launch, one of the worst launch of Persona adjacent IP, and also in my opinion, the worst anniversary as well. The anniversary, in my opinion, is a great demonstration. It's hard to defend that the abysmal launch of P5X is a repeat of the first anniversary. Like the first global launch, the global launch was arguably the lowest point in P5X, despite it being the first launch. Remember that the Asian servers, right, existed, so it is still worst launch on the near anniversary of the Asian servers. So in the history of things, each year they repeated the similar thing. They doubled down on showcasing what I think is the game's weakest fundamental part. It's the least attractive part that is in contrast to ATLUS's Persona Legacy, because Persona is weighing on the collection of things, and monetizing the collection of things was the highlight as opposed to the content. Double whammy. Two worst parts are the beginning and 1 year ago. Like each of the beginning and anniversary happens to be the worst ones. So with that said, I can say it with a comfortable smile because we're going back to business as usual and more to come, right? And that is exciting. So with that said, that is my segue into what we're going to do first, which is the gacha component. Each time I'm gonna have to say this to normalize it, right? And what is this thing? Oh, someone's birthday. Oh yeah, the login. So they're doing a login to make up for the lack of daily loot, right? So I don't know if this was intended, but a bunch of people already made note of this online. The daily loot has it's way overbooked. Like there are so many missing days because they made an error with the anniversary loot or whatever. So they're compensating with the 9 logins through the mail to offset this, but that's way more than 9 days. So I don't know. That's how they're compensating for that, the timing in the daily loot change. Now let's first go, yeah, let's first poll Miriam or Minami, right? Minami, and then we'll go into the trials and stuff and look at her. That also means they delayed Howler as well, the Howler into the standard banner. All right, so we have enough without dipping into anything else to guarantee the poll, and we'll see if we ever get lucky. So far, Miku, the first A1 copy of Miku, the A0 copy of Miku, we saved 30 polls, and then we gave it right back because we failed the weapon poll. So there are other things that they haven't highlighted. There was for the record, in here, the update, they didn't highlight the salamander coins. Now you can obtain either an artisan mod to upgrade a existing 5-star weapon, or trading 20 for a rerun limited weapon, which is why I'm making some of these decisions now about reruns and stuff, and because of the salamander coin thing. So that's also something to note. All right, so let's get into our contracts. So I'm generally, I don't do the 50-50 80 poll. I'm not, again, very I get the worst part out of the way, and it's generally the one that most people talk about a lot. It's like, oh hey, you know, you get that spam where I think it's a meme. I don't actually think it happened for people, where there is a meme going around where there are people who go say, hey, I got the contract on the first poll. I think that's actually a meme. There are bots or people that go around trolling like that. They just pop in and say, I got it on the first poll, which I genuinely don't think they did. And you see those posts all the time. Like, that's what I mean by gotcha. I'm not the biggest fan. All right, so let's click on this and see what happens. And then we'll upgrade her and then do the trial and all that stuff. So, here we go. We always watch this animation. One day it's gonna change. Gochira, you know, Gochira ni sign wo. Okay. Alright. This is expected, so the more dupes the better, because we get crystals. Oh, and now I'm really used to knowing these things, because we're almost complete with our, we're like 80% complete with our Xiaomi playthrough in our PSP version. So our PSP project, P3P project. So many of these are really familiar. It's interesting how they mixed up the persona grades, because the persona grades did not reflect the P3 grades. Maybe it reflects the P5 grades. Alright, well, that's lukewarm. That's your standard. Like, this is your standard average bottom line lukewarm occurrence. Alright. Man, seeing these portraits are so different, because I've been staring at them from the P3P perspective. Pretty lukewarm, same experience. So basically poor. All right. That's a little bit better. Getting to. It makes up for the last two. Alright. I'm okay with that. So now we're hitting about average feeling. Below average is when you hit all the same. All like the bottom tier. Every 10 and full pity is the bottom. So it's just, to me, it's a bad experience to give it out of the way. If you hit 10, every 10 for 4 stars, and 110 for the 5-star, bottom of the barrel, worst experience. It's the reason why I think it's the weakest part of this game. If it's slightly above average, then I'll give it a pass. Right? I get 2 4 stars on average for every 10, that's fine. That's a slightly good day.
強さ弱さではなく正しさ
Alright.
Rido, 合流するよ。ほれ、坊主、シャキッとしなさね。リド、合流するよ。ほれ、坊主、シャキッとしなさね。
酔っ払って突飛でってきちゃいました。
リド、合流するよ。ほれ、坊主、シャキッとしなさね。いいか、欲望に操られてはならんぞ。
強さ弱さではなく正しさこそ。
And this is our guarantee. So I'll talk about it once we pull her. So, as expected, the most garbage feeling worst part about this game. Like, and we only got 2 dupes this time, right? 4 dupes. So this is inevitably one of the worst experiences ever. Like, it's enough, at least in my opinion, for the vast majority of people who like Persona games to quit this game immediately. This is the worst part of the game. And maybe occasionally you'll get lucky if you are one of the minority, but again, we have to understand about mathematics here. Like, I have, like, even for a person who have played the games and used all their resources and whatnot, there isn't a single limited banner that isn't a standard banner that went even above average, like even slightly above average. So whatever, like, they put out a survey, right? They put out a survey after the anniversary about what could we do better, or what do you like? It's not this. This is the worst part. This is easily one of the worst parts of the game. And for myself, you can't ignore it. I can't defend this. It's crazy how you can get so triggered. Like, if I feel a bit, honestly, I feel like I'm a bit more of a patient person, slightly above average patient person. But man, this stuff is so dissatisfying. And if you get lucky, like if I do in fact get lucky when I like it happens during like standard banners, it makes it just there's no good feelings here. Like even if you get lucky, guess what most people say when they get lucky sometimes? It is from getting unlucky that they rationalize getting lucky is to pay them back. Like, so your game, this part of the game literally makes it feel like the developer and the publisher should pay you for playing the game. And that, in my opinion, is one of the like most toxic dependencies in this game. Luckily for me, I usually get this part out of the way, like legitimately get out of the way. I don't think there is a redeemable quality in doing it this way. I already set my bid and I'm gonna say it again. I'm a person who, if they decided we're gonna make a fair price, we will release character packs. The money means that what's the price of the character pack? The character pack is, let's take all the people who could have been lucky with our system, slam it down, and all the people who typically are unlucky, raise it up. That's the fair price. I'm willing to invest in a game that decides, no, we're not going to encourage people to, you know, hope that they get lucky while getting unlucky to feel good that they get lucky. Ask for a fair price, and I would pay that fair price. That is what I would do for the game. So I say this every single time at the poll. So the next time I have to poll, I'll say the same thing. This is one of the worst experiences, like, in general, in gaming in general. Like, the whole idea of gaming, the gambling side of gaming is this. So I want to be very clear. It is not going to overshadow what we're going to do today. I absolutely love Tartarus, Astrolab. We're going to be covering Astrolab today as well, because I imagine the summer content is not going to be that substantial. So I like all the other things, and I'll be far more positive once we pass this point. Now, there are other people who are very hyped. They like throwing money at this stuff and whatnot. Definitely go watch them if you like seeing them spend thousands of dollars and seeing if they get lucky at the expense of always losing. In my opinion, the way gacha is done for digital goods, not even like, we're not talking about gambling in a casino where there's an odds of like you losing it all and the house always wins, but if you do win, there's a repurpose of the value. This has no additional value. In my opinion, there is no additional value here. It's sentimentalism that you're putting a price on, right? So, same thing happened to you with Miku? Yeah, it happened to me with Miku too. So like Anniversary was like a dumpster. Like it was a dumpster fire of starting the day. And the thing about Miku, the Anniversary Miku, is there was no content afterwards. Like there was some slapped together thing. So that was the outcry that was happening. And the Blackwing Studio, the developers decide, let's just start another stream and say, hey guys, be excited. This is going to happen again. Like, get excited with Xiaomi. It's going to be a banner, which you start off with. The major experience is this experience. Like, way to make your system that has no propensity to share anything about an increased value. There's no increased value in this. You simply get what you get, and that is my bottom line. What did I do? I paid for a flat rate for this. So don't make it a gacha game. Like don't make it gotcha. Just say, hey, this is how much our character we want for our character. Pay flat rate. And for me, what I mean is, so people who get lucky, I'm sorry guys, you got lucky, you're not gonna get lucky anymore. And hey, there's a alternative to way to look at this. You can't get unlucky either if you have a fair price. So I'll say it each and every time so that I make sure to remind myself that, yep, worst way to start out every single patch, it's this. Consistently, in my opinion, the most dissatisfactory way to do so. And then if one day I do get lucky, the only compensation that most 90% of people will say is, oh, I finally got paid for being unlucky the entire time. Like, that's the only satisfaction you get. You get satisfaction for saying, I'm due for being lucky. Which, by the way, that's the gambler's fallacy at its best. So we got what we came for at the exact same price that we got. So I'm not really complaining about anything regarding that. And obviously I haven't paid anything for this outside of my time and my enthusiasm and maybe my sentimentalism. All right, we're not pulling for the weapon, thank goodness. Again, that did factor into it. It did factor into it along with like the numbers and stuff. I don't want to pull for the weapon. Miku, that 50-50, it can take a hike. It can be eviscerated for all I care. In fact, don't release weapons, I suppose. I don't know. Like, we lost like the 50-50 on the Miku thing was pretty triggering too. All right, so we got her. That's all we're doing. Thank goodness. Yeah. Goodness gracious. Alright. So let's go to her trial, take a look, and then we'll level her up. Did they add the side story? No, it's in the second half for Barry. So let's look and read a little bit about her things and read about the weapon that I'm not going to bother getting, right? And all the A1s that are irrelevant until Tartarus comes out to allow you to play with the A6s and stuff, right? Or A1s and whatnot. So each flower Minami has excellent single target buff compatibility, right? She can greatly increase the critical rate and critical damage of an ally and also boost their attack and damage. The reason why I'm getting it is because critical rate and critical damage is one of the natural scalars that help with accomplishing certain tasks that may outscale other things. Critical damage and crit rate is already systemically biased in the game, right? And during battle, when certain conditions are met, she can use medicine without spending a turn. Extra turns, any form of extra action is incredibly awesome. So that checks another box, right? And greatly strengthens the effects of certain medicine, right? She has everyday medicine that is not consumed upon use, and her synergy unlocks potent medicine for purchase. So that's a unique mechanic. I'm not sure if the potent medicine are things that you already have. So we'll see about that. Alright, so they swapped up how they're doing character trials now, where now it's like procedural, so you go through the ropes. So use the skill Gentle Breeze to buff allies and gain 1 Midsummer prescription stat. I don't think you usually... Do you start with this? Yeah, you do start with this. Probably. We can't scroll or anything until we do this, so let's do that. And then obviously the damage dealer is here. It's Makoto. I like it. And then they added him. Now let's go and look at her description. So I do like the way her weapon looks. It's really nice. I will never see that weapon. So okay. Gotcha, right? Gotcha. I'll never see that weapon again from here. The odds of me retroactively picking up the weapon is probably not going... It's going to be contentious because by the end of year 2, there's another character that will circumvent that because of gotcha component again. Let's see. Unless they force the selector, that could happen. Strategic. Let's see. So we started with Gentle Sea Breeze, so we might as well read Gentle Sea Breeze. This is her like iconic. This is her centralized ability. So it increases one ally's crit rate, which is great because that makes up for potential any need for a persona like a Dionysus for something. Dionysus wouldn't need to boost the crit rate. It could be simply from her Gentle Breeze. And it increases crit damage by her crit multiplier, which is overlaps with Tempest, right? Tempest Wind, which that's why she's slipping as well. Although I did see that on the Asian side, the Asian servers, they are adding the Mind Sphere to Wind, so Tempest Wind, so that might make her more competitive with this effect that Minami has had for some time. Passive: when using medicine on an ally, increase the main target's critical damage for 1 turn. More critical damage is great. This increase is equal to 6, and it's by her crit multiplier. So her secondary or primary stat we're gonna raise is the crit multiplier. And then the other one goes into her other skills, which is her HP. You deal bonus damage equal to her HP and inflict Bewitching Blossom, right? Bewitching Blossom is when an attack when taking damage, increase that damage attack by 9.2%, 4% for every HP, right? So you could kind of see it as a debuff, right? A debuff, which is scaling to our HP, and then there is a maximum HP, so there's a chance we might overcap. Increase party damage by 7.4 party damage, right? So this is the idea of having a strategist. +3 for every of her HP. So HP and crit multiplier are her 2 scaling stats. It also grants blessing stacks and removes 1 debuff. Removing 1 debuff is fantastic for certain things. That's great. It actually incorporates like her original one, Miriam, right? Miriam, the debuff effect, or removing cleansing effect. And then getting a blessing stack does work with the blessing mechanics. So like gaining bless stacks is a thing that can occur with bless stuff. So it's in there. That's one of the themes. So highlight: increase one ally's damage by 23% and also more increased crit damage. Fantastic. Of the potion of her critical multiplier, so scaling a critical multiplier, that's a weird wording, lasts for 2 turns. Also, when Beach Flower Minami uses medicine, increased medicine effects by 9.2. Is that permanent, or is that the 2-turn duration? That's kind of a weird... Yeah, that's a little weird. Maybe this means it's permanent because it's after the last 2 turns. Unclear. So each time a skill is used on allies, grant 1 blessing stack, right? The acquisition of blessing stack is one of the bless mechanics. When Beach Flower Minami is present, for each bless, right? So blessing stack on allies increase their damage up to 36, so it can be stacked up 6 times. And it's each time she uses a skill, so it's as much as her action. And using medicine would be considered a skill proc? Probably. Her extra medicine turn, like extra medicine action. When Bleach Flower Minami is present, increase allies, so this is just passive. They changed this up. This was one of the chats. So she's just a passive. So for each buff granted by potent medicine, increase attack by 15. Right? And then we're only reading her A0 because I don't think she's ever going to be A1 or something like that unless the selector selects it. The way we're going to read all the awareness from now on is probably if they get added to Tartarus, and I would read it during Tartarus. Except for A0, of course. Beachflower Minami, you can't read the rest of the awareness anyways. Beachflower Minami has 3 kinds of everyday medicine. When using medicine on allies, restore HP. Some slight heal is always kind of nice. I think this was an addition. Largely because when you're running Minami, oftentimes you could be running two supports and not a medic. So medics are specialized. Medic and guardians are pivot roles. They're flexibility roles. So typically you're either running a saboteur and a strategist, a double strategist. That's usually it. Like double strategist, a saboteur, and a strategist. And then you flex in a medic and or a guardian for the particular type of sustain that you require for a task, right? Or fulfill a requirement, basically. And then let's see. When using Gentle Sea Breeze, which is her central ability, grant 1 medicine prescription stack, which allows her to then use that freely without consuming time. And it says it only stacks up 1 time. I'd imagine then somewhere the awareness, you can increase the number of stacks so she can use more than one. More probably limited to 1 turn. But you can use more than 1 turn, like across turns. You can probably do more than 1 prescription. Use medicine without spending a turn and extend the duration of potent used by 1 turn, right? After using medicine 1 turn, lose this effect, right? So her set, I could make a little bit of a talk about this. So increase medicine effects by 20%. That is a multiplier, I think. So a multiplier is a small multiplier, and the medicine effects are not quite the reason why she's very good. It's more like using the actions. So that's why I'm passing on the weapon, unless it somehow just falls into my lap without having to gotcha it. That's a different story. I don't want to gotcha things as much. Like I want to minimize gotchaing. Also, when using medicine on an ally, also increase the main target's crit damage. That's fairly alright. It can only occur as much as she can apply the medicine. So technically, if you have 2 medicines, sure. Right? And when using an ally, increase the main targets by 10%. So this is not scaling to her. This is scaling to the main target. Now, the reason why I'm okay with the 4-star is because the 2 stats on the 4-star is procced for her HP and her crit multiplier, so it still scales with her because the crit multiplier and HP are her 2 scaling stats. So I'm okay with that regardless of... Obviously a 5-star would be wonderful. However, that's the nature of the gacha game. To elaborate on why I think the gacha often holds back the game. First of all, we already covered how the experience is. There's nothing about the experience that is rewarding, in my opinion. Even when you get lucky, you're only at a deficit the whole time. Anyways, the longer you play a game, the longer you play P5X, the longer it feels like the developer and the publisher are in your depth. So when you get lucky, it's payback, it's compensation. It's never a reward for playing the game and loyalty. It's you spend money and you get paid back what you spend. So it's a transaction. It's always a transaction. It's not something, in my opinion, to celebrate. I do not celebrate something that you're paying for, right? It's a handshake. So you get what you pay for, basically. So since I pay, 0, the reward for that is the worst experience. to be really blunt about this, like if you take out your subjectivity, right? If I'm feeling lucky or unlucky, that's irrelevant. It's a handshake. So, and to make it worse, to extend it, showing a character trial about this and then writing all the stuff, designing this, it's second fiddle now. So because of your gacha mechanic, most of these things are not important. They're moot points. All your player base, in my opinion, the vast majority of player base, is trying to figure out if you can ignore things, not want things. So like you look at these stats and you're like, can I ignore this? And my answer is yes, I can ignore this. So that means this item, this thing, might as well not exist. That is, at least from my perspective. I don't want things that I effectively are designed to cannot have. So that's what I mean by there's a double whammy here. There's a trickling effect. If you can't have it, it might as well not exist. So what I mean by this is whoever designed this, whoever spends their time constantly designing these things, it attaches the negativity of gacha to that item, to that banner. So Miku is stigmatized because it was a celebratory thing that was attached to a lukewarm content creation or a content patch. So any of the characters that people design and use time, it gets sidelined by monetization. Take it with a grain of salt, right? They make money, they also get the bad publicity, right? Worse optics for the trade-off of making money. That's what you get. It's a compensation, right? If you want to make more money, then you pay for it by your reputation. If you want more reputation, then you give more, back and forth, right? So it's a handshake. So for me, since I'm not throwing money at this, then I get to ignore things and talk about things that I don't care about or maybe have not access to and criticize it for it. So this would be one of them. All right, so enough negativity. We went through her kit. So her kit is pretty straightforward, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. We do probably 3-1-2, 3-1-2, right? Just 3-1-2 the whole time because A0, right? And then it's just so we just buff the fire, right? I literally did not use the 4-star Shoki either because of gacha creep. So my understanding is you use his buff skill and then you follow up and then you can switch him between the flavors, and since we have Makoto, we use the fire one. That's at least my loose understanding of it. Right. What do we have here? Right. Okay. Alright, now they're gonna tell us about at the start of the turn, spend 1 midsummer prescription to gain Flower Basket Pharmacy, right? And use medicine without spending a turn, right? Oh. Oh, okay. It does all your other items count. So I like this because it also gives a purpose of all the items you've collected over your period. Right? You can even see that I only use 1 item for through the first year of P5X because I was wondering how items work, and this is the one. And everything else, I've collected various things and spent various things to fill requirements. So, and then what are these? How do you get these? And then all of these are the stuff you collect. Where does this come from? Huh. I collected at least one of everything. And then everything else is normalized to 30 and 20. Okay, so you get the 3 defaults, which is increase attack, defense, and damage, right? So let's take this.
きっと役に立つよ。
ありがとう。
And it heals,
夏を
okay.
感じよ
And then we'll probably use one, which is an AoE that scales to our HP. And then the
う。
buff.
日差しに応えて。ペルソナデュオ。
ハイライト使用可能だ。さて、誰に任せる？
Right? Then we can increase the multiplier. Because Makoto is a 2-turn DPS. So we can do this right away.
最高の思い出ができたね。タレイヤ。
I don't remember how these differ. Oh, that's okay. So now, improved defense. Yeah, we just don't use 2 unless it's defensive. So then we follow up with this. Which he does count as a blessed target. That's kind of neat, actually. He does apply 2 blessed stacks to everyone. So that would help with beach flower and Minami. And then 2-turn DPS, right? We don't have an elucidator in Trials. Or in this one anyways. And that's it. Oh, yeah. Then we have to do this because it's a 3-turn CD. Or a 2-turn CD, I suppose. However you view it. And we improvise again. Don't really need to do that. Let's refresh. And that's it. She's pretty straightforward. Mechanically though, I like what she can do because of the whole consumable thing. Did he just get 2 stacks? Wait. Did he just get 4 right away? I thought he can only get 1 at a time. Wait, something triggered it more than once. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Alright. That's a wrap. We take our gens and feel sour about it. Okay, let's go upgrade her, right? Actually, that also means we have to go to the Airsoft store. Airsoft store. We're basically over the hump now. And we take the 4-star and we pick this up and we pick, I think, 3? We need 3 of these, if not 4. To upgrade her 4-star weapon. Alright, so standard affair, right? You boop. Alright, now she's max level, right? Now we gotta do her weapon. I think we need one more. Pretty sure. So we gotta forge, right? Yeah, we need another copy. So you need to do one, right? And then we pick whatever one that we already have. We have plenty of ones that are dupes of... We will be rolling on a weapon depending if I decide on wave catcher or berry. And then we skip like another 3 banners. So we buy one more here. I actually feel like overall my coverage of things are a lot more positive overall whenever I skip banners. Strangely, I mean, like, expectedly enough, because I don't have to gotcha anything. Okay. Last forge. Oh, we can dump all the weapons too. So wait, let's see if... Have I dumped all the... Oh, is that all I had? Okay. Alright, and then let's level up the weapon. So, to cover what I was saying about her weapon, right? So her weapon increases her max HP, which can send it over its cap, certainly. And then whenever she uses a skill on her ally, it increases her crit multiplier, which is the stat that is available, that is affecting the efficacy of her two primary like functions. So still good enough for me. Whatever I can do to avoid gotchaing more, right? And then we pick up all this stuff. And we'll do revelation last. You know, level out her mindscape. And then we can do the up to the mystic, you know, like to the legendary, because resources. And then we'll decide if I really want to use up the orbs for her. And then this one we can always level up. This is something that we can farm. So that's always at 12. She has some crit multiplier there, so we might use up the stuff for crit multiplier. We'll see. So these two, so HP and might dump some resources, but these two, I usually reserve orbs if I'm going all in on a particular character, and so far I haven't really decided on one. Like Makoto was our last. We did Miku. So Miku received the full treatment. For her, not so sure. Gotcha doobie. I think we're gonna do these two though. So these are fine because of the scaling, right? So we'll do these because of how they distribute resources. Orbs is the one that is a rate limiting step on the mindscape. And then now let's go level all her abilities. I think we need to use all her abilities. So we do have a lot of everlasting incense, I think. So let's go in. Because we had 39. Actually, because we're going to be skipping more and more banners soon as well. You get resources to be able to kit out all of your banners usually. Like all the banners if you were to get all the banners, but since I skip banners because of free to play and whatnot, you have more resources than there are banners that you would be using. Right? So there's that. And then for revelation cards, what are we doing? Actually, I want to make sure what I decided. I think I decided on she's gonna be complemented with other buffers. So we invested a little bit on trust, and then the other ones will come by if they like creation and reconciliation. We're gonna use trust. Trust with a crit multiplier and HP. What does trust look like? Oh, here it is. So we have a crit multiplier there. It would be nice to get double HP. There's double HP and crit multiplier. So this is perfect. I mean, this could have been something else, like a crit rate or something, but this is what we're looking for. So we have a pretty decent trust. As long as it doesn't land on SP recovery, I suppose. Let's see. I did make 2 from our Cycle of Fate. It's not the Sun card though. So let's go look at our Prosperity here. Prosperity is right here. So we're looking for another HP and a crit multiplier, right? Nope. Looking meh. Looking very meh. That one's okay. Crit multiplier is harder. Harder to find. Speed? Oh, this one works. This is fine. HP and crit multiplier. Crit rate, yeah. So we'll equip this for the time being. I think I made one for this. I made a damage multiplier somewhere. I mean, that one's... yeah. I think I made one for this. Where it was damage multiplier, double HP, somewhere, I think. I might not have. So I haven't decided if I was going to do double HP or like a HP as the primary or damage multiplier. I'm pretty sure I did damage multiplier. See. It's not. What's up with these speed ones? one's okay. This one's okay too. That one's meh. Meh. So I guess depending on the double HP one's okay. Could get lucky. Or could get lucky here, I suppose. Could get lucky here. I think this one's probably what we're gonna go with. And then I have two made with crit multiplier. Yeah, so here's the one we made. So these two are made with Cycle of Fate. And then there should be another one made with... Oh, they did add currencies on making cards, so they added two different currencies to decide on substats. Which more or less same deal. You either draw a bunch of cards or look or create something. So here's the other one that I made, right? So these were the three stats that I wanted to look for. Crit rate is a bonus stat, right? And damage multiplier is a bonus stat. So let's look at... Yeah, see, damage multiplier is a bonus stat. We can go with HP. There's no, there are no crit multipliers for this slot. So we can do the double HP one and see... Wait, I think she's already over, right? Yeah, see, she's already over her HP requirements. So we just leave it at damage multiplier. That also means... Yes, I could... Yeah, this is fine. That means we would look for crit rate after. Alright. So we would fulfill all the requirements as long as it hits... have any, like, low cards left? No. Okay. Oh. I do. So... Yeah. That's not good. We wanted to land on crit multiplier. That's fine. Alright. Alright. Okay. Well, I'm not re-rolling that. Honestly, let's go find another card. It's okay. There's gotta be at least another card. Here's one. I I dislike this stuff so so much. Alright, we're just gonna continue.
水着のおかげなのかな。
I mean, sure, we're over capped, so there's nothing more.
今年の夏は大胆に。今年の夏は大胆に。
Okay. I think that will be good enough, right? Yeah. So, fair enough. Whatever floats the boat. Good enough.
みんなに負けないように頑張るよ。
What the... What? Did that just... No.
また頼ってもいいかな。
We're over stats in general. Actually, I think crit multiplier is the only one that's uncapped. I don't... Oh, yeah, because crit multiplier is... So landing on crit multiplier as many times as possible is kind of the idea. Which I clearly failed to do.
バレてるわけじゃないよ。
Because everything about this game is RNG. Or this part anyways. Alright. So let's get into the actual part that I like about this game. Right? The fun part about the game. Let's get into the beach shenanigans. Hey, I know it's Sutton, but whoa. Dad runs one as Shirosato. I'm going to do what I can to help out, but even if I work hard, it's still too much for one person to handle alone. And now I can't read the rest. Thanks. Sure, I suppose. I thought if you would be willing to help out. Alright. So it looks like her father runs the place. We did do most of the synergy. So the synergy, as a recap of her synergy, she ended up enrolling and on her way to becoming a nurse. She ended up meeting up with a nurse that knew her mother when she was a nurse, right? Her mother passed away, right? And her father supported it, so then she took some time to try to juggle taking care of the kids, like the neighbors' kids and whatnot, and also help out in the restaurant if she can, but she also has to juggle nurse duties and whatnot. So she ended up approaching her father to be able to take time off or like find her reconciliation on how to like leave her father to his business while she goes off to spend time with nurse. And the most recent thing was that her father ended up having an injury, like he ended up overworking, and now she had decided the current where the synergy is for me is she decided she's gonna postpone her nurse training and stuff, even though she had a great opportunity to work with the nurse friend who knew her mother and showing her around and whatnot. So that's where the synergy is right now. Of course, this is like her. She's always worried about everyone else and her father and putting her own desires last. Right. And then, of course, her father is also very stubborn and constantly wants her to do. It runs in the family. So that's kind of her dealie. And she was introduced that way as well in the beginning. And then now her synergy is following up on that storyline. Okay. Meanwhile, we're just gonna take a side chat to the beach. So, oh, it's over here. All right. Okay. On a nondescript summer day.
かなり年季の入った建物だな。
Again, Luferu and his Floater.
いかにも夏の欲望が集まってきそうな店構えだ。実に趣深い。おーい、お待たせ。
She wasn't in the first summer thing, so I was wondering where she was. Now we know. Oh gosh, a Baywatch moment right there.
ごめんね、遅くなっちゃった。着替えるには早い気もするけど、海に来たらやっぱり水着じゃないと。
Eh? It looks good on you.
ありがとう。あなたも似合ってるよ。かわいい格好。この子がルフェルちゃん？お店の中には入れちゃいけない決まりだから、外の日陰でのんびりしててね。そういうことなら仕方あるまい。
She can't hear him.
しょうがないなって顔してる。お店が落ち着いたら何か食べるもの持ってきてあげるからね。ここに来るのも久しぶりだな。どう？ここがうちのお店。かなりオンボロでしょ。
It's charming.
気を使わなくていいよ。小さい頃は
本当に
お化けが出るんじゃないかってちょっと怖かったんだよね、このお店。もちろん今はそんなこと全然ないけど。
A bit of foreshadowing.
そうそう。さっきお父さんから連絡があったの。そろそろ雑司ヶ谷のお店を出るって。あと 1,2 時間くらいで来るはずだから、お店の準備始めちゃおっか。あれ？またお父さんだ。どうしたんだろう。
Oh
もしも
boy.
し、お父さん、どうしたの？大丈夫なの？いや、でも海の家はどうしたら。今日はオープン当日だし。トラブルだろうか。わかった。こっちは何とかするから。とにかく家で安静にしててね。ね。
Did he hurt himself? His back is thrown out or something? Again? Where does that go? Where does her phone go? Hold up, hold up. We need to pause. We need to pause here. Listen. Listen. Let's think about it for a moment. Where did Minami put her phone? Like, where on her body is the phone being stored? I'm just saying, we gotta think about this for a moment. Like, it's okay for, you know, it's okay for the Wanda, right, the main character, because he has pockets. But where did her phone go? All right, sorry, I just had to think about it for a moment.
お父さん、来られなくなっちゃった。酒瓶のケースを持ち上げようと
Oh,
して
okay, yeah, he threw out his back
ぎっ
again.
くり腰になっちゃったって。日頃から気をつけるようにって注意してたのに、よりによってどうして今日。
Hmm.
どうしよう。カレー粉も焼きそばもかき氷のシロップも全部
Okay,
中止
that's
なのに。
that's not where I thought that
店を
went.
オープンできなきゃ大赤字どころじゃない。
Don't worry about it. Stay calm. Ochitsuke. Ochitsuke.
ごめんなさい。
なんでもない。
私気が動転してた。でも困ったな。これからどうするか考えないと。とりあえず商工会への挨拶は私が行くとして、発注した商品の受け取りとお店の掃除、それから
うん
少し待ってて。やらなきゃいけないことを整理してくる。
はいはいはい。There's this one guy standing in the back.
予想外の事態だな。夏の海の家はありえないくらい忙しいと聞く。今のうちに助っ人を頼んだ方がいいかもしれんぞ。
I'll see if I can get my fellow Phantom Thieves to help. Alright. Justice League, assemble. I mean, Avengers, I mean Phantom Thieves, assemble. See, that's okay if he pulls his phone out of his pocket. Helping out at the beach shack. That sounds kind of fun. I'll be right over. Sure, I'll be there too. I got nothing else going on anyway. I'll come as well. You know all the help you can get, right? You get all the help. I'll try calling Tomoko too. I think she said she was looking for another job. Shirosato Beach, was it? I'm afraid I have some work commitments today, but once that's over, I can help out too. Your standard assemble. Everyone seems eager to help out. And wait for them to arrive. Assemble. The A team. Assemble the A team. That's it. Just you wait. The cavalry is coming. So, Beach Shack business has begun. Work at the Beach Shack, earn beach coins, and complete goals to earn variety of, yeah. Okay. So, mini tycoon maybe? I don't know. Make preparations before opening the shop. Alright, yeah. So this is our setup phase, right? Oh, it's a... I wonder what type of model is this going to use. Is it going to use Dine and Dash? Right, I just recently played Dave the Diver again, right? Dine and Dash back in the PopCap days. Or are they using microeconomies? Or a little mix of both. It'll be interesting. Plus 50% foot traffic at the end of the day. Can exceed max foot traffic. Okay, 450. Okay. Start rare activities twice. Alright, each staff member. Okay, so we have a Dine and Dash component. Each staff member has a unique ability. Miyashita has a set chance of increasing the activities you can choose from. Interesting. Luferu can greatly increase foot traffic. Okay, so we're just gonna stick with... Oh, the others are locked. At the start of day, increase foot traffic by 30%. Okay. Second Luferu. At the Beach Shack, there are 5 ratings that affect your daily sales, revenue, foot traffic, and buzz. Affect your base earning each day, yep. Safety and service affects your shop's business, naturally. Positive, no effect, okay. The activity effect for this business day is increased foot traffic. Select foot traffic activity to gain maximum effect. Interesting. People are saying the rest area is very comfortable. Plus 20. Okay. Yeah, that is a tycoon, alright. That is a mini tycoon game. Alright, so... There's, I guess, an eccentric looking outfit. Oh, so it's a day-to-day. Interesting. In activity, rarity will determine the rewards you earn. Activities marked with story offer choices, and depending on the choice you make, you will earn differing effects. Okay. Okay, a rare activity is occurring. Be sure to take advantage. Okay. So those are story ones. Increase foot traffic or chance to increase foot traffic more. More Gambo. Alright. Aw, he flew away. That's because you were petting his head. He obviously didn't like that. Probably. But he's so cute. Oh, excuse me, waiter. Is this owl the shop pet? I really like to pet him. Oh, please, can I pet him? Please? It's a matter of how. She was quite literally ruffling my feathers a moment ago. Oh, each choice offers different effects. Be sure to pick one. Okay, I see. But we can only pick this one. Alright, 70% chance. Just a photo should be fine, right? Or petting costs extra. I'm not the Gambo life. People pay to take a photo with Luferu. Okay. With traffic 71. Alright. I see. So interesting. So you do day-to-day activities and then oh, so it's a turn, like an econ turn simulation. Interesting. Can I upgrade them as we go, or is that not a thing? 50% at the end. Chance for additional activity. Increase success rate by 10%. Increase the frequency of rare. And, oh, okay. So they occur. I see. And then skill 2 increase based on 2% of current, which actually quite. Okay. Alright, so we increase foot traffic. Oh, okay. I see here. Safety 44%. Time slips by peacefully. Alright. Alright, so what is this? From now on, plus 10% foot traffic gained by activities. Permanent. Right, A estimated. How visible is this? Oh, the bottom is kind of cut off, but there's estimated earning on the bottom left and then a grade. We're at A right now. Select 2 rare and then we have to reach 3,000 earning. The publicity event for Sharkmageddon seemed to be pretty Sharknado seemed to be pretty popular. 10% gain, okay. Then we have passive. Okay, so we have to reach 450, I see. And then we have, okay, we have a list for the passives and info where all our things are coming from. What does shop do? Interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting. Rest area. Huh. So can I look at these? I can. Increase buzz. Okay. So let's just follow the foot traffic, whatever we need, right? T-Bar is saying the rest area is very comfortable. Oh, there's a time cycle as well. Okay, so we got some boost to buzz. Okay, yep. Just take it. It becomes a truly memorable moment. Need one more boost. Can we get more foot traffic? So that's foot traffic. 24 foot traffic revenue. Oh, 24 is what I would like, so that would cross. What did you miss? You missed everything. You missed Minami. You maxed her out already? Oh yeah, I already maxed her out. You missed Minami pulling a cell phone out of her bikini. Okay, some customers just came out from the beach. I'll take a while to serve. Alright, so we're playing the tycoon game now. Alright, so we achieved that. Now we need earnings. Is there... That's not what I meant to click on! The shop is getting popular. Alright, alright. I need revenue. Okay. So... You haven't played the event stuff yet? Okay. So increase revenue from now on. Yes, we need this. Give me this. It became truly memorable. Okay. Alright, so now we need 3,000. It's not visible on the screen, but my earning right now is at 2,290. It's on the bottom left-hand corner. Let's cut out. Can I get a revenue source? That's okay. What was this? Buzz and revenue. I like this more. Settle over cap. Some customers got into an argument. Why is it advancing on its own when I'm not advancing it? And it's not linked to... It's not set to auto. Alright, what is this? Yep. She's available, so we can advance revenue again. Sounds like some good ingredients came in from the Beach Shack supplier. Alright. Night time. Did we reach our... No, we're at 2,505. All three? Yeah. Okay, gain from night activities. What are our other choices? 46. But there is plus 6% rating. I see. People have been talking about the sea fireflies in the water at night. The music though. Yeah, we definitely need revenue. Don't need more foot traffic. So this is a tap tycoon game, it seems. As opposed to like a real-time dine and dash or something like that. Tycoon. Photoshop? Alright. Ooh, what is this? Increase success rate and ratings. What does success rate mean? Decrease success rate but greatly increase ratings. I don't understand what is considered success rate. But it's a story choice, so. Yeah, but there it is. She pulled out her phone. Like, where did it go? She did it again? She looked at her phone and she stored her phone in somewhere. Like, where did it go? It sounds like it's going to take a while for Dad's back to heal. I guess I'll have to take over the izakaya during the summer. What she said. Like, where did it go? Soyeba. Dad was wondering if there was anything giving us trouble at the shack. If you have anything you'd like to ask him, I'll be happy to pass it on. Right? Got any customer service tips? Plus 10% success rate of next activity. So activities can fail. Oh, that type. You can modify the chances of the choice succeeding. Yeah. Yes, please. Minami's father taught us stuff about business. Alright. Alright, so where are we in our earnings? We are at 2,922. I don't need any more. I'm about to over cap. I think we're gonna increase revenue for sure. Photo shoot. Alright, so we're over. Accomplished. Task completed. Got our SS rating. What is this? More revenue. Minami is providing the revenue here. Top it off with the fireworks instead of creating fireworks this time. I see. Yeah, we maxed her out, coffers. She's very easily maxed out, so you're gonna overcap on HP probably very easily, and then the crit multiplier is pretty low threshold too. I think crit multiplier might not have a cap, so finding crit multiplier is the idea. The revelation gotcha part, you know, the rolling of the revelation, it went not so great as expected. It was like middle of the road. And then we leveled up her level 4 weapon, her 4-star weapon. Okay, so in the end of the day, somehow we overcapped on that, but okay. So what happens now? Okay, so different. Okay, so say yes to event story. To allow resume. Okay. Oh no, please don't have a time gate. Oh, there's a time gate. Oh, the second half has a time gate. Dang you. And chapter 7 has a time gate of 1 day. So this part is gonna be hard because I'm gonna be away. I'm not gonna be here. And I'm gonna have to decide how to cover this. I'm gonna be away, out of town. We'll do all the stories and then I guess we'll lump chapter 7 with the next half. I'm pretty sure this will continue. Let's look. 12 days. Is it gonna the event story doesn't have a timer up here, so it doesn't say that the event story is gonna end on the 29th. So that means it's gonna go through to the next 2 weeks. So I'll be back like 3 or 4 days after the second half. So I'll cover that stuff later. So we'll do the stories now, as far as we can go. Beach shack problems. Is this gonna be voiced? Probably not. Beach shack problems. Summary: the Miyashita beach shack is facing a serious predicament. Minami's father has hurt his back and can no longer help out. It's up to the Phantom Thieves to come to the rescue. Okay. Time to watch. Color me surprised.
でも2人だとやっぱり大変だね。まだお客さんが少ないからなんとかなってるけど、これから大丈夫かな。
I called for the A team. 大丈夫だ。
助っ人？
助っ人？本当。 The cavalry has arrived.
こんにちは。来たよ。
Oh yeah, that they haven't really met though yet, actually.
もしかしてお友達呼んでくれたの？
Like not formally.
あなたが宮下みなみさん。彼から事情を聞いて手伝いに来たの。手短に自己紹介させてもらうわね。私は古勝学園3年の種村理子。こちらは2年の新井元葉と加納俊。同じく2年の野毛智子。
Where's
宮下さん。
we're still missing one of part of the A team.
皆さんより年下なので。
There's one guy missing. He's gonna show
こ
up.
ちらこそよろしくお願いします。
We're missing Shoki. He said he'll be late. Everyone exchange brief introductions.
結構広い店だな。テンション上がってきたぜ。
私たちどうすればいいかな。何でも言ってね。そのために来たんだし。
全員で回してたら休憩取れねえし、まずはシフト組むところからじゃないか。
じゃあまずはシフト表作りだね。それから厨房とフロアの担当分けも。ってごめん、私が仕切っちゃってた。それでいいかな、みなみちゃん。もちろんです。すっごく助かります。
Alright, we all discuss how to divide up our shifts.
よし、今日一日はこのシフトで回してみよう。バックヤードの壁に貼っておいたから分かんなくなったらそこを見ること。
困ったことがあったら言ってくれ。力仕事は慣れっこだからな。
何から何までありがとうございます。
Wow,
強いです。
that was very thankful.
こんにちは。宮下さん。冷凍のお届け物です。
今行きます。はい、ストップストップ。今は私のシフト中だよ。みなみちゃんは次のシフトまで休憩してて。
Okay. What are your special skills?
今行きます。ともこ、張り切ってるな。
そりゃそうだろう。なんたって夏の海の家でバイトだからな。
だよね。なんていうか夏って感じ。
言わんとすることはよくわかるわ。この季節にしか経験できないものね。それはさておき、これだけ店員がいればなんとかなりそうかしら。
There's still missing one
海水
person.
浴客もあまりいないみたいだし。
確かにこの時期の海水浴場にしては少し空いてるか。
でもその割には店多いよね。海の家なんてこの近くだけで2軒もあるし。昔はもっと賑わってたんですよ。2軒あっても混み合うくらい。
何か寂れた理由でもあるの？
あ、幽霊やサメが出たせいで人が寄りつかなくなったとか。
A shark, though.
なわけねえだろ。
A ghost, maybe.
ああ、幽霊の噂ならちょくちょく聞きますね。
マジで？
はい、噂自体は昔からあったんですけど、最近は特に多いみたいで。昨日もネットに「見た?」って書き込んだ人がいたそうです。そのせいか ここ何年かは来る人が減っているそうですよ。さっき地元の商工会の方に挨拶した時教えてもらいました。
ずいぶん迷惑な噂ね。
出るんだ。でもそれを差し引いても十分人気なのがこの城里海岸ですから。
Ghost stories.
そうそう思い出した。これも商工会の人が言ってたんですけど、今日はお昼過ぎくらいからたくさん人が来るかもって。なんでもテレビの撮影で有名な俳優さんが
A
来る。
famous actor? Oh, Shogi? Wait. Are we talking about Shogi is the famous actor?
若者に人気の俳優だから
It's gonna end up being
お客
Shogi.
さんがたくさん来るかもって。
誰が来るんだろう。私たちでも知ってるような
That is such a setup. Of course it's someone
ご
we
めん
know.
なさい、私あまり詳しくなくて名前聞いてもよくわからなかったんですけ
So
ど、
that's how they're getting him over.
なんでも城里海岸を舞台にした新作映画
Okay.
の主演俳優さんだって聞きました。ここに来るのも映画のタイアップ番組を撮影。
Oh, that's what his work engagement is about.
なるほど。それは
Possibly.
いい宣伝になりそうね。
ってことはテレビの撮影が来る昼過ぎ以降がこの店の稼ぎ時ってことだな。
大変だと思うけど一緒に頑張ろう、みなみ。
Hmm.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
So they didn't do the whole like
じゃあ
desire
私も持ち場に着きましょう。少しずつ
mementos thing.
厨房仕事腕が鳴るぜ。
Rounded cast.
あなたとみなみは休憩ね。時間が来るまで休んでて。
そうだ、みなみ、休憩入る前にかき氷機の使い方だけ教えてもらっていい？
もちろんです。
Alright.
ねえ、私も少しいい？ルフェル一緒に来てるのよね。どこにいるのかしら。
That's a good question. Where did he go? Oh, there he is, that potato.
お疲れ様、ルフェル。ここで休んでいたのね。
店内には入らぬよう釘を刺されてしまってな。
Oh, that's fair.
そうね。保健所への届け出なんかも必要になってしまうから、しょうがないかしら。
気にするな。元よりわしはこの店が目的でここへ来たわけではない。
Oh, is he gonna throw in the mementos thing? No need to act cool.
強がってなどおらん。わしがついてきたのは欲望の気配を感じた。
Oh, okay.
そもそも皆に力を借りるよう忠告したのは他ならぬわしなのだがな。
Okay.
そう、お手柄だったわね。ところでルフェル、あなたもお店の手伝いをしてくれないかしら。
店内には入れると説明したばかり
Tempting,
だ
right? Coffers tempting.
そもそもわしは給仕などできんぞ。
ええ、わかってる。ウェイターをやってほしいわけじゃないわ。お店のマスコットになってくれないかしら。その格好ならお客さんの興味も引けると思うし。
ふむ、わし自身が欲望を集めるための触媒になるということか。
そうね。肩書きは臨時店長ってことでどう？
悪くはないが、相応の対
価が欲しい。
Listen, Luferu.
対価？
肉だ。肉を所望する。
Of course you want meat.
それもとびきり食べ応えがある肉を。
フランクフルトがあるわよ。それで手を打ったの。
Frankfurters, that's good.
ほう、契約成立だ。
Luferu become the Beach Shack mascot. I mean the interim manager.
ルフェルちゃんなんだか嬉しそうだね。
I can Luferu. They really got the owl head movement down.
今すごくホッとしてるよ。
Where's your phone? Yeah, from the story alone and events before this patch, you have 19,922 tickets. Yeah. Game is low on resources. 頑張って。
頑張ろうね。私今のうちにお父さんに連絡してくるよ。
Oh, hey,
ご
Mero.
きげんよう。
Show up. Speaking of devil. When did you get here?
あなた様が到着した少し後だと申し上げておく。店舗経営に奮闘する姿、とくと拝見した。私めはあなた様のコンシェルジュ。
Your thing is that you have so many characters already, you don't have a second team build, but you have one kind of build since you used to. Oh, yeah, that's right.
あなた様がまたもや夏の脅威に挑まれるのであれば、それをサポートするのが私めに与えられた役割。
Perils of Summer?
語弊がある言い方だったと申し上げておく。
Oof, no leveling resources.
い
Yeah.
ついかなる時もあなた様の欲望の鍛錬をサポートさせていただく。コンシェルジュとはかようなものと心得ていただきたい。それでは私めはブルーハワイ味のかき氷を食さねばならぬゆえ、
Of
これに
course.
て失礼する。
Sampling the shaved ice again. That's your own fault for taking a break from the game? Yeah. Yeah, you have excess. Definitely have excess leveling stuff. Definitely not a bottleneck on that. And okay. Have to clear goals. New theme. Okay. Alright, let's go into. Alright, so what do we have? Business objective. Gain 600. 6,500. Oh, here's the track. 1,600. Wait. 168,832 until summer at Chigusa Open? Oh, the play. Okay. Let's look at a track for a moment. Dang, the track just keeps going. Oh, okay, and it just repeats. It's okay. It's a relative modest amount of stuff. Alright, so what does shop upgrades? Okay, so we get beach coins to upgrade our stuff. Can we unlock stuff? It unlocks on levels, okay. Oh, what does start training mean? Oh, we get these things. Business tips to train our staff. And it tells you... Oh, okay, it tells you what the upgrade is. And then they have stamina. So you can't... Maybe you have to cycle through peeps. So... Chance for one additional activity? That's kinda nice. What's level 4? If service decrease, increase revenue by 8. If service decreases... That's interesting. Down for an up? Start day off with more foot traffic. I feel like that's a solid bet. Increased success rate by 80%. I still don't know what the success rate is. Like, oh, because all the activities have 100% success already. I see, I remember on the bottom. Alright, so before we like jump into more of this, I need to take a quick bathroom break. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so I will be right back. All right. Okay. Let's go in here. Definitely probably foot traffic off the top, right? Anything that's passive. Although, I don't know, increasing chance for additional activity means that you can roll. You're gonna have additional rolls. How high do they go? Let's see, you get 45%. Let's do that. And then what else increases? Now your base stats. Increase foot traffic, 70% chance to increase foot traffic. That's still gambling. Do we have anything that's surefire? 50%, that's still linked. Increase based on 2% of current foot traffic. That's scaling to... Let's increase success rate. by 80%. Isn't that high? I don't understand why is it so high. And then 10% to 40% for the proc is pretty great. And then what do we have here? Increase success rate for next activity, increase rating gain. Interesting. Decrease success rate by 25% for next activity, but increase rating gain. Increase the frequency of rare activities. The next activity that increases buzz, increase by 25%. If service decrease, that's interesting. Increase revenue. And then these are, oh, it looks like it's scalar. Okay, so you want to horizontally invest because it scales up how much upgrades they have. And then now we have, so how high does this go? And upgrade after, okay, so you have to unlock this first. Does it change? Does it look different? Oh, you get new staff members. A lifeguard, oh, okay. Alright, so you unlock members. Okay, increase revenue gain by activities by 15%. If buzz is less than 800, increase buzz gain from activities by 20%. That's a extra boost. Interesting. So we can train our staff now. Right, and just horizontally invest. Increase stamina gain from activities by... I think there's gonna be a leaderboard for something later in this event, so I'm kind of curious how they do the leaderboard thing. Decrease shun, right? Stamina by 8 and increase revenue gain from activities in current time slot. Intriguing. Increase buzz from service activity by 10. Well, I think generally we want to invest across. And then I'll figure out the things as we go. And then we're probably investing across, right? Oh. Okay. So they contribute buzz safety. Interesting. So different mixes. Oh, this kind of reminds me of, without the running around and labeling things, about the recent Infinite Wealth setup. So that means it's dependent on... Well, how much do these cost if I were to... So we're doing probably this group first. How much does it... Oh, rare activity to 1. Base multiplier. Oh, it's... We upgrade across anyways. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so let's... just take this stuff. 60 metajoules. It's kind of alright. And then what do we have? Upgrade complete 15 business days, right? Oh, those are all auto completes. And auto completes side stories. Alright, let's prepare to open. Wait. Oh, you get business permits. Oh no, wait. What the heck are business permits? Required for opening, retrieve every 2 days. Are these just currency? Okay. Alright. At night, plus 50 foot traffic, 50% buzz at the end of day can exceed. Alright. Alright. And then How many members can we choose? 3.
本気になってもいい
Yeah,
かしら
she's definitely a good start.
わしを選んで
Luferu for traffic.
任せて。
分かった。やっておく。
Hmm.
任せて。
分かった。やっておく。
What were your things? Oh man, I just realized even spreading across. So hers was additional traffic, right? And increase, decrease success rate. But we have good foot traffic today at night and buzz. Interesting. I think we'll use these 3.
一気に片付けるぞ。
So I want to do buzz. Oh, increase safety. Decrease all staff stamina by... How does safety work again? Additional business effects on shops. Increase earning. Oh man, you have to get higher. Oh, do we have a safety requirement? We do not. Interesting. The idea is I was gonna straight up go into how does she work? Increase, yeah. Does this happen very often? Decrease earning if it's below. Oh, okay. We can get it above 60% though. Directly affects space. Okay. Let's do that. Change rooms messy, clean them all up. Alright. What does Wanda do? Decrease. Oh, that's how that works. A service goes down. I see. So that's what her skill was about. I see. Plus 3,000 beach coins. Plus 5% to end. That's... Oh, so safety and service is a currency. Intriguing. Someone came by looking to buy some salvage? Okay. Okay, stamina went down. Okay. And then now, what do we have? Okay. Is it the total of the two? Okay, it's the total of the two, right? 60 to 100% meaning the total of the two. Or are they two separate? Are they both separate? Not clear. Okay. Increase safety for 1,000 beach. Oh, so beach coins can be expended as well. Alright. We'll take this. And I think these might be cumulative over time, so yep, we're gonna do that for sure. Rare activities are rare activities. Oh wow, that consumes a lot of stamina, but he can restore stamina too. All right. Can't tell how much stamina you have. I can't. I wish I could read the number on this. Alright. Okay. So we get to choose. Alright. So we'll restore. Took a break. Okay. It's 20, I see. It's there's no number, so you can't tell how much stamina they're missing. Yep. I'll take that. Coming after. Okay. Alright. So we have to generate buzz and earnings. Okay. Okay. The line has gone. Okay. Alright. Increase revenue for. Wait. Which one is this? Ooh. That's pretty good. Oh. Okay, so their activities decrease their stamina, I see. Unless it's ascribed to the place, which doesn't consume. 10% gained by activities. Whenever time change, increase buzz by 2% of current revenue. That doesn't seem... I think as much as I... Like, we're gonna do this. Publicity event for shut. Yeah, okay. Alright. So... I think it's separate things. So, Ooh, that is worth the sack. Actually, that's pretty solid too. Some customers just came in from the beach. It'll take a while to serve them. Okay. Whose stamina's on? Probably still shouldn't. Alright, take a break, my guy. We're all here for the collective thought. Alright, so what do we have? That's pretty lame. This one is probably gonna be solid. Buzz is probably where we're going because we need to increase buzz. The shop's getting popular locals, more guests are coming in. Alright. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna meet the goal. All night activities. Yep. Ooh. Story. What are we gonna do? Foot traffic. Buzz. Wait, what was our skill? It was if it's less than 800. Yeah. Probably gonna go with this. Oh. Yeah, we're probably gonna go with the buzz. Let's go in here. Having this opportunity to place flyers at the entrance of the beach is most fortuitous indeed. Promoting ourselves in such a prominent spot should do wonders for business. So what kind of flyers should we go with? I suppose we should consider what aspects of our beach shack would appeal to beachgoers and incorporate that into our design. Our food, perhaps. Maybe our range of establishments? Or how about our quality of service? What do you propose is best? Probably we're doing let's promote the relaxing atmosphere. Max plus 22. Interesting. After spending the flyers, we waited to see if it would attract more customers. Right. Okay. Still short. Increase service from now on plus 10% service gain by... That's interesting. Whenever time changes, increase the... Yeah, so we're going... These will carry, right? These will continue to carry. Okay. I see the time slips by peaceful. Oh, that is probably a good pickup. What about this? We don't have much time left. I guess we just invest forward. I think these are supposed to carry, right? I don't know yet. We didn't meet the buzz requirement for day 2. So I'm guessing you don't want to over cap. They're kind of trying to meet the goals each and every day and then moving forward. Did I miss the amount? No, we went over. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, plus 560. Okay. Interesting. Business tip, plus 10. All right. Okay. So what are our next goals? Let's collect the next step. Another 60 metajoules. Oh, whole ticket event story. Lots of stuff. These things we'll collect at the end. All right, so we got 10. Okay, yeah, their stamina. Okay. So what is our? How do we know what our goal is? Do we know what our goal is for day 3? Not really. That upgrade is quite significant. So we're gonna upgrade across the board. Flyer. Interesting. Okay, I see. They kind of want to unlock their rare activities. Oh, this one. Oh yeah, this one has a rare activity. All of them have rare activities. Okay. Right. They want to gain access to the rare activities at least. And then that means that interesting. Decrease revenue from activities in the current day by 100%, but increase revenue during daytime. Interesting. That is such a trade-off. So you can front load into the night or something. Like an offset. You can go like do everything at night by placing all your buzz during the day and the evening, and then maximize revenue at night. And he can most definitely put up revenues. Complement with buzz. Foot traffic early in the day. And she increases rare activity. The rare activity is interesting. An extra... I think we're gonna go across the board with the current 3 members we have. Interesting. Alright, day 3. Let's go. 50% revenue at the end of the day. And exceed max revenue. Okay.
任せとけ。
Oh, really? Increased revenue gained from activities.
任せて。
Interesting.
ええ、準備はできているわ。
わしを選んで正解。
Fine.
任せて。
We'll leave Luferu out.
ええ、準備はできているわ。ええ。
Oh, okay, I see. So, earning. Yeah, okay.
やったね。
Okay, where are your stamina? Alright. Rating. Rating gain by next. Where is rating at? I don't understand what constitutes as a rating. There is this. Oh, here it is. Yeah, we're gonna decrease the revenue during the daytime just to do the night. What should we do?
えっと、
I'm thinking we should increase the frequency in which we order more ingredients, but I can't decide when would be the best time to do so. Do we restock in the morning, the afternoon, or the evening?
あなた、
What do you think? Decrease revenue from activities during current time of day to 0. Then yeah, we're gonna do night effect. So we'll lean in on trying to cash out at the night.
やったわね。
And then de-emphasize revenue at the moment and increase our buzz. That's good. Oh no, her stamina
やっ
has
たわね。
disappeared. Yeah. Okay.
やったな。
Yeah.
やったな。
Dude, stamina though. Who's the revenue? It's Shun, right? So we want to lean in on Shun to cash out on the revenue at the end. It's not night yet, it's evening, so just not yet. Although we can earn stuff now. What's that face? From now on, 10% gain by YouTube.
やったな。
Interesting, but it decreases. No. That's a lost cause. Let's increase buzz.
やったわね。
Okay.
やったな。
End of day earning? That's actually pretty nice.
やったわね。
Ah, I could push it across 60. Could definitely push it across 60. Okay, we'll do this. It's probably going to be Shun. Okay. So now we cash out on hopefully Shun comes up. Oh no. What is this choice? Alright, yeah. There's a lot of takeout customers. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's awful. Oh, we can put it to 60. We can push to 60 with this. We only have one more activity left. Interesting. What are these choices? That sucks. Dang. That last one did not pan out. Oh wait. I got one more. Oh, come on. All right, that's fine. We'll take it. All right. This is fun. It's definitely low. It's cost, risk, performance stuff. Like invest. It cuts out the simulation part, you know, watching the numbers change in real time. Dang, it's almost 1 a.m. Yeah, so we cleared. And dang, that hurts at 59. Come on. Anyways. Alright. So let's collect our next step. 30. Alright. At some point, I would have to... I guess we're doing Astrolab tomorrow. We'll do Astrolab tomorrow. The recording. Which then, that means I can do like the last chapter to complete the last chapter. Oh, 15! Alright, so we got 30k. We can upgrade this and then get more peeps. Alright, so we got Tomoko and Motoha. Available staff members, right? Oh, we can increase that. Okay, I see. And new places. Reduce the amount that safety decreases by 1. That's kinda good. If you abuse it. Increase by 1 whenever any staff stamina changes by 6. That's interesting. Huh. That's a neat ability. And then we can still upgrade these. So let's go grab the rare activities off these. Alright, so we have all the locations now. What is that? Reduced by 2? That's kind of neat. And then... Oh, it lowers the threshold. And then we can upgrade all three of these to level. To give ourselves flexibility, right? Horizontal investment for the win! Alright, let's see what the task is for today. Service decreases by 3 less. Okay. At the end of the day, can exceed max. Alright, sure. So we need to reach 58 service. 63. Okay. So that means we have Luferu and Motoha. Motoha and Luferu. And what were our other goals? Wait. Where did the goal thing go? Foot traffic and earnings. Okay. Do they recover? No. Oh no. Okay. Okay. So so we do whenever any staff. Okay. And then we need earnings still. Do this combination. This is a cute game. Cute game. What? Okay, continuously increase. Okay, hold up. Increase foot traffic. Increase earning. Restore all staff stamina. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, so we're gonna take this. I wonder how that works with you there. Can you tell me who cooked this dish? That would be me. Is there a problem? This ramen, it really takes me back. It tastes just like this one ramen joint I used to frequent. Well, I trained at this ramen shop. Yamagoshi is my mentor. Yamagoshi? You mean from Heritage Kitchen? Is he still running that Chinese restaurant? 10 bucks for each activity that increases service. Oh, yeah. That's it. That's what we want. It turns out they were in old friend of Yamagoshi. Oh, okay. Cute. Some side things. Alright. So, foot traffic for decrease in... Oh, and it negates it. Oh, but we can increase too. Oh no. What was our effect? Plus 10 buzz whenever it increases service. I see. And I'm already at 60 service. Foot traffic plus 65 is really good. Okay. Let's take that. Sun scorching. Okay. Okay, so I got a legend. What is... Wait, does this mean it's like super good? What is this gold thing for? Alright, hold up. Oh, okay. Continuously increase buzz again. Intriguing. And increase service. Yeah, or increase service. Let's... I love continuous at an early stage. Reset revenue? What is this? Okay, alright, let's do this. This one's good. Ow! I tripped on a rock hidden in the sand. Alright. Are you okay? What she said, at least it wasn't sharp. But even if it isn't, it's still not safe to have rocks buried in the sand like that. What should we do? Contact the Chamber of Commerce. From safety activities. Oh, okay, that's good, actually. We asked the Chamber of Commerce to help get rid of the rocks. Alright. Minus 25% success rate of the next activity, but 70% increased rating. I still don't know what the rating is referring to. When time change, increase buzz by 3% of current revenue. That's not the greatest, but it's kind of okay. Increase revenue by service. Oh wait, that's actually really good now, actually. Alright. Continue. Wait, we get again? Yo, hold up. Alright. Same thing. Contact the Chamber of Commerce. Alright, we're definitely multiplying for sure. Alright, so who's down? It's probably gonna be Shun. Cover Shun. Tomoko's ability is pretty solid eventually though. Holy, wait, what is this? Minus of next active, but plus 7. How good is... I do need to increase my foot traffic though. Okay. Alright. 75% chance. Alright, YOLO this. There's a problem, I better keep an eye. Success! We got the 75% roll. Hooray for gambling. So many foot traffic. Yeah, increasing doing service work is the GOAT at the moment. Doing service work is the GOAT. Okay. Increase safety. What's your stamina? Oof. Increase foot traffic by 50% of safety? That's actually pretty decent. Oh, dang. That's pretty good too. Stamina is like evaporating. Don't think we are gonna need that. Decrease, okay. 70%, really? What's my earning at? My earnings are not going hot. Alright, 70%? YOLO. Chamber of Commerce asks us to help with safety drills and we're short staff. We got the 70% roll. Okay. Probably Motoha at this point. Okay. This is not looking good. Alright. My earnings are non-existent. Service. Okay. They need to be 90% and up. Dang. There's no chance there. We'll just take the... Wait! Do I have enough? Oh, you can go down to 0. Oh, that's interesting. If you don't have enough to pay... If you don't have enough to pay, you just get away with it. Increase foot traffic gain by next actually, but decrease... But minus 30% foot traffic gain by the following. Okay. That's what we're just gonna have to do. Alright. 3 more activity. Okay. This is the way to go, right? Yeah, this is the way to go. Sorry, really late into the night. Oh, that is excellent. Or spend 8 more to increase. Dang. I think we're gonna go with Tomoko this time. Ah, we were almost there. Almost. I think we can save her stamina, right? Yeah, we can totally save her stamina. It's fine. Rely on our structures. Cute. It reminds me of like the other like Chinese, lots of the Chinese by the numbers games. Still not quite sure what they mean by the word rating. In A! Oh no. I fulfilled the requirements, but dang, I totally missed the mark on that one. So, it's not clear how some of the stuff works to me at the moment. 30 business tips. Alright, what do we got here? Okay, 30 more jewels, sure. Alright, let's look at our shop. Our shop is... Ugh. So... Okay, I see. So, what are our sources of revenue? The main... Okay, alright. I see. Okay. I was really investing forward. But... Okay, so we can upgrade 2 peeps. Who's... Oh, what does our stamina look like? Hold up. End of day, max foot traffic. I need foot traffic, earnings. Purple. So foot traffic. I think then we're just gonna pick Luferu and... And probably... Oh, okay, so they don't go, they become 100%. Alright. We'll run these. So Luferu and Rico. I wish I can keep seeing what I need to do. Earnings. Like Shun is the man. I could try to fetch for a restore. No, not yet. Maybe like this. Oh no, Luferu's kind of on the... Yeah, let's do this. Interesting. Decrease beach coins spent. Increase earnings. What does that even mean? Increase earnings. Oh, the estimated earnings? Let's look at what this is. What's up? No, I wouldn't say it's a problem per se, but our sales seem to have plateaued. Our numbers are hardly in the red, so I don't want to sound greedy, but perhaps some change is in order. But considering this realistically, what sort of change could we make? And nothing too extreme, of course. This is still Minami's beloved family beach shack after all. Nagisa, do you have any thoughts? 10% to the end of the day. By testing our menu with dishes that feature high quality ingredients. Alright. I didn't mean to click that right away. Alright, it's fine. I mean, that's what we kind of want to do from the evening. From now on, whenever service increases plus 10. Not quite. Yeah, not quite it. Not this time around. Ugh. Whenever service increases, we're not gonna be able to hold that up. Bufetu needs a stamina jump. Then help. During current day. Oh, that stinks. Oh, man. Does increase our... Okay. Because we only have 2 minus, but... Alright, well, I guess we're gonna gamble. Oh, it's 90% success. Oh, no! He's running out of... No! Lutheru, you suck! Okay, well, that sucks. I failed a 90% roll. Come on, dude. This is starting to... Now we're getting into the trigger mechanics. Gain by next, but minus 30% gain by the following. Okay. He's safety by 7. That's pretty reasonable. Or we do the safe bet. Yeah. Wait. Spend a large amount of staff sale with greatly increase earning, increase spend a lot. Alright, we're gonna just do it. So like, aren't you guys worried about oil splatters when you're cooking yakisoba in your swimsuits? I haven't had any problems. Yeah, there's a few splashes here and there, but I don't really worry about it when I'm working in the kitchen. Besides, Noge is so crazy good at stir fry that the oil never splashes to begin with. Oh, what, really? Hehe. It's really nothing that special. I bet if you practice Motoha, you'd be just as good. We're just gonna take the safe route here. I couldn't manage even if I were taught. Now I get why Tomoko is the yakisoba queen. Goddess. I don't have enough projected earnings. Send help. Okay. I'll take that. Nagisa coming through. Oh, that is not in effect anymore. Right, that's fine. No, that's not gonna work. Ooh. Ooh, that's a tough one. Oh, that's the foot traffic I needed. Or do I level no? Nope. Pass on that. That's pretty good. Oh, this is fine too. Actually. All right. I think I have ironed out some of my thoughts. Where's Shoki at? Shoki's not unlocked yet. Just click buttons and number go up. Some numbers slightly go down, but most... A C! I don't understand anymore. Oh, it's because of the revenue goal? I guess you do want to... Yeah, I guess you do want to balance... Dang, my earnings are very low. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Another 30. 5. You're only giving me... Oh, no. What do you want, Coffers? Okay. We'll level up the Shave Ice station. And... the Yakisoba stand. Okay. Where are we going next? Okay, so there's a chance I can just full hog it. Whoops. Full hog it and... Oh, wait. We can view the... Oh, the second chapter. Oh, and here are the side stories. Are they gated too? Not gated. Okay. Alright. So let's watch the story. Shoki is showing up. Filming starts for a tie-in program for an upcoming movie set on Shirosato Beach. The lead actor is, of course, Shoki Ikenami. Alright, let's watch this. Alright.
当然の結果だ。仕事が終わった暁には腹がはち切れるほどのフランクフルトを所望する。
分かった分かった。じゃあ客引きよろしくね。
Oh, hey. Cameo.
あれ
Sumi made a cameo.
こんなところで会うとは奇遇だね。
Sumi? The chill author guy.
知り合い？
He's my fishing mentor. He's just some freeloader. We're fishing buddies.
楽しそう。羨ましいな。
彼とは釣り堀で知り合ったんだ。弟子にしてくれって頼まれてね。
そうだったんですね。今日も釣りに来たんですか？
いや、今日は仕事だよ。
Wait. Work?
どうしたの？
仕事といっても打ち合わせをしてち
Oh,
ょっと
okay.
立ち会いをするだけの簡単なやつだよ。終わったら釣りに行こうと思ってるから、実質釣りのついでに仕事してるようなもんかな。そういえばここでバイトしてるってことは、君たちって城里海岸のこと詳しい？実は城里海岸で流行ってる
No, the
怪談や
ghost story.
噂
It's
話につい
been
て
fair
調べ
enough.
てるんだ。そういう噂、何か聞いたことないかな？
I did hear something about a ghost.
海に幽霊が出るってよく聞くよね。私も小さい頃怖かったな。というか、それもお仕事なんですか？
趣味半分、仕事半分かな。こういうの知ってるといろいろ便利だから。それに城里海岸にはいろんな階段があって面白いんだよね。落ち武者の霊が出るとか、妙な姿の妖怪がいるとか、海で溺れた少女の霊に海中で足を引っ張られるとか、真夜中に海岸を歩いているとここで殺された女性の霊とすれ違うとか。
Interesting.
さっきからなんか怖そうな話してない？階段がどうとか。
新井さん、階段好きなんですか？
ガチ幽霊は無理なんだけど、階段とかホラー系全般はちょっと気になってて。
Oh, do you know?
昔はフィクションも苦手だったんだけど、少し前にサブスクで B 級映画の特集しててさ、何気なく見始めたら止まらなくなっちゃったんだ。こう
Oh no, you sound like coughers.
CG が癖になるというか。
私、怖い映画はちょっと苦手なんだよな。あなたは
Liking
どう？
B-rated horror films? And watching enough that you can't stop? Yeah, they're not bad.
すごいな。私、そんな勇気ないかも。
まあ、私も本格的なホラーは無理かな。
Any serious horror films?
級
Oh,
映画
that's what
は
I'm talking
あん
about.
まり怖い感じしないから見られるんだよね。
Fair enough.
うんうん。映画にはいろんな楽しみ方があるからね。
あと B 級映画といえばサメは外せ
Nothing
ないよ
beats
ね。
sharks? I don't know about that.
夏といえば海、海といえばサメ。
Alright,
サ
fair.
メ？
昨日の夜はキッチンシャークっていう海外のサメ映画見つけたんだ。
Kitchen shark.
そうだ、今度みんなで一緒に見ない？
キッチンシャーク。 台所にサメ？
サメ
サメ映画は何でもありだからね。雪の中から現れたり、忍者と戦った
Getting
りさ。
sharks out of snowstorms.
そうそう、サメといえば白里海岸ではその昔、サメの怨霊が村にたたったという伝説があるんだよ。この近くにその怨霊を祀った祠もあるんだ。気になるなら行ってみるのもいいかもね。
Sure know a lot. What's your...
いや、全部聞いた話。
Okay, sure.
向こうのお店で教えてもらったんだ。あっちのお店を手伝ってる中学生の息子くんがこの辺りの階段に詳しくてね。面白い話をいろいろと聞かせてくれるんだ。去年もだいぶ教えてもらったな。あそこのご主人とは友達でね、たまに船を出してもらったりしてるんだ。夏の間は海の家が忙しそうだからそういうわけにもいかないけど。あ、もうこんな時間か。そろそろ行かなくちゃ。ごちそうさまでした。また来るよ。じゃあね。
ありがとうございました。
Hmm? Oh,
なんか
the main event.
テレビの撮影じゃない？ほら、主演俳優さんが来るって言ってた。
そうかも。アナウンサーっぽい人の声も聞こえるし。
映画「たたりザメ」公開記念番組ということで、主演のこの方にお越しいただきました。
Sharkmageddon.
池波正輝さんです。
Of course.
正輝
Dang, his beach shirt though.
ねえ、今池波正輝って聞こえたんだけど。
ああ、まさかあいつが来るとは思わなかったな。水着姿が眩しすぎるぜ。
すごい人だかりね。全部正輝のファンなのかしら。
His shirt is pretty cool. Tyler's shirt.
じゃあお待たせたな。
Made it.
ああ、見ての通り仕事のついでだがな。
Of course she did.
あなた映画の主役なんて務めてたのね。初めて知ったわ。
ああ、お前たちと会った頃にはもうクランクアップしてたからな。まあ俺が主役やらせてもらってるってとこでお察しだろうけど、規模は小さい映画なんだよ。原作も知る人ぞ知る名作ってやつでさ。まあだからこそ俺も監督も気合入ってん
It's
だ。
called Sharkmageddon, man. Sharknado 2.0.
てなわけで、なんとか認知度を上げるためにこうやって宣伝番組をやってるってわけだ。
てか、正輝の出たっていう映画のタイトル「たたりザメ」って言ってたよね。
Tari Shame?
サメ映画絶対見に行かなきゃ。
ああ、そうしてくれると嬉しい。ご期待に添えたら何よりだよ。
うひょー、水着正輝とかレアすぎっしょ。プリントアウトして部屋に飾るわ。
ねえ、この後どうすんの？暑いし、池波くん見れたし、もう帰らない？
なあ、正気のファン、撮影が終わったら帰りそうな感じしてねえか。
いや、冗談でしょ。あの人たちが店に来るのを待ってたんだよ。
It's time.
なんとかして店に呼び込めないかしら。
Alright, so the balanced approach is the way to get the rating, right? We're not trying to fill the goals.
正気に呼び
I
込み
think that's
しても
how
ら
it
う
goes to get the rating.
って仕事で来てるのよね。ごめんなさい。
おいおい、お前らな。
What?
俺も海の家を手伝うって言ったろ。そういうことなら。
Oh, here we go. Let's see it.
Sain,
申し訳ない。撮影が終わったら応じますから。皆さん、近くの海の家で待っててもらえますか？この暑い中、せっかく来てもらったのに、これ以上熱い思いはさせたくないから。
Clever.
わかりました。
Clever.
それと、俺撮影が終わったら、そこの店でバイトすることになってるので、もしよかったら来てくださいね。
Nice. Smooth.
はあ？正気が海の家でバイト？絶対取らなきゃじゃん。
That's
じゃあ早い
weird.
とこ席取ろうよ。暑くて死にそうだし。
Ah, it's okay.
どうだ？
すっげえ。
これが芸能人パワー。広告塔としては間違いなく最強戦力ね。むしろお客さんをさばききれるかしら。
ま、そのあたりはうまくやるしかねえだろう。悪いが、番組の撮影はもう少し続く予定だ。俺が手伝えるのはしばらく後になる。それまではみんなで頑張ってくれよな。
You better have some like super outrageous OP power.
みんな揃って楽しそうなことしてんのに、俺だけ仲間外れにされるなんてごめんだぜ。この夏は一度きりだ。目いっぱい楽しもうぜ。
Yes, yes, yes. First, tell me how to raise my rating because I am like not getting this. After your last event of daytime or evening, you can select one staff member to take a break. The staff member you select will recover stamina. Okay. Alright, let's go watch the next one. In the metaverse? Rumors of ghost sightings have spread across Shirosato Beach. As for phantom thieves, consider how to combat the decline in customers. The metaverse navigator catches their attention. Oh. Alright. Interesting. So we do have a metaverse tie-in.
ねえねえ、さっき隣にいた親子連れが幽霊見たんだって。やば、ここの海幽霊出るって本当だったんだ。
そういや俺もさっき沖の方を泳いでたら急に足をグイグイ引っ張られたような気がした。
沖の方って結構水深あるんじゃない？下からって絶対人間じゃないよ。夕方になると女の霊が出るって噂もあったよね。見ると呪われ ちゃうとか言う。これ食べ終わったらもう帰ろうよ。生の池波くんは見れたんだし、もう十分っしょ。
I'm taking care of business.
ありがとうございました。お客さんいなくなっちゃったな。正気のおかげであんなに人がいたのに。それにみんな幽霊が怖いって言って、実際に見たって人もいるみたいだし。
海中で足を引っ張られて溺れかけた人がいるという話もあったみたいよ。
何それ、完全に実害出てるじゃないですか。
なあ、オーダー止まってるけど大丈夫なのか？って客が全然いねえじゃねえか。何があったんだ？さっきまで満席だったろ。
Sounds like we got ghosts, man. Bro.
いや、冗談だよな。
本当ですか？
池波さん、お疲れ様でした。
いやあ、どうも。
まさか皆さんと知り合いだったなんて。おかげで今日は大繁盛でしたよ。
そうか。それならよかった。ところで、こいつらに話があるんだ。いいかな？
はい。皆さんここに揃ってますよ。
外に来てくれ。シュンと元葉、リコもだ。
俺たちも。
でも私これから次のシフトで。今はお客さんもいないし、少し抜けるくらいなら大丈夫だよ。サンキュー、ともこ。助かるよ。
じゃあお言葉に甘えて抜けさせてもらうわ。二人ともお店よろしくね。
はい、いってらっしゃい。
Convenient, right? Have all the Phantom Thieves separated from the.
ルフェル、
Right.
連れてきたぜ。
全員揃っているな。
このメンバーを呼んだということは異世界絡みの何かってことかしら。
そうなのルフェル？
ああ、そうだ。この海水浴場に異世界の気配がある。異世界ナビを見てくれ。
Metaverse Navigator seems to be responding. Alright.
なんでこんな場所で？
驚くことではない。海水浴場とはそもそも欲望が集まりやすい場所だ。メベントスほどではないにしろ、簡易的な集合的無意識ができていてもおかしくない。だが気づいているかと思うが、この短時間で海水浴場を去る客が急増している。正気という広告塔、そしてわしという臨時店長がいるにもかかわらずだ。これは異常事態と見て間違いないだろう。
確かにルフェル結構頑張ってたもんね。
てか、マスコットとしての仕事にプライド持ちすぎだろ。
マスコットではない、臨時店長だ。わしはこの炎天下、値千金の働きをだな。
You're fine.
はいはい、二人とも喧嘩しない。
俺も店の外にいたが、臨時店長と同意見だ。ちょっとおかしいぜ、こいつは。やってきた海水浴客の滞在時間が異様に短い。このままじゃ店の売り上げにも支障が出る。
とにかく異世界に行ってみましょう。何かわかるかもしれないわ。
Of course we can. Just hit the button. Boop. There we go. Back to the thunderstorm. Boop.
ここは海岸を中心として発生した特異な異世界だ。海岸の認知が色濃く出ているのだろう。
Listen, Lufedo, you need a
お前たちの姿が
you need a
水
suit.
着のままなのもきっとそれが理由だろうな。
マジかよ。
街道服はてかペルソナ出せるのかな。
一応この格好でもペルソナは出せそうだわ。シャドウに襲われても問題はなさそうだけど。
ってことはなんだ？この異世界じゃ怪盗は水着を着てるものとして認知されてんのか？
Eventually, Lufedo is gonna get an awakened state, right?
他人の視
Eventually.
線や欲望を奪う水着姿こそ真夏の海にふさわしい怪盗服なのかもしれぬな。
しみじみとうまいこと言うんじゃねえよ。ちょっと納得しかけただろうが。
まあ確信は持てぬが、戦えそうなのであればとりあえずこのまま動くしかあるまい。
みんな見て。海に。
It's fine.
なんじゃあり
ゃ。Oh.
サメだよ、
Okay.
サメ。サメがめっちゃいる。
Okay.
いや、あれはシャドウだ。あそこにいるのはすべてな。
シャドウ
Time to take care of business.
全部か。
ああ、そして確信したぞ。あのシャドウの群れこそがこたびの異変の元凶に違いあるまい。
クソ、一体何がどうなって。
Take him out.
みんなシャドウが突っ込んでくるわ。気をつけて。
Is it a Sharknado? Okay. Wait, we can't change? Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
一緒に夏満喫しよう。
何その格好。頭いってんの。
海はアルビルダのホームでしょ。私らで完封しちゃおう。
ペルソナ。
All right, now I really need to know what. Okay, hold on. Increase main target's continuous damage. Okay, all right, hold on. Okay.
暗幕に光を照らせ。
How long does this last? 2 turns?
最高の舞台を用意したぜ。
出番だ、マンドラン。蜂の巣にしてやる。
狙い通りね。
そろそろ仕上げといこうか。
ペルソナいただいて
これこそ会心の一撃。
Oh, I thought he was gonna attack harder than that.
夏満喫。
準備完了よ。合図を。さてどうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
Oops, wrong button.
ペルソナ。瞬きは現金だ。
でもやれる。
マンドラン。ペルソナ。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
これでどうだ。
いい戦いだったわ。次もこの調。
All right. What now?
どうやらあのサメ型のシャドウは夏の海にまつわる欲望を奪うシャドウのようだ。白里海岸を去っていた海水浴客たちはあのシャドウたちに欲望を奪われてしまったのだ。海を見たい、海に行きたい、海を満喫したいといった欲望を。
でもどうしてサメの形を？
それが人々の認知なのではないか。夏の海に現れるサメは恐怖の象徴なのだろう。
Fair enough.
そうだね。夏を代表する恐怖だよ。最近は海どころかキッチンにも出るくらいだし。
盛りすぎだろ。つうかキッチンのサメってそれ裁かれてるだけじゃね？
違うの。下水に適応したサメがキッチンの排水口からトーンって出てくるの。包丁で指を切ったら血の匂いをたどってシンクから飛び出してくるんだよ。
何の話をしてるのよあなたは。
What are you even talking about? Sharks coming through your kitchen sink.
現実世界の異常を食い止めるためにはシャドウの群れを何とかしねえとってことだな。
Imagine.
でもここにいるのを全部ってさすがにちょっと無理っぽくない？あんなに遠くにもシャドウがいるんだよ。泳ぎながら戦うわけにはいかないでしょう。
同感ね。水中で戦って勝てるとは到底思えないわ。さっきのシャドウすごいスピードで突っ込んできたもの。
なんつうか息がいいって感じだったよな。
ふむ、息がいいとは言えて妙だな。
ん？
ここにいるシャドウたちはメメントスと比べかなり活性化している印象を受ける。あるいは何らかの歪んだ欲望に影響を受けたのかもしれん。
Alright.
歪んだ欲望。それを持った人間がこの世界のどこかにいるわけか。
Okay, sure.
ってことはそいつを探し出して改心させてやりゃ万事 OK ってことだな。
Okay.
どこにいるんだそいつ。
Look around in reality?
そうね。当てどなく異世界を探し続けるよりはよほど現実的だわ。
Is it someone we know?
姿が見えない以上どうしようもないかしら。
海の家の仕事もありますしね。
一度現実世界に戻るとするか。各自休憩中に調査していくってことでどうだ？
Alright. Oh.
ありがとうございました。
Okay.
こんにちは。あれ？一人？大変だね。
ああ、すみさん。父ちゃんと母ちゃんは裏にいるんで呼びますか？
君を見かけたから声をかけただけだよ。
ああ、そうなんだ。何か注文しますか？
じゃあ冷たいウーロン茶を。でもすぐじゃなくていいよ。さっきまでずいぶん混んでいたみたいだし。君も働き詰めで大変だったでしょ。俺のことは気にせず休んでよ。
いえ、俺はいつものことなんで。
こんにちは。隣の店の宮下です。遅くなったんですけど挨拶に来ました。師匠の人。
師匠。
ああ、俺のことは気にしないで。ただの客だから。お店の人はこっちの彼。ここの店長さんの一人息子さん。この辺りの怪談とか呪いとかに詳しい子。
あ、はい、磯村です。
磯村海斗です。
宮下みなみです。よろしくね。そっか、ここのお店も家族でやってたんだ。
ええ、まあ。
うちのお店もお父さんと2人でやっててね。と言っても今年はお父さんが土壇場で腰を痛めて友達に手伝ってもらってるんだけど。
なるほど。彼が手伝ってたのはそういう事情だったのか。
いいっすね、友達と一緒に過ごせて。
急遽来てもらったから迷惑かけてばっかりだったけどね。君は
うちの親は店の裏にいるんで、挨拶なら裏からどうぞ。すみさん、冷たいウーロン茶でしたよね。
Interesting.
お好きな席へどうぞ。すぐ持ってくるんで。
行っちゃった。
Indeed. Okay. We gotta unlock more things. Alright. So, what did I learn? I learned that the gap, right? Like the gap between the when you don't want to go over too much. So you still want to lean in on spreading out the resources. Like the ratings. Minus 10 buzz gained by activities. Interesting. But you need foot traffic and earning. 50% foot traffic in a day. So you're not like trying to over cap things. So you're trying to minimize over capping things. Buzz. Interesting. So I kind of want to restore. Let's try it this way. Like for example, so and okay, let's see if this is what I'm doing, what I'm messing up. Let me see. I do have to restore. Okay, that's good. Oh, yay. Oh boy. Oh no, but this is just from now on. Alright, 90%? Don't fail me. Alright, cool. Pushing. Okay. I'm okay with that. Stamina though. That's not what I meant to click! Oh my gosh, dude. They shouldn't do that. Oh my gosh, that is so bad. The one click confirm if it's auto selecting the first thing. Oh my gosh. Alright. Oh, that's... Oh, that triggers me a little bit. Yeah, like now, oh, okay. I could have restored like stamina to do this. So annoying. I'm annoyed. 75% chance. Oh, that's bad. Alright, well, we landed anyways. Lost out on money though. Okay. From now on, I'm looking for... the evening. We could set up evening. That's not great. Oh, okay, hold up. Chance to increase foot traffic more. Even if it's hot, even when it's hot, humans are still in high spirits. This too is proof of their desire. Okay. However, I cannot say I'm satisfied with the way things are. When you agree? Alright, so what do we do? What's your idea? After all, I have been entrusted with the position of interim manager. I wish to attract even more customers. Of course, I expect to be paid in Frankfurters upon my success. Ho ho! Okay. Nah, we're not doing the 50% thing. Can I get a restore? What is this? I was really hoping for rolling for the restore HP. It is so aggravating every time that happens. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that's so triggering. There should be a confirm. Holy heck, it's so aggravating. Stack them? Or... Oh, I need to complete 2. Risk it for the biscuit. Wait, can I heal? Oh no. And I can't even get the 2. That's actually fine. That's okay. We'll take this. That's not great. That's okay. I could... No, just... Let's see if the rating has anything to do with the goals established. Yeah, because you can balance them out pretty well. So what happens when you balance them out? Without, like, prioritizing the goals. Like, over stacking on goals. Okay. I see. I didn't get the 3 goals. Okay, so you still need to accomplish the 3 goals, but... Okay, so you still have to accomplish all of them. Interesting. Alright. 30? Alright, cool. Just leveling across. Very, very soft. Super soft tycoon. Alright, what do we got? Buzz, revenue gained by activities. Oh no. I wonder if I can get a chance to recover some stamina.
任せとけ。
任せて。ナイスチョイス。いいよ。
Not like this. We are leaning into earnings here. Oh boy. No. Interesting. That's pretty good, but the 30% chance. I guess we'll just go with this. Can I increase? Ooh. Okay. Wait, that wasn't a rare? What are we going with? We're going with... Shouldn't, right? This is bad. Bad news bears. Oh no, I should have went with... That's bad. That was my bad. I should have went with Rico. All right. Oh, here it is. Wait. No, that's not what I was looking for. YOLO? YOLO. Is chapter 4 not finished at the moment? Yeah, it's not. Chapter 4 is not finished. It's the current chapter. So you're up to date. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, Shin was not a bad choice, actually. Can I restore? Wait, where are we? No, we take this. Alright, I'm learning. I'm learning how to stack these. Okay, man, I was really hoping I could recover. Fun time. Good luck, good luck. That's not great. Oh no. Oh, that's okay. Honestly, that's pretty good. Ooh. Continue. Oh, wait. No. Alright. Based on safety increase. Interesting. Alright, what do we have here? What's your problem, buddy? It's gotta be around here somewhere. Dang it, where could it be? I'm sorry, if only I've noticed it sooner. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure we'll find it. Excuse me. You work at the beach shack, right? My wife's lost her wedding ring. We're pretty sure it's somewhere around here. Please, can you help us find it? Yes, let's go with this one, right? Ask someone to help. Let's go. Work together and they found it. Okay. Cool. Cuckoo. I think I got the hang of this. Oh no, maybe I didn't. Nope. We'll take this. I guess I only managed to get an S, maybe. Okay. I can kind of see how the leaderboard thing is gonna play out if this is gonna be the source of the leaderboard thing. It's interesting. There's a lot of moving parts. Some massive RNG stuff too. Big swings in RNG. Yeah, I missed. So you get revenue multiplier for completing the goal. However, you have to achieve at least 60-60 and then meet the max. But this is that's interesting. So you don't want to overcap too much. I was overcapping way too hard. Okay. You have to fill all of the requirements as you're going. Okay. Another 30 in the bag. Oh, we have a bell we can be disappointed about using because it's gotcha again. How much money are we looking at? Alright. Let's go upgrade across the board. It would be great if they made like new... Oh yeah, it does change. The places are changing. More chairs? Ooh. You can probably see it out in the open too. Alright, what have we got? 30? Okay. 90 for level... What the... Alright, hang on. We gotta see if... Oh, the bell. Okay. Do we have more stories? We have more stories. We do have to go through the side stories too. Clear, goal to unlock. Okay. We'll do the side stories all together. We're going. Wait. Does this give us anything that isn't... Okay. Okay. See the next chapter. This setting sun signals that it's time to start closing up the beach shack. Multiha rushes out from the back, her face pale, worse tumbling out. I saw it. Huh. You saw what?
だいぶ日が暮れてきたな。
こんなに人が来ねえなら外で調査しててもよかったんじゃねえの？
俺たちはこの店を手伝いに来たんだ。店をほったらかして調査するのは本末転倒だろ。
種村さん、おかえりなさい。
ただいま。そうだ、あなたにも聞いてもらった方がいいわね。実は今外で聞き込みをしてきて、お客さんが少なくなった原因について調べてきたの。
何か分かったんですか？
いいえ。
We can carry you through both ATLUSes.
ただ
That sounds about
おか
right.
しなところがあるから引き続き調べてみるわ。そういえば隣のお店もう閉店の準備を始めてたみたいよ。
閉店時間には少し早いけど、私たちも始めた方がいいかもですね。
じゃあ外の片付けに行くか。俊かお前、どっちか手伝ってくれ。
ほら行くぜ。暇で退屈してたところだ。
あ、私も行きます。看板とか片付けなくちゃですし。
Okay.
ちょっといいかしら。気になる話を聞いたの。
リコ先輩、お店の外にあるのでどうすればいいんでしたっけ？
あ、ちょっと待って、すぐ行くわ。
Yeah, you gotta catch all the personas.
片付けが終わったら話すわね。
Or fuse all of them, I
お
mean.
店の中も片付けを始めよっか。レジの締め作業は私がやるね。
Collect those points.
そういえば新井さん、厨房にいるんだっけ？お店閉めるって伝えないと。
Did she find a shark? Oh, don't tell me she found a shark that came out of the kitchen. Did you spend coffee on ones you haven't obtained yet, or save it for revelation cards? Give you life refills too. Yeah, it's really up to you. Eventually you'll get them all. With or without them. A shark? Please don't do a shark.
ああ、お昼に言ってた映画の話ですか？キッチンシャークとかいう。
Or did you see a ghost?
違う！サメじゃなくて。
Oh, okay. It's a ghost.
見たのさっき。店の外に。
大丈夫だ。
冗談
落ち着け。
ですよね。
It's fine. Don't worry. We got this.
さっき店の裏にゴミを捨てに行ったんだけど。
Okay, taking out the trash, sure.
ゴミ捨てて何気なく隣のお店の方を見たら、お店の鍵にね、長い髪の女の人、首が宙に浮かんでて、私目が離せなくて、てか体がこわばって動かなくてさ。しばらく見続けてたらじわーっと引っ込んでいなくなったんだけど、この辺りだよ。
Hmm. Maybe it was just an employee?
いやいや、生首の店員さんとかいるわけないじゃん。
How do you know it's a severed head?
このお店のお母さんは髪短かったしな。子供も男の子が一人いるだけで。
カイト？
なんか用っすか？
あ、カイトくん。このお店の子？はい、ご両親と一緒に海の家をやってるそうなんです。
ええ、まあ。で、うちの店の方で何かあったんですか？
Do you know anyone with long hair?
いないっす。てかそれ。
Yeah, the quick clear feature. Mm-hmm.
ここ、そういう噂多いんすよ。お姉さんが見たのって髪の毛の長い女の人の生首でしょ。
Interesting.
そう。昔この浜に女性の首が流れ着いたらしいんです。
首だけ。なんで？
遠い場所で海に飛び込んで亡くなった人が潮の流れに乗ってここまで来たとか。長い間海に浸かってたせいで体が腐って頭と体が離れちゃったらしくて、結局体の方は見つからなかったそうですけど、それ以来たまにいるんですよね、お姉さんみたいに生首を見ちゃう人。
Hmm.
嘘でしょ。そんなあっさり肯定されるなんて。
Oh, he didn't really say
気をつ
that.
けた方がいいっすよ。その幽霊、自分の体を探してるって話なんで。首から下乗っ取られちゃうかも。
Oh, now you're just goofing.
どうしよう。お笑いとか言った方がいいのかな。
まあ今年はもう海に近づかない方がいいんじゃないっすか。
幽霊って他にもいるの？
この辺は多いっすよ。幽霊とか妖怪とかサメとか呪いとかたたりとか。
He's just pulling our leg in at this point. Kaito is bluffing. Or not bluffing, but responsible. The heck?
父ちゃん、母ちゃんも。
片付けが終わったら家に帰って晩ご飯にする
Can't
わ
even
よ。
do the two bosses right now. Oh, the SOS bosses? Fair enough. Right. Two teams.
ごめんなさい。私たちがお邪魔しちゃったから。
別にいいよ。もうほとんど終わったから。
おお、さすがカイトだ。仕事早いな。
声でっか。
Look it out.
そういうのいいから。
What is Kaito's deal? Kaito is hiding something.
働き者ですね、カイトくん。
本当にね。誰に似たのかしら。
親バカに聞こえるかもしれないけど、カイトにはいつも助けられててね。今日みたいなクソ忙しい日でもあいつさえいればなんとかなるんだ。頼りになる息子だよ、本当に。
That's a good laugh. Hmm. Oh no, is Tomoko gonna see the severed head?
あ、カノくん、そっちの椅子運んでおいて。私こっちやっとくから。
Soy? Oh. Those flippers, though.
ルフェル、ちょっと場所移動してくれる？テーブルの上掃除したいから。
Didn't even bother moving.
そうにわかには信じられないけど元葉も見たのね。
元葉もってまさかリコ先輩も？
Interesting.
いいえ私は見てないわ。でも聞き込みをした海水浴客の中に似たような幽霊を見たという人が何人かいたの。この海岸では過去に事故や事件が何件か起きてるし、それにまつわる怪談が多いのも事実みたい。
じゃあ私が見たのってやっぱり本物の幽霊？で
も少し気になることもあるのよね。
気になること？
これまで白里海岸で噂されてたのは古風な怪談がほとんどだったそうなの。落ち武者とか妖怪とか。けどここ数年の間に元葉も見たという幽霊の目撃談が急増してる。海中から子供に足を引っ張られたというような体験談も同じ頃から増えてるそうよ。
そういえばさっきの休憩中白里海岸の階段にまつわるネットの書き込みを調べてたんだが、
ネットの書き込みもかなり多いんですね。今日だけでこんなに。
ああ、幽霊の目撃談や体験談は毎年夏になると急増するみたいだ。
Okay.
利用客が多いならある意味当然かしら。
けど海水浴シーズンが終わるとほぼ同時にそのどちらの書き込みも完全に途絶えるんだ。
I think Kaito is doing
ち
it
ょっと変じゃねえか。
for the business, to help the business out. Spreading rumors of a ghost.
完全に途絶える。それってなんか変なことなの
Because it's not beach season anymore.
春や秋のようなオフシーズンでも釣り客はいるわ。もちろん地元の人なら年中いる。もし仮に幽霊が本当にいたとして釣り客や地元の人から目撃情報が出ないのは変。
I think Kaito is running the rumor mill
という
here.
ことでいいのよね。
ああ、そうだ。つまりこの幽霊の噂は
They're fabricated for business. Yep. They're the summertime special.
海水浴客を海から遠ざけるような噂をわざと流してる人がいるってことですか？
可能性はあるわね。
Oh, maybe it's the opposite intention. To make it bearable?
さっきの幽霊がいたところ、もう少し調べてみません？
As opposed to increasing the business.
どうして正直もう近寄りたくないんだけど。
大丈夫です。新井さんが見たの幽霊じゃない気がしますし、種村さんたちの話を聞いた感じ、生きてる人間の仕業っぽいじゃないですか。
Mm-hmm.
それにもし本当に幽霊だったとしても成仏してもらわなきゃお客さんが来れないもん。
Well, that's one way to play. It's just adorable.
結構気も座ってんだね南って。
She also has a pocket for her cell
な
phone.
ら3人で調査を進めててくれるかしら。
Wearing that.
お店の中の片付けは私たちでやっておくから。
外の片付けもそろそろ終わるしな。それがいいだろう。
ああ、いえ、お店の片付けは私たちが。
お前たちが調査するのが効率的だと思うぜ。宮下さんはこの浜に詳しいし、元葉は目撃者だ。いざとなりゃお前もいるしな。じゃ頼んだぜ。
Gee, thanks.
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
マジか。
落ち着け。大丈夫だ。Alright. Okay. Alright, back to our business. Our business. 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 Let's see. Can't afford it. Alright. Minus 10 gain by activities. Okay. Buzz at the end. So that means... You have to compensate for foot traffic. Okay. And revenue is something we have to take care of. Okay. This is gonna be tough. That's pretty good. And I no. Wait, okay. Job. Evening activities? So we don't have to worry about it until later? Sure. Ooh. That's rough. 70%, let's go! Alright. Ooh. Well, that's actually a okay sacrifice, honestly. Or we take the 70% on beach coin. For the cost of beach coins. Yellow, 70%. New product. Nice. Okay. So we'll save the foot traffic till the evening. Dang, that's too much. I'll take Buzz for sure. Okay. Who is responsible for Buzz? We're gonna do Tomoko here. Buzz for coins? Oh. That is rough. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll take that. Actually pretty good. That's pretty rough. 90%? YOLO! Okay. Alright, so that's not happening. Oh man, but that's pretty great. Earnings. Pretty... YOLO! Okay. These percentages though, I don't know how I feel about these percentages right now. Oh, restore. That okay? I mean, that's actually kind of okay. Alright. Oh, that's... Oh, that's so costly, but it's so also nice. Alright, sure. projected earnings has gone down the poop chute. And I have no reason to believe my revenue is gonna go up. Probably then Rico. We need revenue. That's not great. Earning at the end? Oh, this can work. Oh, this can definitely work. That was a solid choice. Holy yellow. This sucks. What do we do? That's okay. This is pretty fine. What? Oh, I didn't realize that's how much it cost. Buzz is filled out. How can I get more rating without... Heck. Guess we risk it for the biscuit. I was just compiling our sales data so far, and it seems like we still have some room for improvement, namely with attracting customers and profit margins. I was just about to have a word with Minami, but would you mind if I got your thoughts? Okay. Which one would you say is more important for us right now? Increasing our profits or our foot traffic? Profits. I have to try a few things. Okay. Oh, we failed. Dang, the one last roll. Man, stamina is rough to come by. I was trying to combine Minami's like hot, like increasing rarity thing and then Tomoko's thing. But that didn't end up happening. More gems? 30 more. Oh. This kind of sort of reminds me of the progression spread from like Metro of Desire. Can I upgrade? Ooh. Alright. We'll definitely come back to this tomorrow while also doing the Astral Labs though, I suppose. $90. Yeah, it scales up pretty wickedly. Minus, okay. So I kind of want Shun to offset, right? And then maybe Luferu? Alright, we'll just go with this. Excuse me. Alright. We have a Shin. That's good. We need that. Alright. Foot traffic. interesting. Or we take the gamble. Gambo! Failed. It's to fulfill one of the requirements. Gambo! Advertisement, did it work? Alright, I'm good with that. Decrease loss rate of safety, increase earning. Increase success rate, increase buzz. I think increasing success rate is ooh. What about this? Yikes. I'm gonna YOLO this. New thing. What are you doing, Uferu? While it's rather faint, I sense the presence of something that might stimulate your desire. As for where it is, I sense that it's directly beneath me. What do you say? Would you like to search for it? Of next activity? It's just next activity? Oh, that's kind of lame. Oh, that's how that works. Alright, maybe it's a low success one. Let's just go for it. It could have failed too. Oh, that one's kind of lame actually. This is a rough day, man. This is a rough day. Didn't pace myself. Good traffic, but we're gonna go with it. Fulfill the blue requirement. These are pretty solid without relying on like using Motoha is pretty solid. Okay, did this one before? We're not taking the 50-50. No 50-50. Yes, yes, yes. 3%. Let's go. Background music's so appropriate for this. For now, what that's not good enough. It's already too late. Maybe try to fulfill the foot traffic. Fine. I think we'll be okay with that. This one. That's really good. Holy moly. Alright, so... Alright, Shun, you got this. We're gonna get a bonus from the foot traffic at the end of day bonus. I think we're okay. Oh, I just realized we can speed. Speed. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Manage even with the roughness. So it's gauging that stuff. Alright, we got another 30. I'm specifically just unlocking the story training. I mean, not the story training, but the story chapters right now. Alright, we got it. We got chapter 5? What time is it? Wow. Alright. Maybe I ranted a bit too long. You spoiled myself looking at the upcoming releases for P5. Yeah, yep. To unravel the mystery behind the ghost, Wanda, Minami, Motoha take to investigating the beach at night. There they find the truth buried beneath the sand. Let's go. Yeah, indeed.
何かを見間違えたって可能性はないです？壁にかかってたタオルが髪の毛に見えたとか。ちょっと調べてみましょうか。
Scout the area where Motoha saw the ghost, but we couldn't find anything that resembled what she saw. Listen, when something doesn't exist, it doesn't confirm its existence. I wouldn't say that for sure. You silly goose. Namakubi.
とりあえず何かと見間違ったって線は薄そうですね。もう少しお店の周りを調べてみませんか？
Minami has got my vote. It looks like something is buried in the sand. It looks like hair.
お客さんが捨ててったのかも。私たちで回収していこっか。
I brushed away the sand. Oh, there it is. You're fine. Ah, it's not. Don't worry about it. Prank. It's a prank. Minami is great. It's a wig. A wig da. Mm-hmm. Honto.
になってるんですよ。でもそれがどうしてこんなところに。
Plot thickens.
違う。
Money's on Kaito.
新井さんを脅かしたんだ。新井さんが見た幽霊ってこれなんじゃないですか？
言われてみればこれかも。見た感じすごく似てるもん。はあ、じゃあ何？私まんまと犯人に踊らされたってこと？
You silly goober.
残念だけどそういうことですね。やっぱり誰かの仕業だったんだ。
でもここにウィッグが隠してあったってことは犯人はまたここに来るかもしれないわけだよね。明日ここで待ち伏せして捕まえちゃおうよ犯人。
そのことなんだけど、
犯
人カイトくんじゃないかなって。
Ding ding ding. Minami.
カイトって
Minami is smart.
なんでそう思うの？新井さん、夕方に見た幽霊のこと私たち以外の誰かに言いましたか？
Exactly.
言ってないよ。幽霊を見てすぐお店に引き返したから。
ですよね。だから私たちの誰が幽霊を見たのかカイトくんは知らないはずなの。
Come to think of it. Yeah.
ここそういう噂多いんすよ。お姉さんが見たのって髪の毛の長い女の人の生首でしょ。
Dead giveaway.
そういえばあの子私が幽霊の目撃者だって分かってたみたいだった。
もちろん
Tisk.
私たちが騒いでた声をあの子が聞いてたって可能性もあるけど。
Oh, you're being too reasonable, Minami.
言われてみれば確かに怪しいかも。この辺の階段にも詳しかったみたいだし。
それにあなたの師匠のスミさんも言ってた。カイトくんが階段に詳しくて去年来た時にもいろいろ教えてくれたって。
ただの階段好きってこともあるかもだけど、好きって感じには見えなかった気もしない？ほら、例えばシュンがラーメンのこと話す時ってもっと楽しそうじゃん。
ただしっかりした子だったしな。怪談話が広まったら客足に影響があるってことに気づかないとも思えないんだけど。
He probably has his reasons.
そうだね。
じゃあまずはカイトくんが本当に犯人なのか確かめよう。
Oh, yep.
この
Make sure.
どうしよう。埋め直す？
もしあの子が犯人だとすると今ここで回収しておいた方がいいかも。明日これを掘り起こしに来たところを捕まえてもすっとぼけられるかもしれないしさ。人間の仕業だって分かったらなんか安心しちゃった。腹は立つけどね。みんなにも伝えておくよ。明日あの子に注意してって。
お願い。もしもあの子が何かしようとしたら止めないと。
A plot thickens. Alright. Of course, we won't be able to see the conclusion of this half until tomorrow, which I'll do the astrolab thing tomorrow. And seeing the last chapter, right? That's kind of what we're gonna do tomorrow. Let's look. Oh, we can train someone. What's our next objective? At daytime, evening, night, respectively to revenue. Oh, so till night. And then buzz at night, so it's gonna be a Rico thing. Oops. So we're gonna hype ED hype. What does that do? Okay. Alright. We have to wait till being purchased the upgrades. Okay. So we get the 50%, right? 50% at night at the end. So we only need half. And then don't overload. Okay. Got some rustic group. I really like Motoha. Motoha is great. Interesting. Okay. Free safety, you say? Two more for 8. Interesting. That's pretty solid. And we compensate with revenue. Oh, it's just the yeah. Handling cell data. Revenue. That's pretty decent. Let's take this. Yeah. Alright. Loss rate, increase earnings. Ooh, this is okay. We take this. Probably revenue first. What's this? Having the opportunity to play. Oh, yeah, this is the flyer thing. Revenue, let's go. Okay. Continuously increase buzz. That's kind of pretty nice. Continuously increase all 3. Wow, so utilitarian. What the? Have I seen this one? Good work today. I've been making yakisoba and running around the table all day, so I'm kind of tired now. It figures. I'm just taking a quick break. Sorry if I made you worry. Oh, but working here really is fun. It's got that great summer time kind of feeling. Experience like this don't come along often, huh? Thanks for checking in on me. We're gonna take the... Oh, whenever her stamina changes. Okay. So naturally, whenever her stamina changes, we'll lean in on that. Okay. I mean, sure. Oh, that's not a lot, though. Oh, no, that's fine. Or lean in on Tomo we can. Blue, we gotta take the blue. 70%? Advertisement? Nice. Okay. Then, yep. That's what we're here for. Almost fantastic. It's almost really good. Okay, so we only need to get to the 50% mark. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. It's 50%, so we need like 500. Because it's 50% of the total. So we need to at least clear 500 buzz to reach the cap. So it's pretty good. That's not great. We'll probably do this. Pretty good. Can we restore her stamina? Yeah, we're... Unless... No, we're definitely restoring her stamina. Tomoko is great too. For sustain. Gain by... Oh, that's a good stuff. To reach the end. Interesting thieves coming out. Offers, but the question is, do you have resources for them? You know? I already kind of have my plans, so there's that. Are you gonna crack open your wallet? Okay, so that will push us over, right? Yeah, I think that will push us over. Foot traffic's not high enough, though. Oh, will that push us? Oh, that... Or we can do it this way. 90%. Yeah. Risk it for the biscuit. Oh, the photo thing. It's fine. We're just gonna take a photo. You'll be fine. Don't fail me now. Nice. I think we managed double S, right? It's gonna be pretty close. Alright, so I understand how this works now. At least. You do have to clear the board. You have to meet all the requirements, all the thresholds, and the daily goals to get a double S. Yeah. Oh, wait. That's still higher than I thought. Bonus that you would get. Interesting. And then you need these to be above so that they don't pull it down. I understand. Brain grow bigger. When does the reward stop coming in? After... Wow, it's actually really far. So it does kind of remind me of Metro. Unless the reward starts scaling up somehow. So we can upgrade now. What does it look like? New staff member? At the end of the day, if foot traffic is more than 500, increase foot traffic by 7. Oh, that's kind of lame. Unless it scales up. It might scale up actually. 150k per upgrade. Oh, we get 30 each? Alright. This is really a fun mini tycoon thing. Foot traffic 50%. Okay, sure, and it exceeds 40% gain by daytime activities. So we're gonna still need. We're gonna need Lufedu. Oh no, we need Lufedu and probably, actually just probably Lufedu. And then maybe if we're really Rico and Lufedu. Oh, really? Oh wait, we can level him up actually. Wait, why would he? We can quickly. Oh, okay. Interesting. So instead of using Lufedu, we don't necessarily have to use Lufedu. I forgot we can level him up actually.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Bravo. Oh, bravo. Okay, more than 160 at the end. If it's more than 60, increase it by. Oh, because of cap, right? And then what do you get for skill 3? What's the point of overcapping? That's also a thing. Do you get something for overcapping? I think in this case we don't need Lufedu. Because we simply need to get, foot traffic, despite it can exceed max foot traffic. Unless there's a reason to do so. That means we can do this. The daytime rating. Doubling up is a great shot. He's a... Maybe we can get a restoration. Okay. I don't think you need to double down on foot traffic. Purple. YOLO. Nice. Almost fantastic. Okay, that's fine. No YOLOing here. Necessary. Interesting. Holy foot traffic. I'll take it. I think that's all the foot traffic we need. Don't need any more. Daytime. Yeah, you gotta milk that daytime bonus. Holy. Oh man, that's tough to pass up. And then we can just rest up for the rest of the day. Okay. Now we can just chill, right? Restore. That's nice. From now on, gain signal. Wait, foot traffic is good. We got foot traffic covered, right? Oh no, wait. What was it? Was it 600? Oh, 650. Holy moly, dude. That's so overkill. Whenever time change. Yeah, we have one change here. Buzz. Pretty decent. That's pretty decent too. Okay, that'll push us over. Oh, but that'll push under. I think we can get it. You can get the 3. Oh, there's the 4. So we pushed over. Right, it's 650. So we're good. Now we need to... push up. No, that's not good enough. Interesting. Let's see what this looks like. Man, I'm starting to get kind of hungry. Shin's been working so hard today. I can't let myself fall behind. Sorry. You're really helping out though. Hey, so what are you making today? The fridge is so packed full of ingredients. I bet we could whip up just about anything. If we can make anything, then I've got no idea what to do. What are you in the mood for? We're gonna take the summer stamina rice bowl, obviously. Made us a staff meal packed with meat. I feel a sudden surge of energy. Oh, that reminds me of Otakon soon. Staff meals. Yay, I still need to beat Buzz out. For revenue. Ooh. 30% next and then rating gain. Alright. Alright, so what do we got for rating gains? Nice. I will take that. Yoink. Okay. I don't need more foot traffic. That's pretty sweet. That's nice. Okay, that's overcompensating. YOLO it? YOLO. Rip. We still got the revenue. Alright. This might unlock the next chapter, maybe? I don't know if it's the progress or the number of days that unlocks the chapters. I didn't really look. I think it's the goals. Ah, not enough. Yeah, we failed too. Oh, it doesn't include... Okay, so you have to achieve it. It doesn't include after the fact. Interesting. Because, yeah, because I was thinking it did. I see. So you actually raw. You have to get it raw. Alright. 30 more gems. Oh wait, maybe I'm supposed to... What do I need to do to unlock? What is this? Oh. Fine. Alright. This is unlock. Here we go. Alright. Gone Ghost. Oh, interesting. The owner of the warped desires have a change of heart and reveals the reason behind the influx of spooky sightings. Nami lends a sympathetic ear to his confession. Kaito.
おはよう、カイトくん。
おはようございます。
そのおもちゃ、サメのヒレ？よくできてるね。でも、海で見たら本物だと思う人もいるし、私としてはあまり持ち込んでほしくないかな。
Just too nurturing.
埋めてたカツラ取ったのあんたたち？
じゃあやっぱり君が。あのね、怖い話の噂くらいならお客さんに話しても構わないと思うの。でも幽霊で脅かしたり泳いでる人の足を引っ張ったりするのはさすがに良くないと思う。それから今持ってるそれはもっとダメ。シャークフェンスの内側でサメが目撃されたら海水浴場が閉鎖されちゃうんだよ。
Inami is laying down a smackdown. She's being stern. She is the oldest of everyone, actually.
知らねえよ。とっととなくなっちまえばいいんだよ。こんな場所なんか。
でもそんなことをしたらあなたのお店だって。
分かってるよ、そんなことは。あんたに俺の気持ちなんて分かるわけねえだろうが。
Uncalled for. That's a foul. How dare you throw that at Minami? Absolutely uncalled for.
見つけたようだな。
Time for a memento trip.
とても歪んだ欲望を
Or a metaverse trip.
シャドウたちが活性化していたのはあやつの欲望が原因とみて間違いあるまい。そうだな、皆の準備もできている。急いで異世界へ向かうぞ。今ならあの少年のシャドウがいるはずだ。
Let's go. There he is.
来るな、来るな。誰も海に来るな。白里海岸なんてなくなっちまえばいいんだ。うちの店も
Man.
海水浴場も。
I was hoping he had a warped desire to keep the place in business by spreading like rumors or something. He just didn't understand the consequences. Well, no.
事情なら改心した後で聞き出せばいいだろう。
かなり強力なシャドウだわ。みんな気を引き締めていくわよ。
言っとくけど、あんたのせいでマジで寿命縮んだんだからね。覚悟しろー。
Trial, more
ビー
trials.
チバレーのチームの話？ああ、違う。
各自油断しないように。退屈なんだけど。
ギーノ、最高の舞台を見せてやる。
Oh wait, does it matter which one he's on when he does that? It probably does, doesn't it?
舞台を用意したぜ。
ドミニオン、
Mistakes were
リ
made.
ターニア、義経、ドミニオン。
退屈なんだけど。
燃えてきたよね夏満喫。これこそ会心の一撃。
ロブロイ、わしのペルソナ。
Heck you. Aha!
わしの覚悟の証だ。
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Whoops.
これでみんなの支援いつでも行けるわ。さてどうしようかしら。
Whoops.
私の
I
出
hit the
番
wrong
ね。
one again.
退屈なんだけど。
ペルソナ。瞬きは現金だ。ね
え、早くしてよ。ペルソナ。これでどうだ。ね
え、派手に暴れてちょうだい。アルビルダー。海はアルビルダのホームでしょ。あたしらで完封しちゃわ。海の平和はあたしが守れ。早く泳ぎに行きたい。
Another wave? Okay.
Yeah, みなみちゃん、おはよう。
はい、おはようございます。
悪いんだけど、少しそっとしてあげてほしいな。さっきまで泣いてたんだ。
そうですか。ありがとうございます。
お礼を言われるようなことはしてないよ。釣りに行こうとして偶然会っただけだし。
Yeah, Sumi and Minami are older than the other cast members. They're post high school.
ちょっと強引に引き止めちゃったんだ。泣いてるとこ見ちゃったから。事情も知らないくせにごめんね、カイトくん。そろそろ落ち着いた？
ねえ、カイトくん。海水浴場に人が来てほしくないって言ってたよね。どうしてそう思ったの？
それは。
Eh? Oh, at this meanwhile.
いつもは釣り人とか観光客とか相手に船を出してんすけど。
Oh, he just wants to hang out with his pops, probably.
毎年家族全員で海の家やってんです。父ちゃんが言うには秋から春までの稼ぎより夏の稼ぎの方が多いらしくって。
Sure.
うちは裕福じゃないからこの季節の稼ぎが一番大事だって父ちゃんいつも言ってるっす。母ちゃんなんてカイトが手伝ってくれるおかげで今年も暮らしていけるとか大げさ言って。頼られるのは嫌いじゃない。父ちゃんも母ちゃんも海も別に嫌いじゃない。二人が喜んでくれるならいいかなって思う時もある。けど本当は働く以外のこともしてみたい。
Grow up too soon.
旅行に出かけたり映画行ったり勉強したり。夏休み明けにクラスのやつらが楽しそうにそんな話してるのが羨ましかった。
I totally work during summer vacations. If I could, when I was younger.
でも今年は手伝いたくないなんて言えるわけないじゃないっすか。
だから幽霊やサメの噂を使って海水浴客を遠ざ
It's
け
an
ようとして
interesting
たのね。
contrast to Minami, who would do anything, even
今
overwork.
年は幽霊の噂が多いなと思ったら君の仕業だったのか。やりたいこととやらなきゃいけないことの板挟みになって
Oh, and it's a bit of contrast with Sumi, which he avoids work at all possible.
よくやる失敗だね。カイト君がしっかりしてる証拠だよ。例えば俺なんかはちゃんとしてないからそんなことにはならないんだよ。
Exactly.
そんなこと。スミさんの言う通り、よくある失敗だよ。私も似たような失敗したことあるし。私はカイト君みたいにちゃんとしてるわけじゃないけどね。
That is not true. That is totally not true. Modest.
私ね、昔から看護師になるのが夢だったの。死んだお母さんが看護師やってたから。でも体の悪いお父さんが心配で、学校卒業したら店を手伝わなきゃってずっと思ってた。そう言い聞かせてたんだ、自分に。そのせいでお父さんに心配かけちゃったし、何度も喧嘩しちゃった。今はすっかり仲直りしてるし、看護師になる夢応援してくれてるけどね。だからさ、カイト君の気持ちは私にもちょっとだけわかると思う。
So Miu is gonna have something to do with her running away from home
でも
and
ね、
making it out on her own.
海に行きたいっていう誰かの気持ちを邪魔していい理由にはならないと思うの。
Meanwhile,
水中で足を引っ張ったりすれば事故につながるかもしれないし、海にサメが出ると思われたら多くの人の暮らしにも影響が出る。
夏の白里海岸を楽しみにしていた人たちが泣く泣く予定を諦める。そんなこと本当はあなただって望んでいないんでしょ。
分かってた。自分がやっちゃいけないことをしてるって。でもさ、それなら俺はどうすればよかったんですか？何をどうすればよかったの？これからはどうすればいいの？俺は
talk to your parents. That's what you should do. Let's figure it out together. You're overthinking it.
一緒に
Talk to people.
自分一人で考え続けても答えは出なかったんだろう。
Of course.
そんな時は誰かに相談する方が手っ取り早いぜ。
What Shin
お
says.
父さんたちに直接言いづらいことでも誰かが隣にいれば伝えられるよ。少なくとも幽霊騒ぎを起こすよりはいい答えが出せると思うけどな。
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
ごめんって。本当に謝るっすか？
Yeah, good old listen and be available. Listen and be available.
こんなにホッとするって分かってたらもっと早く相談してたのにな。
It's never too late.
父ちゃんと母ちゃんにも話して
Never too late.
まったくもう人騒がせな子。
Kids will be kids, right?
だがこれでここのシャドウたちもおとなしくなるはずだ。店に来る客の様子を確かめてみるとしよう。
Back to the present. Go back to the real world. Kaito told his parents about what he was doing. Those are some interesting character models.
まあ、お前がやったことに対しては親として叱らなきゃならねえけどな。頼りにしてるって言葉でお前を追い込んじまったのは俺たちの責任だよ。
私たちの言葉が呪いになってるとは思いもしませんでした。
でもきっとそれもたった今解けたと思いますよ。ね、カイトくん。
ねえ磯村さん、相談というか提案なんだけどさ。
Oh, write something to attract customers,
しばらく
maybe?
お休みしたら。
True?
いや、そこまでしなくても。
Come on, where's that cleverness?
そうだね。それがいい。
Oh, really?
しばらく休みにするよ。
大丈夫なの？そのお金とかさ。
心配すんな。昨日俳優の兄ちゃんが来てくれたおかげで売り上げがすごかったからな。
Alright.
多少休んだところで問題ねえ。息子に頼りっきりってのも情けねえしよ。
Now let's try to convince Minami the same problem.
あなたの話を聞いて何もしてあげられないような不甲斐ない親にはなりたくないもの。しばらくはあなたのやりたいことをやりなさい。
It's nice that they picked Sumi and Minami to complement this situation. Glad it worked out.
よし、一件落着だね。3人とも夏の青春を楽しんだらいいよ。そうだ磯村さん、お店休むなら船出さない？沖釣り行こうよ。
Of course you would.
あらいいじゃない。行ってきたら。スミさんいつも大物釣ってくるのよね。
Of course Sumi asked for fishing.
さてはスミさん、それが狙いだったな。相変わらず上手だね。
みんな幸せが一番ってだけだよ。もちろん自分も含めてだけど。
もちろんですか？
もちろん船を出してくれる分のお金は俺が払うからさ。
I just scroll.
カイトくんはこれからどうする？
Go to the movies, you little potato.
これから考えます。
Go to the
予定
movies.
はなかったけど、やりたいことはたくさんあったから。
はいはい。
でもこんなあっさり解決するなんて全然思ってなかったっす。
You know, you never know when you don't try.
ありがとうございます。本当に。そうだ、2人の店にも遊びに行っていいっすか？一度行ってみたかったんで。
もちろん。夏の間ならいつでも来てね。じゃあ私たちはそろそろお店に戻ろっか。今日も一日忙しくなりそうだから。
So I think the chapter that's gonna unlock tomorrow is probably gonna be like a special epilogue thing where they chill, like all the characters chill, like the last time they did it. Now there are side stories, so let me see. Right, so this is gonna be tomorrow. We'll do it before. We'll watch this before the Astrolab, right? And I am gonna be I'm gonna be like 3 days late on this one because I'll be away. Day 1, let me see, 1, 2, 3, at most 4 days away. And then side stories. Unlock goals. Should watch these side stories. There's no... What time is it? Okay. We gotta reach the goals though. Or we could do it tomorrow. Let's see. Is it probably... Oh yeah, it's these things right here. Unlock story, right? Where's the side story? Okay. Maybe we should watch the side stories tomorrow? Oh no, it's right there. Okay. Ooh, alright. So what is our next task here? We'll just upgrade across. It's not actually a big deal. What's our next task? Buzz at the end. We still have to accrue 720. So that's why they had the... At the start of day, foot traffic gained by... Okay. So that means... Really? Buzz? And... Really? For this task? At the start of day... Yeah. Really? Those are some... Those two are a little bit weird. I wouldn't have expected those two. Oh, maybe that doesn't proc the way... Oh, is it from activity? Oh, I see. Fair enough. And this is for the buzz requirement. And who can we... What do you do for traffic? That's... Not necessary. Having a Luferu like wave with a wing is a very nice touch. What were our bonuses? At the start, revenue gain. Interesting, okay. That was a risk. Oh, she wasn't under 30. Increase rating. Spend all of her stamina. Then some. What? Let's see what this is about. Hey, I had this idea about the layout of the shop. You know how we're always weaving between the tables when taking orders? Well, I was thinking of if we what I was thinking if we slightly adjusted the placement of the tables and chairs, we'd be able to move around more efficiently. Would you mind helping me shuffle things around after we close up the shop? To be honest, I have a bunch of other ideas for things we could try out with the shop as well. Move the tables around. Move everything around. Spend all of it. No. Okay. Oh, that's not a lot of that's not a lot of stamina actually. But it's not great. I'll go with this. Okay. That's not bad. It's pretty good. Oh, I think I don't have enough ratings. Okay. I can't get enough of Buzz. Oh no. Rip. Dang, what a bust. That was a big bust. Ugh. Couldn't clear the Buzz. I thought I had more actions to clear the Buzz requirement. Did we get there? Nope. Time is it? Okay. We are ramping up though. What do we got? Rating limit. Okay, 35 gain by activity for all three. Revenue at the end of the day 50. Okay. So that means, and then we can use probably Motohagen. Not Motohagen. Tomoko. Tomoko is great. So that means, whoops. Okay. Off we go.
任せとけ。
任せて、出番だね。
本気になってもいいかしら。ええ、準備はできているわ。
任せな。シーン。
Okay. Interesting. Yep. That's probably what we're gonna do. Yep. Whenever stamina changes. Holy moly, dude. %. Interesting. Let's see what this one is. It sounds like it's going to take a while for Dad back, so I guess I'll have. Oh no, we saw this one.
そういえば。
Increase the rating.
やったね。
Large amount of stamina to. Let's see what this. I don't remember. Oh, the oil thing. That's right. -5. That's not too large. Yeah, that's not too large. Restore the stamina. Okay. That effect is not as great as I imagined. What? What are these blue activities, man? Okay, I'll take that. Yikes. Alright, fine. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting too. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Increase service. We got the increased safety. Oh, this is new. Beru-chan looks like he really enjoys those frankfurters. Oh, that's what they call it. Okay. But suddenly we feed him something that's better for but shouldn't we feed him something better for owls? Like mice or something? I absolutely refuse. It would be an offense to my gourmet palate. I don't think he'd like that. If Hedo turns up his beak at anything but the best. See, but don't you think he gets tired of just frankfurters? Maybe I could bring him something else. Oh, what else is on the menu? She can't hear him. Case yakitori. Okay, he seems to like it more simple seasoning. Interesting. I'm failing. I'm failing a lot. Alright. These numbers are too big. Next activity? Alright. Let's YOLO this. Oh, is it? Is it good? Is it good? I think it might be good. Oh, I'm failing really hard. Still didn't... Alright, we're crushing it out, right? What is this? Yeah, across the board. Oh, this is new. Hello there, I work at a local food company here, and I brought with me a sample of our latest shaved ice syrup. It may look like your average melon syrup at first glance, but I can assure you that its taste is a cut above the rest. That's right, our product puts all other syrup to shame. Who knows, maybe you should feature it in a new item menu. Okay. Let's go. Everything. Throw it on there. We're getting that double S. Oh, goodness. Oh, there it is. That's the mega. Don't have any more tricks up my sleeve. Man, this stuff is tough. Dang, man. Yeah, it's tough. That sucks. I don't have another activity. The two 800s, the three 800s are tough. We're short the buzz. I guess if safety was a bit higher, maybe. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get the buzz. Where are we at? Alright, we'll probably have to unlock the short stories tomorrow. Or we'll unlock the short stories and then watch the short story in the final chapter for the first half tomorrow, and then do Astrolab stuff, right? So let's play a couple rounds here. One or two more rounds. Oh, there's actually one more upgrade too. Interesting. What do we have now? Foot traffic. Service decreased by... Interesting. So we just lean on foot traffic? 360. They just escalate really hard. The heck, man.
任せな。
出番だね。
ナイスチョイス。ええ、準備はできているわ。
一気に片付けるぞ。
Alright. Oh, no activity
やっ
request.
たわね。やったわね。
That's actually fine. Or actually, honestly, I probably want to take that. Interesting. Okay. No 50-50. How did you fail? Okay. %. YOLO. Alright, I'll take it. Dang it. Ugh, bad choices. Oh no. Now I have too much stamina. That's weird. What is this nonsense? Send help! Not getting good choices. Give me one choice, please. Alright, that's good. Huh. I wonder if it's an S. We missed one. No revenue. Revenue fail. Where are we at with our thing? Another 30. Yeah, so one more run and we'll start tomorrow off with some side stories, last chapter, and then Astrolab. To wrap up the content, the first, I guess, half of the summer events. I'm just gonna guess this. Good traffic, end of the day, revenue, yeah. Okay. He's okay. Something like this.
See.
What? You failure of a person. Dude, I'm never keeping you around anymore. You're out of the gang. Get out of here. Waste of space. Heck you. Alright, 90%. Here we go. Alright, you made it up. You made up for the deficit. I still need blue activities. No blue activities. What the heck? There's one. Alright, I think we're good. Possibly. Oh, I already capped on those. Dang. We did it! Oh, so you don't really... Okay. Feels good. Last one, and then you just use your imagination to get the rest, right? So we unlocked the side stories. That was the goal. Let's collect these. And then these will unlock, right? These will unlock as I fill in, like bootstrap through it. Just click Collectathon. Now this was enjoyable. Oh, there's the claim all button. Okay. Right. And then we'll watch 7 and the side stories tomorrow. Bring my voice along. And then the rest of these things, obviously there really isn't anything else other than the badge. and you kind of fill them in. I imagine this track is going to exist until... Actually, it says ends in 12 days. I don't know how... I don't like how it's not being clear about it. Like, so I guess maybe they're referring to this part being concluded in 12 days. So I'll probably in the evening farm up the thing, farm up the stuff, maybe. What time is it? Probably tomorrow evening. And then you can use your imagination. I don't know when the leaderboard stuff is gonna happen, so it'll be interesting to see how the leaderboard works. So once you get like to level 4 everything, like you just risk it for the biscuit the whole time. Oh, that's what the days are for. You want to be efficient because you're gonna run out of days. This consumes 1 business permit each time, and you only receive 2 every day. I see. That's what the limitations are on the days. I see. So you want to be consistent, and the leaderboard is probably based on overall, maybe overall like score or something. I don't know if they're gonna do it that way, where there's a number of currency, so you want to make all your runs as efficient as possible going. That's probably how they're going to do it, with a limited number of entries. So you have like a limited number of runs, and across that runs is how far you'll end up on the leaderboard. Interesting. Probably on the second half, not this half. That sounds fairly reasonable. Dang, it's 4 a.m. I had no idea I was gonna spend that long. What is in the exchange store? Right. And then the rest is like optional. Like, yeah. Really uneventful when it comes to these things. There's also Thieves Secrets. This I don't really cover. You can brute force all of these trials. Obviously I'll use up my stamina to get whatever's in this shop, which is probably nothing. Yeah. At least to me, it's you pick them up and then good to go. You throw them on the pile. So tomorrow we'll see, right? It's 18 hours from now, so 4 hours earlier. Hang on. So hang on. That's 6 hours, right? 6 hours earlier would be about 10 p.m. Which that'll be good enough. And then as we go through the side stories, unlock goals. Wait, there are more goals? I'll unlock them. I'll unlock them in the... Wait, hold up. What do you mean unlock goals? What? There's more? Where are the other stories? I don't see any more. Interesting. Oh, wait. Hold up. Yeah, I have no idea. I guess you just get through the goals. That's weird. Weird. Rewards will be sent to your inbox after the event ends, and beach coins will be reset. Convert to money after the events end, after limit converts. Huh. Well, I'm probably not going to do anything this evening, really. Maybe like complete the Thieves Secret. We'll try to complete the stuff tomorrow. It's weird that... Unlock... Oh, Shack level 5. I see. A Shack upgrade. Do I want to do that? How much money do I need to farm? Quite a lot, actually. How do we preview? Nah, we'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I have 126 metaverse stuff. You know what? Let's use the character. Why is this written as new? What the heck is new? Why is this yelling at me that's new? Alright. Yeah, we'll resume tomorrow. Fill in the farm to unlock the side stories. There might be some time available. And then we'll record Astrolab if we have time. That'll be the goal. We basically saw the event story, and we'll be back. Don't know what to do. Alright, folks. Well, what can I say? The summer event didn't even use the character. I mean, I guess the Thieves Secret is where you would use the character. But that's kind of just the idea. You start off the day, in my opinion, with the worst experience, which is the gacha component. And then the rest, you kind of blow quite lots of time enjoying the rest. And then when Wave Catcher, so I have to decide if I'm gonna go Wave Catcher Mew or not. I don't ever expect, I don't ever expect the gacha component to ever be fulfilling or engaging in any way. Like, being designing your game to be like forever, like the longer you play, the less and less it's attractive. Like the gacha wears thin progressively the longer you play a game. So it's kind of the opposite feeling whenever playing a game with gacha. It feels worse and worse as it goes. The rest of the game, like all the other activities and stuff, it feels better and better each as it goes. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Gacha feels worse and worse, and the content feels better and better. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the message people are giving or something in the survey. Like, I don't want bigger, better, more expensive ways to gacha versus bigger, better content that I would actually pay money for. So otherwise, outside of this, I'm playing all the Persona games that are available on Steam. You can always catch that if you want. So that's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow to finish up to iron out the stuff and probably cover the Astrolab at the same time to fill in the time. And that's it for me today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up pick up P5X for yourself. You can always follow along, drop on by, talk about, I guess, your hot takes on gacha and the rest of the stuff. I genuinely do enjoy the content, and I would, yes, definitely pay for like a subscription base or something that would put content in front of the gacha model. Without a doubt, but that's my personal opinion. Otherwise, you gacha sometimes and you gacha don't sometimes. And I'll be continuing to say the same things because those are my opinions, and others can, you're definitely free to come on by and share your excitement about, yeah, you can definitely feel free to come on by and say, no, you love gachaing and gachaing is the only reason you play P5X. That's perfectly fine. Like, I like to hear people who are more luckier than I am, I suppose, and then share in the excitement, like the hype. Like, do you get hype? Feel free to comment. Do you get hype when you hit that draw 10 button after spending over a year with average or below average odds over and over again? And then when you get that lucky time, does it pay it all off? Let me know. I don't get rewarded for that. I prefer to put consistent work into something and pay out by normalizing the cost. So that's just me. No lucky people, no unlucky people. Flat cost, fair price at all times. That's just how I go about my content, like consuming consistency and whatnot. So you're more than welcome to differ and tell me about all your hot polls, or how you threw 1,000 and managed to get like $2,000 in virtual value. Right? I'm all ears. So until next time, let's keep each other gachaing responsibly. Keep each other motivated. Learn Japanese and Chinese on the side. Enjoy doing some deep cuts and reflecting on one's life through the writing and stories being told by all the Persona games, really. Until tomorrow or next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.